All right. I'm gonna have to go like this. I'm gonna have to run it like this. Can you hear me? Okay. I'm gonna have to run it like this. Can y'all hear me now? I don't want to run like this. Damn. I guess my these fucking broke. That's all good. All right. I'm gonna just run from the AirPod. It sounds much better with the speaker, but I don't know what the hell going on. All right, that's what's up. So let me see. What about now? Can you hear me now? Testing. All right, I'm gonna have to run like this. I'm gonna have to run like this. All right, that's what I gotta do. Oh well. All right, let's get it. So check it, right? So again, let me start over. Welcome to a special work riff. I am Kanan Hotep. If you're new, hit that like, hit the subscribe button, hit that notification icon. We're covering day 7, right? I figured I just go ahead. Today is Friday, ain't got shit to do. We're gonna cover day 7 of the Travis Rudolph trial. For those of you who don't know what happened or who he is, Travis Rudolph is an ex-NFL football player. I believe he played for the Giants. He also played for Florida State. Got into an altercation with his girlfriend. She then turned around and called her brother, which has been corroborated by a text message, saying, come shoot his shit up. Okay, come shoot his place up. Her brother and 3 other friends show up to do the deed. Travis Rudolph defends himself and his brother, which resulted in one of the boys who came to do him harm dead. What's up, Hotep? Hotep Jesus in the building. So this is day 7. We covered day 6 yesterday. This shit is fucking crazy, bro. Like I said, they trying to railroad this man. But anyway, we're gonna get into it. Let me see. Where am I at? Let me find it again. I had to reboot everything. I'm going to find me some new headphones. But then I got to set down at my desk. I'll get them in a minute. So we're gonna start like we did yesterday. We're gonna start from the beginning of the day. I think that's it right there. All right, guys. So we about to get into it. Anyway, let's go. Share this. Share this. Boom. Boom. Bow. There we go.
All right, welcome back, folks. Everyone take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you've been very patient and diligent, and I appreciate it very much. And I'm sure I speak for the parties and the lawyers as well. All right, let's bring Deputy Vanderlaan back up. Vanderlaan, excuse me. And we'll swear her in again.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Nice. I said deputy, I meant detective. I'm sorry. All right.
So this is where we left off. So this officer
Are you
pretty
ready to
face from
continue
yesterday,
cross-examination from yesterday? Yes, Your Honor. All right, you may.
and she was sticking her foot all up in her mouth.
You aware that Dominique Jones spoke to Mrs. Rudolph just before this homicide?
No, ma'am. Or no, sir.
You're not aware of that?
Before?
Yes, ma'am.
No.
You're not aware that
Oh,
Dominique Jones...
I'm sorry. Yes, I am.
Okay.
Pardon me.
How do you know that?
The phone records.
Did you ask Dominique Jones what she told Miss Linda Rudolph on the phone?
No.
And you're talking phone records only from Dominique Jones, the one you know erased phone messages, right? Same Dominique Jones, right?
The previously discussed single text message. Yes, sir.
So
You
Dominique
don't know that.
Jones
You're not a
is
phone
the
expert. You can't tell this jury she erased other stuff, can you?
ex-girlfriend, I guess I should say,
I'm not an
of
expert. You're
Travis
correct.
Rudolph.
You have no clue what she erased, do you?
She's
Other
the one
than
that called for
the
her
one
boy-
she
her
confessed to when
brother.
you had her brother's phone, right?
She's the one that called her brother to come
suppose,
shoot
yes,
up his
sir.
house.
Never tried to get Mrs. Linda Rudolph's phone to see what the real text messages were, did you, ma'am?
No, sir.
Speaking of Linda Rudolph, isn't it true that she said before she wants a lawyer before she makes a statement to you?
Yes, sir.
People can do that, right?
Absolutely.
And she also told you that it was self-defense, didn't she, ma'am?
Sustained.
Well, you said yesterday you had no information other than what these young men told you. That's not really true, is it, ma'am?
It's true, sir.
So despite what Linda Rudolph told you, that's not contrary to what you knew?
Making a simple statement such as that is not information which would lead me to have probable cause or cause at all to believe that there's further evidence that needed to be searched.
You ignored what Miss Rudolph told you, right?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Your probable cause means you just have to write a report that someone probably did something, right? Based on your report that you write.
I
what
wouldn't
it
say
is?
that's what probable cause is, sir. No.
You disagree that probable cause is not a report that you write under oath, and you include whatever you think is important, and that's what you base your arrest on, what you believe is probable cause, your opinion.
Well, the first thing you said, sir, was that it's a report of something that somebody probably did. I disagree with that. It's based on evidence.
Doesn't probable cause mean probably, possibly, probably, or you disagree? It means definitely.
I didn't say it means definitely, but I wouldn't say it's probably. It's based off of evidence.
Well, it's based on the evidence you want to include. You're the one who's the author of that report, right?
Sustained. It's argumentative.
Who writes your report?
I wrote my report, sir.
Okay. And that's completely different than beyond a reasonable doubt, isn't it?
Absolutely.
There's plenty of reasons why somebody wouldn't talk to you as a police officer, isn't there?
I'm sure there is.
You just arrested Mr. Rudolph's son. The moment he came out of the house, he was arrested, right?
No, sir.
Put in handcuffs?
He was detained.
Oh, detained. Was he allowed to leave?
Absolutely not, because he was detained, sir.
Put in a police car?
Yes, sir.
Hands
Because he
behind
was
his
detained.
back with handcuffs?
Yes, sir.
And you don't call that an arrest?
No, sir.
Now, she's right. Technically, it's not an arrest. They did technically detain him. However, which I missed yesterday when I was listening on the way home, is that she responded to the scene where Dominique Jones, they are awful questions, Emmanuel. But Dominique Jones, who was the girlfriend of Travis at the time, her brother, the one that she called to come shoot up his house, they had stopped somewhere along the way after the shootout. And she responded to the scene and she took their statements. But what it seems like is that she took their statements at face value. She took their word for it. It doesn't seem like she did any other further police work when it came down to Travis's side of the story. Again, like I said, they got so much evidence to the contrary that he was actually defending himself that this trial is it's unnecessary, but we're going to keep it moving.
Well, you don't know how Miss Rudolph felt, did you?
No, sir.
You have no idea if she thought you were the best detective in the world or the worst detective in the world. You have no idea what was going through her mind, do you?
Absolutely correct.
You could have got a subpoena the next day, 2 days later, a month later, 6 months later, and compelled her to come in and give you a statement, couldn't you, ma'am?
I wouldn't do that in this situation.
I didn't ask if you would do it. I said, couldn't you?
Physically, could I? Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Not physically. That's what detectives do. People who aren't cooperative, you get subpoenas to find out what they know, and you compel them, just like we bring people into court under subpoena. You could do that too, can't you?
I can, but it's based off of what we think is best, and I do not think that would be best in that situation.
You didn't want to
Why
be
not,
best
though?
because it might contradict what
Why
you did,
not?
and you didn't want to be wrong, right?
Absolutely.
His mother's
not,
a
sir.
witness. She was in the house when it happened. You want to know her account. Why wouldn't you
Darryl
ask her
Rudolph.
anything? Am I right?
Same
Am I
thing.
right?
He didn't trust you, did he?
You would have to ask Daryl Rudolph, sir.
Okay, well, we'll do that later. But I'm asking you. You don't know?
I'm not going to speculate as to what Daryl Rudolph feels.
He didn't want to talk to you either, did he?
No, he did not.
Well, he said, I want a lawyer before I talk to you.
Yeah, I'm about to say, I
Right?
would ask for
Yes,
a lawyer
sir.
first.
You're allowed to lie to people, aren't you? As a
I
detective.
am. Yes, sir.
Yeah, you're trained to lie to get answers from people, right?
Well, I'm not trained to violate their rights, so.
Well, not violate their
Lie.
rights in terms of whether they have a lawyer or not. I'm asking you if you can lie to people and say, oh, I have got Johnny in this back room here, your partner, and he just told me you were at the 7-Eleven as the getaway driver, and that may not even be true at all. You could say something like that to get someone to admit something to you, right?
I can. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and you're trained to do that.
Yes, sir.
Same way you're trained to look at jurors when you give answers instead of looking at me. You're trained to do that, right?
I feel more comfortable speaking to the person that I'm addressing, so that's why I do it.
All right, were you trained to do that is my question?
I wouldn't say trained.
Okay, so none of the courses tell you when you're on a jury trial, make sure you're making eye contact with everybody. No?
Not necessarily, no, sir.
I'm not asking you necessarily. I'm asking you, are you trained to do that?
I have never taken a course where I was instructed to look at the jury as I speak to them.
Okay. You didn't get a subpoena from Mr. Rudolph, Daryl Rudolph, to talk to him either, did you?
Absolutely not, sir. No.
Okay, that's another absolute.
You're right.
Yep. You didn't want to know what he had to say, right?
That's false.
What he wanted to have to say, you could have easily subpoenaed him an hour, 10 hours, a week later, a year later. Isn't that correct, ma'am? It's very simple. Hey, Miss Prosecutor, Mr. Prosecutor, give me a subpoena. I'm bringing this person in, right?
I could have, yes.
All right. And that would be recorded.
It would have been correct.
Sure. Under oath.
Yes, sir.
Usually a prosecutor present, right?
Absolutely.
All right. Not just you.
Correct.
And the person could bring their lawyer with them.
They could.
And everything would be legit on the record. No ifs, ands, or buts about that, right?
Hypothetically, yes, sir.
Well, not hypothetically. That's the way you do things as a detective in homicide or any major cases, right?
Well, you're discussing a hypothetical situation, so this would be hypothetical, yes, sir.
Okay, but that's the way it works, that the prosecutor would be there, you would be there, possibly a court reporter or somebody recording it, right?
That's absolutely how that works, yes, sir.
And that person can bring a lawyer with them to make sure you're not playing games with them, right?
They most certainly can, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you expect Miss Linda Rudolph just to call you on the phone? The lady who arrested her own son and charged him with murder and say, hey, I want to talk to you. Do you expect her to do that a week later or a month later?
I don't expect anybody to do anything, sir.
Okay. Did you expect Mr. Darrell Rudolph to do that with you?
I don't expect anybody to do anything, sir.
When you're talking to people, you could record them or not. That's your option, right?
I can.
What's up, YV? One in the chat.
Do you expect people to trust you?
Yes.
You don't have body cams, do you?
At the time, we did not.
Well, do you have one now?
It has not been issued to me yet, but our agency does, yes, sir.
All right, so let's talk about 21st of, April 6th or April 7th of 2021. I think you just said it. I'll make sure I'm clear. You did not have a body cam.
Correct. On that date, I did not have a body cam.
And today you don't have one either.
It has not yet been issued to me, sir.
And if you had a body cam, whether you had a tape recorder or not,
all right, cool.
Or whether you lied or not, that would all be recorded, right?
In theory, yes.
In theory, if you turned it on, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you could also not turn it on. The jury would never know what really happened, other than what you're claiming happened if it wasn't recorded, right?
Ooh, he going for her. He going for her.
If you don't have a body cam,
character,
and you don't have a recorder, and you're the only person talking to a witness, it's only your recitation of what they said that we would have to go off of, right?
Overruled. Go ahead.
That's correct.
Question, please.
Can you repeat the question, sir?
Yeah. If you don't have a body cam, and you don't put a recorder on, then if a witness is talking to you, and you don't turn the recorder on, or you don't have one, then what you claim that person said is really the only evidence we would have of what they said, right?
Well, I'm perfectly privileged to speak to somebody without recording, but that's correct. If there is no recording device, then it would not be recorded.
You're perfectly privileged. What does that mean, ma'am?
It means that I have the ability to speak to people without it being recorded.
Why would you do that in a homicide case? Talk to someone and not record what they have to say? What logical reason would any human being do that to another human being?
Well, we don't just constantly record ourselves. I mean, I suppose with body cams now, that's not exactly a true statement, but at the time we didn't have body cams. And we don't just turn the recorder on and record every single second of every single thing. I didn't take a statement that was not recorded. I spoke to her, is what I'm saying, and it was not recorded.
I didn't ask you that. My question, you made the statement. You're privileged to do that.
Yes.
Then I'm asking you, why in the world would you ever do that? That's all I'm asking you. I'm not asking what you did in this case. I'm asking what you do. Why would you do that?
Sustain.
And you think that's good police work, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you think you're the judge and the jury out there on the street?
Most certainly not, sir.
You never even asked Dominique Jones if she hit Mr. Rudolph with a trophy or a bottle in his head, did you?
I did not ask that question, no, sir.
Did she ever tell you she threw a bottle at him?
I don't believe so.
Did she ever tell you about a girl named Kyla? Dominique Jones, did she mention someone named Kyla?
She didn't mention that specific name. I saw it in Mr. Rudolph's records, though.
All right, she never told you how when Mr. Rudolph left the home, she snuck into his phone and saw he was talking to other women and she was upset about that.
She did say that, but she never mentioned the name Kyla.
All right. Did she tell you that she made Mr. Rudolph talk to this girl named Kyla on a FaceTime chat so she can see what their relationship was?
I can't recall if she said that specifically, but she did say that she was upset about communication he was having with another female.
Did you ask her how she supports herself?
I did not.
You have no idea if she was hanging on to Mr. Rudolph because she was thinking about maybe he's going to get an NFL contract again and she's going to hit the lottery, right? You don't know that.
You're right. I don't know that.
You never asked her anything about her relationship with Travis at all, did you?
Aside from the romantic nature of it, no, sir.
Okay. She ever tell you for 30 days, roughly, right before the day of this happened, she didn't see him and she was upset he was in Miami on a regular basis?
I saw that in the text messages, but we didn't speak about that.
And you never went back to talk to her about it when you see it in the text message?
No, sir.
Doesn't concern you, right?
I wouldn't say it doesn't concern me, but I did not talk about that with her, no.
You didn't talk about a single text message after you saw them. You didn't talk to her about a single internet search, web history after you received them. You never went back and spoke to her about any of those, did you, ma'am?
No, sir.
You found out that Dominique Jones made calls to someone named Tyranny Coleman, right?
I saw the text messages.
Made calls to her too? Well, you don't know.
She may have. I don't remember the call records off the top of my head.
Talk to her about why she did that?
No.
You know that she made threats that she's sending her brothers over to kill or Mr. Rudolph? Do you know that?
Overruled.
Yeah, but to say that's knowledge now.
I saw the text message conversation where the opposite's occurring, sir.
Right, but did she tell you she made phone calls at all saying she's making threats sending her brothers over to kill her brother?
Phone calls we didn't discuss. No, sir.
How do you know she didn't erase part of the message and only showed you the message where Tyranny Coleman is sending him back that if she doesn't cut this out, her brothers are going to get killed if they do this? How do you know she didn't erase her messages?
Hypothetically, I don't know that.
Hypothetically, I'm asking you as you sit there under oath. Do you know that?
I don't know whether your hypothetical text messages have been deleted. Is what I'm saying.
Hers, the one she sent.
Yes.
You don't know.
You're right.
No clue what she was texting and what she wanted you to see because you didn't take her phone as soon as you had an opportunity to, right?
No, sir.
And that's good police work in your mind.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You told Tyler Robinson when you talked to him around the 8th that there's cameras at the Rudolph residence, right?
I'm not sure if I informed him that there are cameras at the residence.
You sure did. You don't remember that?
I don't remember informing him of that.
Okay. You know why he had a memory lapse when he came to his deposition after you spoke to him and he couldn't remember anything about what happened at the front of the house?
You would have to ask him, sir. I'm not going to speculate.
I did. And he told me you told him about the cameras.
What's the legal? I honestly don't recall. So, is that in evidence somewhere in this trial?
I believe so, but I can't swear to it.
All right. If you can't, then it's sustained.
It was obvious there was cameras in front of the Rudolph residence even when you got there, right?
Yes, sir.
You couldn't tell if they were on or off when you got there, could you?
No.
Remember seeing any kind of red lights on the cameras when you're outside?
I don't recall, sir.
Remember seeing any kind of lights that would show a pedestrian is walking by the home that the cameras are working?
I don't recall seeing lights specifically, but I do remember seeing the cameras.
All right. When you say you don't recall seeing it specifically, can you say there was or wasn't, or you don't know?
Well, I said I can't recall if I saw the lights specifically.
Well, maybe they're there, maybe they're not.
Correct.
Maybe they're on, maybe they weren't. You don't know.
Well, at this time, I know.
You know the outside cameras, whether they lit up if somebody came in view of the camera?
No, I know that the camera was on.
That's not what I was asking. I was asking you if a person comes up to their home, if you knew if, because you were there. I was asking if you could see the red light or any kind of blue light coming on the camera screen.
Well, this is the third time you're asking me that, and I said I don't recall whether I could see a red light or not.
That wasn't important to you, right?
Nothing is not important to me, like I said yesterday.
It's important. Why didn't you look at that and put that in your report?
That wasn't something that I specifically noted, sir.
Okay. Well, you think it'll be important if someone's casing out a joint before they go do what they're going to do?
Absolutely.
Nothing in your report about that anyone passed by the house of Mr. Rudolph and did a drive-by, not shooting, but a drive-by looking at the house first.
Well, that's because I didn't have any evidence of that.
Okay. And if you don't ask the questions, you're not going to have evidence of anything, will you?
Well, not all evidence is based off of questions, so.
Especially not a 10-minute interview, right?
Sustained.
You found out everything you needed to know in 10 minutes from Keyshawn Jones, right?
Absolutely not.
You never went on tape with him once since April 7th of 2021. You never took another tape interview ever again, right?
You're correct.
Okay. That's good police work, right?
I believe I do good police work, regardless of how many times he asked me that question.
I'm asking you on that, just taking one statement for 10 minutes of a key witness, that's good police work in your mind, right?
Well, based off of the quality of the information that I received, I don't base my interviews off of how long they are. I base it off of the information that I received. So I believe I did a fine job with that, sir.
So the quality, you did a fine job. So let's talk about that. Are you a polygrapher?
Were you what? I couldn't understand.
A polygrapher, someone that does polygraph.
Oh, polygrapher.
Pardon me.
What's the legal objection? Well, I understand that, but what's the legal objection? That information is admissible, so you may overruled. Answer the question.
I am not.
You do polygraphs. Go ahead.
Sorry, Your Honor.
No, go ahead.
I am not a polygrapher.
You do voice stress analysis.
I do not.
So you could determine the quality of someone's information based on all your training and experience, or do you have some superpowers to do that?
I know the quality of the questions that I ask, and I know that he answered the questions that I asked.
You can tell that he's being honest and forthright, and everyone else was, right? You're vouching for the credibility of your witnesses, right, ma'am?
Oh, absolutely not. No, sir.
You said the quality was, I can tell the quality, right?
What I said was that I can tell the quality of my questions, and he was cooperative and answered my questions.
That means he's truthful?
No.
How about the pockets I showed you on the video that you never looked at until the courtroom? You got any superpowers that you could look through those pockets and tell this jury definitively there's no gun in those pockets of Mr. Lowe and Mr. Sebastian Jean-Jacques?
Well, I never said that I just looked at them when you showed them to me yesterday. What I said was I couldn't determine based off of looking at those images that there was definitely or even probably a gun in their pockets.
But you
You
never
said
checked.
yesterday something that would be crazy for anyone to think there was a gun in the pocket.
But
don't
you never
remember that?
checked.
I never said that, sir.
Well, you don't have any superpowers that you could look through that video or their pockets and tell us there's no gun in there, do you?
I have no superpowers at all.
Why wouldn't you check though? Why wouldn't you check?
I took your deposition back in. You have any idea why I take your deposition back in September 30th? Do you understand why I'm doing it, or you have no idea?
Because you're privileged to ask me questions. If there's anything that you feel you don't have information on that you would like, you can ask me that.
And you talked about civil rights. Don't you think it would be fair for someone you accused of a crime to know all the information that you gathered so I can figure out what the heck happened here?
I don't know what you're referring to with civil rights.
You mentioned the word civil rights. That was your words yesterday, remember?
Did I? I don't recall specifically.
All right, well, I'll move on. When I took your deposition back in September 30th, 2021, I asked you where Mr. Robinson's medical records were so I could see what really happened to him from the doctor's perspective. You didn't have them, did you?
At the time, no.
You didn't have them until
I know, right?
recently this year, right?
You're absolutely
He
right.
being catty, he being catty. They've been
After
like
I took
this
his deposition, right?
They've been like this
Yes, sir.
yesterday.
After this case gets set for trial, then you get them, right?
Unfortunately, in this situation, yes.
That's fair too, right?
Well, it has nothing to do with being fair or not. That's just what happened.
Because that was your choice, not my choice, right? Your choice.
Well, unfortunately, I thought we had those records. And as soon as I realized that we didn't, I wrote a search warrant for those records and received them.
So it took you 2 years to realize you didn't have them. You didn't realize it at the deposition that I told you I don't have them.
I knew we didn't have them at the deposition, but I was under the impression that we obtained them afterward. And when I found out that we hadn't, I immediately wrote a search warrant and got the records.
When did you write the search warrant, ma'am?
I know it was this year. Would you like me to look up the exact date?
All right, sometime in 2023, right?
Yes, it was this year.
You ever ask Keyshawn Jones why he had a hoodie on that night?
And no, I didn't.
You ever ask him why he was rubbing his hand beneath his sweatshirt?
I did not.
Did you see that?
I saw his hand in his pocket.
You didn't see him rubbing it under the sweatshirt, on his belly?
I suppose he was rubbing it on his belly. I don't know. I saw his hand in his sweatshirt.
Never asked him about that, right?
No, I didn't.
You can't tell. You have no powers to tell or superpowers to tell he wasn't carrying a gun that night, right?
You're right. I don't have any superpowers.
There's no way you would know if he had a gun that night with him, right? Other than he told you it was left at home, right?
Based off of that image alone, absolutely not. That doesn't tell me that he had a firearm with him.
I'm still trying to figure out why they wouldn't check them, why they wouldn't frisk them. You got a gunshot, 2 gunshot wound victims down the street somewhere, and you don't check them?
You didn't know Travis Rudolph's screen was broken and his phone was broken?
I saw that the screen was broken.
Did you turn the phone on to see if you could see the screen?
No, I certainly didn't turn on a phone that I have no business going into. No, sir.
Oh, come on. You guys don't actually go in the phone, but you can actually see if the phone is working, just like they did in DJ's room and said, I'm not taking that one because it wasn't on. You can tell if the phone was on or not.
I'm not going to molest a phone and turn it on when I don't have any business going into the phone or manipulating the phone. No, sir.
You would agree you can't tell this jury that the screen on his phone was broken and he couldn't see any images or get any images on there. You don't know because you didn't look.
I know I did say that I am aware that it was cracked, but I'm not going to manipulate his phone by powering it on to see that.
You have to power a phone on when you pick it up, and you can't just press the screen and see if it works.
If it's not on, then I would have to turn it on.
You know if it was on or not.
I don't believe it was on at that time.
How do you know it was on? How do you know it was not on and the screen wasn't working? How do you
suppose I wouldn't know that, sir.
Okay. So you don't know if Mr. Rudolph took those pictures of his injuries or his family took those, do you?
The pictures that were taken after the incident?
The ones that the prosecutor showed you. Say, look at Mr. Rudolph's phone, and you're saying they're selfies, right? You don't know if they're selfies.
I don't know if they're selfies or not. What I know is that they're images taken on his phone after the homicide.
You don't know they were taken on his phone. You don't know if they were sent to him by somebody. You have no idea, do you, ma'am?
Well, that's incorrect.
All right. How do you prove to this jury that he took those pictures with a broken phone? How do you prove that?
If you look at the records, it shows the path as to where the images were from.
What does that mean?
So the records themselves are in table format, and it tells you what the source is of the images.
You're not a phone expert in any way, shape, or form, are you?
Not an expert, no, sir.
But you can identify phones that it's the same phone from a few days later, you told us, right? You can look at it and say, that's the same phone I saw 5 days ago.
Well, overruled.
You can do that, right?
Examination.
I couldn't say it was the exact same phone. What I said was that when I saw the phone, it was consistent with the same phone that I saw the day before.
That's not what you said yesterday.
I never said that I can identify a phone and definitively say it's the exact same phone without looking at the number. No, sir.
That would be ridiculous, right? Say that.
To say that, yes, sir, it would be ridiculous.
All right, so I'm looking at this exhibit, and I'll show it to you in a minute, 55C. I approach the witness.
You may.
Explain to this jury how you can tell these pictures emanated or started from his phone as opposed to somebody sending them in case he needed them down the road when you make a false arrest in their mind.
It is sustained.
I'll rephrase the question.
Please do.
You said you can look at those pictures and you can look at those records and you can tell this jury that They started from his phone. The camera took those pictures from his phone. Prove that to us, ma'am.
It's I'm going to explain it because I can't show it to you specifically, but there is a portion in here. I'm sorry you can't see it, but this this row here has a lot of information in it. One of those being a source file, which is it's a bunch of information, but it says private mobile library where it's coming from.
Private.
So if it comes from the private mobile library,
doesn't say that he took the picture from that phone. It could be somebody text messaging him. Isn't that true?
well, it's his private mobile library, sir.
You don't know that, do you?
That's the information that I see in there, sir.
No clue. How did they all get taken pretty much at the exact same times? You told us yesterday the exact same times to the second. Almost every one of those pictures were taken at the exact same time. How is that humanly possible?
Well, they're taken within seconds of each other, sir.
Well, don't look at it. You said yesterday a lot of them are at the exact same time.
Okay.
Disagree with that?
Not necessarily, no, sir.
Look at it if you want to refresh your memory for what you said yesterday. I heard at least multiple ones. Yeah, the minute, the hour, and the seconds, and the multiple pictures were taken exactly at the same time. Separate pictures.
I don't see the capture times being the same time, sir.
None of them?
I'm not seeing it to the second.
All right, tell us the first one. You did it yesterday. Tell us the time of the first one.
1:30 and 53 seconds in the morning. Next one is 1:31 and 2 seconds in the morning. This image.
Hold on. I'm sorry. The first one was 1:31 what?
1:30 and 53.
Okay. How much later was the second one then, approximately?
I'm not going to sit here and do math, sir. I'm very bad at math. I don't know. But it's not the exact same time is what I can say.
Well, I'm just trying to figure this out. You're going too fast for me. 153 what? 151 was the first one.
No.
Tell me the first one.
Say it again slowly, please.
Yes, Your Honor. 1:30 and 53 seconds in the morning.
Why don't you blow those pictures up so we can see them? Why didn't you do that so the jury can see those?
I didn't think that I needed to do that.
Why you didn't want to see Travis Rudolph's injuries?
That's not correct, sir.
You could have blown those up, right?
I could have, yes.
Okay. 1:30:53. What's the next one, please?
He sound like he's saying she
1:31:02.
perpetuating the narrative.
Okay, so that's about 7 seconds later. You disagree with that?
I
Maybe my
suppose,
math's
yes.
off, but that's what I get. 7 seconds.
I'm sure.
Okay, next one.
1:31:12.
Okay, 10 seconds later. Next one.
1:31:19.
7 more seconds. Next one.
1:31:25.
6 seconds. Next one.
1:31:30.
5 seconds. Next one.
And 1:31:34.
4 more seconds. Okay, so you can't tell this jury if someone in Mr. Rudolph's family took the picture from their phone and sent it to him. In case there was ever an issue in this case, they'd be proof that he had injuries because no one else took pictures but his family. Right?
Can you repeat what you're asking me?
Make it easy. You can't tell this jury someone in his family didn't take those pictures for him, did you? Can you?
Well, I can't say who physically held the phone and took the pictures. No, sir.
You can't swear under oath, or maybe you will,
What he's saying is that
someone in his family
take pictures of
send Travis the pictures
None
to
of
his
the
phone
investigators
so
took
they'd
pictures
be
of
in
the
there
injuries.
forever.
Well, based on the information that I'm looking at, and I could always be wrong, but from what I'm seeing in here, it says that it comes from the private mobile library.
All right, so private mobile library. You have any type of training? Tell us what private mobile library means.
I'm not going to go over definitions. I'm not an expert. You're right.
So can you tell the jury under oath what private library means?
Well, I'm not going to go over definitions because I'm not an expert.
Would you agree you can't tell if those pictures were sent to him by someone in his family for whatever reason, or they were taken from that particular phone. You don't know that, do you?
Based on the information that I see in the records, it would appear that they came from his private mobile library.
I'm asking you up here. I'm asking you to make a definite statement under oath. Are you making a definite statement under his oath that those pictures started or were taken with his broken phone?
I'm not going to make a definite statement over oath, like I just said. I could be wrong, but from the information that I'm seeing here, as not an expert, but someone who has been trained to look at that information, that is what I'm getting from it.
So it's a guess, right?
No.
She a shitty detective. She keeps
it's definite
a
or
shitty
possibly?
ass detective. God almighty.
Have said numerous times that it's not definite. I could always be wrong.
Don't you think that's an important issue since y'all came in here in direct examination trying to insinuate that the phone was really working?
Sustained.
Don't you think it's important when you testify in direct examination under oath, the members of Palm Beach County, a jury, that these pictures were taken from his phone? That was your statement? Don't you think it's important to find out the answer before you make a statement that may implicate someone in doing something? And maybe the phone's not an issue, but I'm just asking why you make a statement like that if you don't know the answer.
What I said was, I'm not going to say that it's definite, but from my understanding of that information as not an expert, but somebody who has been trained in basic information and looking at phones, that is the information that I received.
There's nothing on there that says that phone took Travis Rudolph's phone that was examined is the phone that actually, or the camera that took the pictures that are on here, right?
And those words are most certainly not on that paper.
There's nothing in code that says that either way, right?
Well, I believe I've said a few times now it says native mobile library.
All that means is that even if they took the pictures of him, it wouldn't be in his text messages. He downloaded it from the text messages and he saved it in his fucking photo library.
You have any idea?
And there are many reasons.
Am I wrong? Guys, make sure y'all share this stream out. Let people know we live.
You have nothing recorded other than the doorbell cam of what happened in front of the Rudolph residence, right?
Correct.
And other than the video that shows Tyler Robinson, Linda Rudolph, Travis coming out of the house and falling with his firearm, and maybe one or two other people on the street, there's no other video of what happened, right? In terms of that we can see clearly.
There is other video, but are you referring specifically to the ring video?
No, I'm referring to clear things that we could see. Let me ask a simple question. The Nash videos, we'll call them that. That was Mr. Nash, right?
Yes, sir.
Those videos aren't clear about what really happened, are they?
I feel that they're clear. I agree that you can't see faces and I can't see guns specifically inside the vehicle, but you can certainly see what's going on.
You can't even see if Tyler Robinson got into the car or not from the backseat, can you?
We spoke about this during the depot. It looked to me like he got into the car.
I'm asking you here under oath today, not a deposition. I'm asking you today. You're telling this jury he got in the back of that car?
Well, I was under oath back then too, sir, and I said it appears to me that he got into the car.
Where do you see that?
In Mr. Nash's video.
All right. Well, prosecutor will get a chance to redirect you, and the jury saw the video. Sure. Is there anything else other than that shows you he got in the car?
Anything aside from the video? No, sir.
You see the back door opening, the left back door behind the driver's seat?
Lawyer's starting to sound a little drunk.
The left back door behind the
Jesus.
Driver's seat. Well, that's not the door he came out of.
Okay. So what door did he go in?
I don't know exactly which door he came in.
You said you saw him go in the car. So what door did he go in?
I said that I saw the door was closed.
No. A few seconds ago, I asked you a question. You said Tyler Robinson got in the car. I could see him getting in the car before the shooting. You just said that. What door did he get in, ma'am? Tell us.
I know he came out of the rear passenger side door. I can't recall exactly which door he went into.
You just said under oath he did it. He came and went in the car. So you don't know? You made a statement that you don't know what you're talking about?
He went in the car. I saw him come out of the car.
Where did he go in the car? What door?
I don't know.
Why'd you say you saw him go in the car in the video?
Because I see 4 entities enter the video, or enter the car rather.
Okay, where did the 4 entities enter the car, ma'am?
I can only base it off of the information that I received after that, sir. You're correct that I cannot see the faces of the people entering the vehicle.
All right. Well, you absolutely told this jury you saw him go in the car, so you can't answer that question today, right? From the video.
I cannot see his face and specify it's him entering the vehicle. You're right.
Well, what door did everyone go in, the entities as you call them? What doors did they go in?
Well, I said I can't see their faces. I saw 4 people. 4 people arrived. 4 people got in the vehicle initially, but I can't tell exactly which faces, so I can't tell you exactly which doors they went into.
I'm not asking you the names or the faces. I'm asking you what doors opened up, since you saw everything so well.
That's not what you asked me. You asked me who went into which doors, and I said that I can't say that.
Well, you said you saw Mr. Robinson go in the car, so I'm trying to figure out where everybody got in, since you see better than me, and I want to know where it was.
I saw 4 people exit the vehicle. I saw 4 people enter the vehicle again, and then I saw Mr. Robinson exiting the vehicle from the rear passenger side door.
All right, so you know the doors. There's a driver's door, front passenger door, back rear door behind the driver, and a back rear door behind the passenger. I'm not asking you the names. I'm not asking you the faces. Tell me what doors opened up right before the shooting. And how many people got in each door?
I can't say that.
And how do you know 4 people got in?
Because that's what I saw in the video.
What doors they go in then? I can't see it. Maybe you see something I can't, so I'm just asking you to help me.
Well, again, I said I can't say who went into each door.
Can you tell us any doors that open, ma'am?
One suspect went into
I'm not going
front
to
passenger, one
say
suspect
which
went
doors
into
open and
front
which
driver's
doors didn't
side,
open.
2
I saw
suspects
4
went into
entities go back to the
passenger rear.
vehicle.
No,
you
you
gotta
said 4
say.
got in the car
All
is
you
what
gotta
your
say.
statement is, not go back.
Sustained.
All you gotta say.
What doors opened up
What up, Santos?
when the car left? Eddie?
Last time. Answer the question, please.
I can't, as I sit right here, specify the exact doors that opened, sir.
All right. Well, you know Tyler Robinson obviously was not in the car when he was running away, right?
No, he was not in the car when he was running away.
And you can't see him come out of the car at all, can you?
I absolutely saw him get out of the car. Yes, sir.
What door did he get out of the car?
The rear passenger side door.
You saw that door open?
Yes, sir.
You're serious?
It swings open and he runs out. Yes, sir.
You can see that.
Yes.
Okay. Does he fall on the floor like he testified in court?
I can't specifically see that.
I don't know if he. So you believe, based on your detective work, that he was in the car when he got shot and possibly got shot on the way out too, right?
Oh, I never said that, sir. I can't determine exactly when he got shot, exactly where he was, whether he was in the car, out of the car, getting out of the car. I can't say that specifically.
Tyler Robinson never told you he was on top of Chris Lowe trying to duck for cover, did he? Laying on top of him?
I don't believe he said he was laying on top of him to me. He did say that they were.
He didn't tell you that, did he?
I don't think so. You're right.
Okay. And if he got hit by bullet fragments that hit an intermediary target, do you know what an intermediary target is?
Explain that to me. No, sir.
All right. Well, if a bullet goes through a car, we heard testimony
Car's an
from
intermediary
some
target.
people who've been doing this a long time saying that's an intermediary target. And then the bullets fragment.
It's an object between two.
I still don't understand what an intermediary target
The
is.
shooter and the victim.
That's fine. Are you aware that little fragments hit Tyler Robinson? Little bullet fragments after going through the car? You don't know that.
That would make sense, but
Yeah, it would make sense he was in the car or out of the car maybe. The bullets are going through the door and hitting him. We don't know, right?
I don't know. No, sir.
Wouldn't that be important to try to figure that out? If he's telling you or trying to tell this jury that he's laying down in the car and he gets shot and then he gets out of the car, wouldn't that be important to look for blood to see if Mr. Robinson's blood's in the car, to see if his story makes sense?
Well, blood being or not being in the car doesn't necessarily confirm or refute a story.
All right. Well, If I get shot numerous times standing right here, hopefully I don't, but let's say I do.
Hope not, sir.
I stand right here, okay, and no one's in this courtroom but the person who shot me. Okay, and I'm standing here. You don't think there'd be some blood around the podium, around the floor where I'm standing? Or if I'm laying down, wouldn't it be on the floor or the seat or something? Or sitting down?
There may be.
You didn't find any blood, right? In the back seat. You told us that.
You're right.
You didn't consider that, did you? Or you considered everything?
Consider what, sir?
What I'm talking to you about. You didn't even think like that, right? Wasn't even a thought in your mind. How in the world did he get shot in the car and there's no blood in there?
Well, as I said before, we don't know whether he got shot in the car, as he got out of the car, or completely out of the car. What we do know is that he was shot, and it is not always that somebody immediately begins bleeding when they're shot. That doesn't happen all the time.
Okay, so you have a medical degree to tell this jury when somebody like Mr. Robinson, how he would bleed or not bleed. You're telling us that maybe he wasn't bleeding when he got shot? That's your testimony? You know that?
I said none of those things. I'm most certainly not a medical professional. What I said was based on my training and experience, and I've seen many, many people who have been shot alive and dead. And based on where it is, they don't immediately start gushing blood like they do on TV, is what I'm saying.
All right, how many people did you actually witness get shot in person? 0, right?
Get witnessed shot immediately?
You never witnessed a person get shot immediately right in front of you?
No, sir.
How can you tell the jury they don't start bleeding immediately or not if you don't see that?
Because I've seen victims of crimes who
He's
were
the lead detective on the case.
just people who were shot in different areas. And even at the time that I see them, which is not immediately after they were shot, they're not bleeding a lot.
Okay. You can't tell this jury based on the wounds of Tyler Robinson whether he would have been bleeding when he got shot or not. You have no clue, do you?
I can't say that definitively. Absolutely not.
Can't say it at all.
Can't say what?
Said definitively. I'm saying you absolutely can't say whether he was bleeding or not when he got shot.
I cannot make that determination. No.
Why is there blood drops on the car?
Where?
Outside, rear panel, driver's side.
I'm not sure.
You know about that?
I'm not recalling that off the top of my head. No, sir.
You ever have that tested?
No, sir.
You don't think it's important to know whose blood that is?
I don't know what you're referring to, sir.
You don't even have a clue there was blood drops found on the car, right?
There were blood drops found on the car. Yes, sir.
On the outside of the car, not inside, outside.
On the outside where the decedent was. Yes, sir.
There was blood found on the outside of the car where the decedent was.
Yes. Upon opening the door, there was blood like in the door jamb, I guess.
I'm talking outside. In the door jamb when nobody could humanly see unless you have x-ray eyes. I'm talking when you're outside the car.
I don't know what you're specifically referring to.
Specifically wondering why you didn't test DNA from the outside of the car. Or you can't test something you don't know about, right? You didn't know about it.
You were saying blood, now you're saying DNA. I don't know what you're specifically referring to, sir.
I'm trying to talk to you about the truth. Do you know if there was blood on the outside of the car on the rear quarter panel of the driver's side?
Not as I sit here, no, sir.
And you had 2 years to prepare this case, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if you didn't know that there was blood there, you certainly didn't test it, right, for DNA?
Certainly not.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
Right.
I mean, he's making some good points, but
The blood drops in it was stanchion number 40.
He sound like he's been drinking
There was
before
blood
this trial
drops that we
started.
heard about in 41, right near the oil slick. You know about those?
If you're going to refer to specific stanchions, you're going to have to show it to me, sir.
Said, you know about blood drops by the car?
By what car?
Well, there's only one car in play in this case, so
By the Cadillac on 40th and Broadway?
nope. Let me be specific. At the crime scene at 550 Teak or around the corner from there.
Okay. There was a trail of what we, again, like I said yesterday, called BLS. There was a trail of that. Yes, sir.
All right, and it was on the road, right? As well as the pathway to where Tyler Robinson ran.
Portions of it. Yes, sir.
You didn't test any of the stuff on the road to find out whose it is, did you?
No, I did not.
Don't you think that's important to do if somebody comes into a courtroom and possibly feigns that they've lost their memory to really know from physical evidence whose DNA it is? Well, that doesn't matter.
Again, nothing doesn't matter. However, if we have no reason to believe that the blood belongs to somebody else, we're not going to test it.
Okay. Same thing with
Why
the
not?
gun, the 9mm gun. No reason to test that, right? For DNA.
Correct.
Why not?
You didn't charge. Well, do you know that Tyler Robinson was basically brought here by 2 police officers in November of 2021?
I agree,
Give
Emmanuel.
a
It's just
statement
that
in open
way
court.
he's talking, it just kind of seems
I was not aware he was brought by 2 police officers.
slurred and
You never looked into
Awesome.
charging him with perjury for
He is
lying in a
disproving her
courtroom over
narrative.
and over,
He's
did you?
100% doing it.
No, sir, I wasn't present for that.
Why wouldn't you test
Oh,
the gun?
and you didn't bother finding out about that,
The
right?
gun you found
Well,
next
it's
to
not
a
about
fence, like
bothering
you
or
had
not
this
bothering. I
shit.
wasn't present for it.
Your case. How come you don't know about it?
I wasn't present for it. I didn't witness it
Why not?
because I can't.
Well, afterwards, no one told you about it?
I heard general information, but not specifics, and certainly nothing that I would be able to charge anybody with.
Okay. So do you absolutely look into it? Did you absolutely not look into this?
I did not look into it.
They sound like they was being lazy as hell, and this guy could possibly go to jail for the rest of his life over some lazy police work.
Do you have any evidence to absolutely disprove that Sebastian had a firearm in his pocket? Do you have any evidence to disprove that, ma'am?
I cannot say that I unequivocally can disprove that he had a firearm in his pocket.
So
Wish
they
you
never
could,
checked
right?
them. They never checked.
I would love if I could unequivocally disprove many things.
You could have.
You can't unequivocally say under oath, absolutely say under oath, that Keyshawn Jones didn't have his firearm with him when he went up to 550 Teak Drive. Isn't that true, ma'am?
For the most part, I can't unequivocally say anything. So, no, I can't say that.
You have no evidence to disprove that he had a firearm hidden that we couldn't see. You can't disprove that, can you?
I can't prove it either.
I'm
That was
sure
my
they
question. Can you
sure
disprove
they
it?
frisked Travis
No, I
Rudolph
can't.
when they put him in cuffs. You didn't think to check these 4 gentlemen when you came
Did
across
you see
them?
Tyler Robinson's gun in that video anywhere on his person?
No, I could not.
Well, he claimed he had it in his pocket. You don't know if he had it in his pocket or not, do you?
I couldn't see from the ring video. No, sir.
All right, and if he may have pulled that gun out on the side of the house or on the front lawn, you can't prove that happened or didn't happen, can you?
You're right.
The black T-shirt on there, you never on the front lawn. You never took DNA from that, right?
I did not.
You didn't. Well, it was taken, but you never
Correct.
had it examined to find out whose DNA is on that shirt.
No, I didn't.
Did you happen to go to a private high school?
Are you asking?
What relevance is that?
I remember questioning along these lines. Overruled at this point.
I'm not asking you the name. Did you go to a private high school?
I did not.
Did you go to an all-girls school?
I did not.
But no one ever took their shirts off to get into a fight where you went, right?
No, sir.
What? Everybody I know that's ready to scrap, the first thing happening, you coming out.
How do you know the firearm, the 9mm firearm, the Taurus that was dumped by a fence by Tyler Robinson? How do you know Sebastian Jean Jacques' DNA is not on there?
I don't.
How do you know Keyshawn Jones his DNA is probably on there because he sold it to him, right?
Not necessarily.
Maybe, maybe not, right?
Correct.
Okay, how about Chris Lowe? Do you know if Chris Lowe's DNA is on that firearm?
I didn't test the firearm.
Why not?
DNA,
Why not?
so I wouldn't.
You don't
That's a
know.
major flaw in this case.
Do you know why Chris Lowe, not in this day, not on April 7th or 6th, do you know why he would have put Keyshawn Jones' phone in his pocket to see if it fit?
Can you ask the question
He's
again?
being sarcastic. Jesus Christ.
I'm not talking about the 6th or the 7th of April, 2021.
Okay.
Before that, do you know why Keyshawn Jones would take, now let me backtrack. Do you know why Chris Lowe would take Keyshawn Jones's firearm and put it in his pocket to see how it fits?
I don't know why he would do that. No, sir.
You never heard that before, do you?
I
Did
have
you?
not heard about that. No, sir.
You don't know if that's true or not. It's just me telling you. Right?
I don't know if he put somebody else's phone in his pocket. No, sir.
This is the first time you're hearing that, right?
Yes.
Do you ever run records to see if do you have any way of knowing if Sebastian Jean Jacques ever bought a firearm?
We talked about this yesterday. No, sir. I can't look up records like that.
If I tell you right now, you can go on your cell phone and check stuff like that. You don't know about that?
To check what firearms a specific person has purchased?
You have ability as law enforcement officers to check databases, don't you?
Absolutely.
All right. Did you ever try going on your computer and checking out who bought what gun?
Well, there, to my knowledge, is not a database where I can look up that specifically.
You can't subpoena anybody to do that either, right?
I don't believe that's possible from my understanding of the way that works.
So when I go to a store with my concealed weapons permit and buy a gun, and it puts the serial number and they check my background and all that, where does that paperwork go?
Your background?
Oh, the serial number, my name, copy of my concealed weapons permit. Where does that go? Do you know?
So when you purchase a firearm, each firearm retailer is required to keep records of the firearms that they sell. They have to keep it forever. The only time that that information would go elsewhere is if that retailer closed, at which time all those records would go to Tallahassee. But otherwise, each individual retailer is the custodian of the gun sale records.
That's not exactly true, because if someone buys a gun, there's a background check done, right?
Well, I do know there's a background check done when somebody legally purchases a gun. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and you put the serial number. The shop that's selling the gun puts the serial number of the gun, all the identifying information about the buyer. If they have a concealed weapons permit, they put that on there. Where's that go? Do you know?
Well, the background check, my understanding, goes to Tallahassee.
Okay, so do you know that the serial number is also put down and what type of guns are being purchased?
It may.
You don't know that?
I don't know if that information is provided to Tallahassee, but what I do know is that I do not know of any database where I can just look up who buys what guns.
Okay. Did you ever try to do that? Subpoena those records at all to see if you can match up when a gun was purchased or who bought it?
Well, I certainly didn't do that because to my understanding, that doesn't exist.
Did you ever ask your bosses about that?
I did speak with a coworker of mine who is very knowledgeable in that area.
You ever call ATF, in charge of alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, and ask them, hey, I'm curious, guys, I need to figure out if anyone has a gun or where they bought it or when they bought it. You ever do that?
No, I haven't.
Know what a straw man purchase is?
What is a straw purchase?
Straw man purchase, they call it. I'm not making sexist. It could be a straw woman. Do you know what that is?
I've never heard of a straw man purchase. I've heard of a straw purchase.
Okay. And I'm not talking about a drinking straw. I'm talking about someone buying a gun and then selling it to someone right after. So there's no waiting period. That's illegal, right?
That's not necessarily what a straw purchase is, but
okay. Well, correct me if I'm wrong, and maybe you don't know because that's a federal offense, not a state offense, right?
I believe so.
Okay. So, but you.
Sorry, I'm in the hallway.
You know that if I go into a store with my friend,
straw purchase is
and I buy a gun because I have a concealed weapons permit, I get it right then and there, right?
Your behalf. The person is buying the gun on your
I believe
behalf.
so, yes.
As soon as the background comes back from Tallahassee.
And the straw purchase is a federal
I believe so,
offense.
yes.
Okay. And wouldn't it be true that a straw man is then I take that gun and the same day I sell it for $1 to my buddy who doesn't have a concealed weapons permit, so now the waiting period doesn't exist. I just sell it to him. That's a federal crime. That's a straw man purchase, right?
I'm not a federal law enforcement agent, sir.
That not a straw man purchase, or you don't have a clue?
I'm not gonna make a comment on that, sir. I'm not sure.
Did you ever call a federal agent to ask him to check out the gun that was sold from the same exact day it was purchased from Keyshawn Jones to his buddy, Tyler Robinson?
No.
Never dawned on you that could be a crime.
Well, as I said before, I'm working a homicide. I'm not looking for each and everything that I could possibly charge somebody for.
You got tunnel vision. Anything else that someone may have done who's a witness, I don't care. I'm a homicide detective. I don't care if it's a straw man purchase. I don't care if it's tampering with evidence. I don't care if it's carrying a concealed firearm. I don't care if it's perjury. I'm a homicide investigator. That's all I'm focusing on, right?
I never said that I would only focus on that. I never said that I have tunnel vision. I never said that I don't care. In fact, I said that I quite the opposite, do care.
Are you too important to then work on those type of situations or in other cases that all you were trying to do is solve homicides?
Most certainly not.
You didn't charge anybody in this case with anything other than Mr. Rudolph, correct?
Correct.
You never even try to speak to Terry Coleman, did you?
I did not know.
Well, I did not. Are you inferring that someone else did from your department after this case took place to find out what was on her phone? I'm trying to find out if you talked about the phone messages and the calls. I'll state it better.
All right. Thank you. Rephrase.
All right. After April 7th, April 8th, April 20th, February of 22, you never reached out to Ms. Coleman and say, what was Dominique telling you on the phone, right?
Correct.
Did you ever ask Tyler Robinson why he put his phone in the car?
I didn't ask that specific question.
Well, I think you did. And do you remember him telling you that he put it in the car because he didn't want to lose it during a fight?
Well, we were talking in more general terms. We did discuss why items were put in I think I was specifying the trunk of the car, but in the car in general. And he did say that he was concerned that the conversation would result in a fight. So they put their valuables in the vehicle to ensure that they didn't get hurt.
They were going.
And you didn't follow up and ask him if you didn't want to
looking for a fight to me.
lose your phone. Why did you bring your gun with you? You never asked him that, did you, ma'am?
I didn't ask that specific question, no, sir.
Well, unspecific. Did you ask him anything generally like that or absolutely not?
I didn't.
Absolutely not, right?
Correct.
I know why they brought their guns because of the text messages that we know
You ever
about.
check if there's hospital signs on the path that these young men drove on?
I did not.
Why not?
I'm not sure what I would gain via evidentiary value in doing that.
Might disagree with some of your evidence, right?
I don't know how that would, sir.
Right. You don't even know if they told the truth that they GPS the hospital on a phone, right?
I don't know that specifically. If it was done on the phone.
You don't know it at all, do you? Other than they told you that.
Correct.
They tell you how they GPSed it? On whose phone, or if it was the car GPS?
No.
Do you know why they didn't call 911 when they first left? Did you ever ask that?
I know that they said their focus was more so on getting Sebastian to the hospital at that time.
That was what Keyshawn told you, right?
Yes.
Not what Chris Lowe told you.
Keyshawn told me that, the driver of the vehicle.
Chris Lowe said he made the call right away, right? To 911 on the way out.
I don't know if he said right away.
Okay. Before they came to their final resting spot, right?
I don't know.
She's trying to cover her ass right now. That's all that's happening right now. She fucked up. What's up, BMW?
You would agree physical evidence in any criminal case, especially a homicide, is not friends with anybody, right? They have no motive. A physical evidence doesn't have a motive to lie, right? It is what it is.
Yes.
Yeah. That gun is not anybody's best friend, right? Any of these guns here, right?
I don't believe inanimate objects are friends. No, sir.
Of course not. Physical evidence is what it is if you find it, isn't it?
Yes.
Why it's important in every case to get all the physical evidence you can so a jury could make a decision if there's a trial, right?
I get evidence, I receive evidence based on having information that evidence would exist. Yes, sir.
Do you agree it's important that you're checked? In other words, the police are checked by members, we the people of the public, to make sure you did your job right. That's why we have trials, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's why it's important to get everything you possibly can before you rush to judgment. Do you agree with that?
Well, it's important to get all of the evidence you can get based off of the information that you have. Yes, sir.
And you said you go in as a blank slate, so you would agree with this statement. It's important not to rush to judgment on any case, right?
Absolutely.
Yesterday,
You
she
didn't make
said
any
she's been doing
mistakes in
this
this
job
case,
for a
according to your
decade.
testimony, right?
I certainly would not say that.
She said
I'm
she's been
not
doing
perfect.
this job for a decade, and she just
You arrested a guy who could be innocent, didn't you?
incompetent, or she was being completely
Based on
lazy
the evidence I have, I don't
with her
believe that's
police
true.
work,
You have no way of knowing if Tyler Robinson had a gun pointed
or she had a bias.
face and his brother's face from 15, 20, 10 feet
Which
away.
one?
You don't know if he did that, do you?
Incompetent.
You're right.
lazy,
I also
he had a
don't have
bias. Which
evidence
one?
that he did.
You weren't there. How could you see it? Right?
Well, that's why I rely on evidence.
Yeah. Hopefully you do.
I
You have,
absolutely
you
do.
have no video to show that didn't happen, do you?
Nope. I also have no evidence that it did.
And you have no evidence that Sebastian Jean Jacques, you can't disprove that he had a gun pointed at the windshield facing DJ, Darrell Rudolph, and Travis Rudolph moments before he was killed. Can you?
Correct. There's also no evidence that he did.
In your mind. You didn't sit through this trial, did you?
I have no evidence that he did.
Did you sit through this trial?
No, sir.
You telling this jury there's no evidence that's possible?
That's not what I'm saying.
You don't know that based on what your investigation showed. That was your opinion, right?
What I said was that I don't have any evidence that he did. I can't base my investigation off of what could have happened. I base my investigation off of the evidence I have, and I follow the evidence like I've said from the beginning.
Why didn't you do a thorough investigation?
I did do it.
Damn it, I was on a roll. So again, for those of you who are just showing up, who just coming in, this is the murder trial. This is the trial of Travis Rudolph. He got into an altercation with his girlfriend. His girlfriend called her brother and said she wanted his shit shot up. The brother said he a dead man walking. They show up to the brother and 3 of his friends show up to Travis Rudolph's house. They get into a scuffle. Travis saw that one of the dudes had a gun on him. He ran in the house, got the AR. He come outside. They beating his brother up down the street. He noticed that 2 dudes in the car had guns, so he let the AR go. When he let the AR go, it killed the boy Sebastian Jean Jacques. That's the one they're talking about now. And it's what the trial's over. It's his murder, and injured another one of the boys. So now we're here, Travis Rudolph fighting for his life to prove that his actions were justified in the defense of himself and the defense of his family. Now, the crazy part is that these guys, the 4 guys are the aggressors, in my opinion. The sister texted her brother and said, I want his shit shot up. They show up with guns. But then you got the prosecution then turning around because this was shitty investigations. The prosecution's using the very brother that said that he was going to kill Travis Rudolph as an eyewitness to this, to the murder of Sebastian Jean Jacques, which was one of the guys that came with him to then shoot up Travis Rudolph's house. Go figure, right? Now, you know, anybody with half a brain could see that this is an open and shut case of self-defense, period, full stop. But for some reason, it looked like they got a hard on for Travis Rudolph. It don't look like they did the investigation all the way through. With this girl right here, Officer Pretty Face right here, she came across the four gentlemen in the car with the guns, and she never had them frisked. She never checked them for firearms, you know, because they were gunshot victims. They never did any forensics on them, but all the forensics and shit that they did was on Travis Rudolph. It's really interesting. It's a really interesting case. But she's just lazy. This is lazy police work. You don't test the car for DNA. You don't test the gun that you find up against the fence, like somebody tossed the shit or lost it in a fight or whatever, or running in panic. You don't test that gun for anybody's DNA. You don't take pictures of Travis Rudolph's injuries. What about Daryl Rudolph, his brother? You don't test him for injuries either, because they were whooping his ass down the street. You got DNA in the street. You don't test to see if that DNA is from Daryl Rudolph. It just seems like this whole investigation was one-sided. And like I said, then so the aggressors, the guys that show up at his house with intent to do harm, you use them as eyewitnesses in this trial. They should be defendants. They should be on trial for conspiracy to commit homicide. But I digress. Now that you caught up, let's keep it moving.
Do a thorough investigation, sir.
We never found out who someone named Hack or AP is until February of 2023, right?
Correct.
You can't explain to this jury why Tyler Robinson's texting somebody else with 5:50 Teak Drive, someone named Hack, right at 11:40, 11:50 p.m., roughly around that time. You have no clue why he's inviting someone or giving them that address for whatever reason, right?
I can't say that, no.
You don't know if he was ordering Uber Eats or he was ordering another friend to come help do something to Mr. Rudolph. You don't know.
Well,
you don't know that, do you?
I would know if he was ordering Uber Eats, but the basis of his question, no, I don't know that for sure.
And if you would have had this information, if you would have had Tyler Robinson's phone earlier, maybe you didn't want to do it, but maybe I could have frightened.
Oh, let me tell you some of the other dumb shit she did. Dominique Jones is the ex-girlfriend of Travis, the one that started all of this shit, the one that was texting her brother that she want his shit shot up. This genius right here visited her, allowed her to keep her phone, and only gave her the warning, don't delete anything in your phone, instead of confiscating and subpoenaing the phone. And what did Dominique Jones do? She had tried to delete all the incriminating evidence against her and her brother. Like, it couldn't be brought up again. Like, this is the shit I'm talking about. This is the crazy shit I'm talking about. Either she's lazy, she's incompetent, or she had a bias. To me, I think they just had a hard off for somebody with an AR-15 who let off 40 shots.
Figure this out, or someone else who cared could have figured it out who Hack was and why he was given that address, right?
Sustain. It
took you 2 years to get that information. Almost 2 years, right?
Yes.
How in the world can somebody recreate 2 years later what's going on to find out where Hack was? You didn't get Hack's phone, did you?
No, I did not.
You got it. And we'll be triangulate to see if he showed up to 550 Teak or right around that area, wouldn't it?
It would also be illegal.
It would be illegal to get a phone as a detective. You could do a search warrant, or you can just go there and knock on his door and say, hey, can I see your phone? Right?
So in order to just take somebody's phone, I have to have probable cause to do so.
They can give you consent. Right?
I suppose that's true. Correct.
You don't think that's probable cause? That he was probably involved in this incident if he gets an address from a man carrying a gun? whatever you think
Bro.
you did or didn't do, and he texts this guy named Hack right before this incident happens. He texts him Mr. Rudolph's address. You don't think that's probable cause for a judge to say, okay, look, go figure this out? That sounds like he might be involved. Of course that's enough. That's more than enough, ma'am. You would agree with that, right?
No.
You didn't even try, did you?
She tripping. One of your, I'm gonna call them suspects. One of the suspects, one of the assailants, text another dude the address to the place where he planned to go and get some retribution on behalf of his friend's sister or whatever you want to call it. Right? You don't subpoena his phone. You don't go see what the hell was going on. You don't go question him and say, yo, why did he what was the text for? Why did he send you the address to Travis Rudolph's house? You don't do that? I'm telling y'all. You're trying to gank my man.
I did not.
How do you know it's not enough? If you don't try, how do you know?
Because I'm aware of how my job works, so I know if I have probable cause or if I don't have probable cause.
You're not aware of anything that you could say with certainty about search warrants. If you don't attempt to do it, you would have no clue if it would be granted or not.
If I don't believe that I have probable cause, I'm certainly not going to just arbitrarily write a search warrant and hope for the best. I can't do that in good faith. If I don't believe I have probable cause, I am most certainly not going to write a search warrant.
Yeah, because it might affect your investigation and disagree with you're trying to claim your alleged victims are innocent men. So it might disagree with that, right, ma'am?
No, because if I believe that I don't have probable cause, I cannot in good faith try to get one anyway, get a warrant anyway.
They knock on the door and say, hey, let me see your phone. Can you give me consent to search your phone? You didn't try that either, did you?
No, I didn't.
You could subpoena phone records. Even if you didn't believe there was probable cause, you could subpoena phone records and find out triangulation of where this phone belonging to someone named Hack may have been on the night of the homicide.
Nigga name
You do that.
So I can't just subpoena somebody's phone records, that kind of information. That would have to be through a different type of search warrant, which I also did not have probable cause to obtain.
That's not true. You can get a subpoena from the prosecutor's office, ma'am. Isn't that true?
I cannot get a subpoena to show like cell data information. No, that's specific information that's required by warrant.
Bullshit.
True, is it?
Bullshit.
I believe so.
That is not
Did you
true.
try? Did you call up Miss Adrienne Ellis and say, can I get a subpoena for those records? Did you try to do that?
No.
You didn't care, did you? You didn't care about Hack or 550 T Drive. That meant nothing to you, right?
There's never a point in this investigation that I didn't care about anything.
Well, if you didn't care, if you cared, why wouldn't you do a little follow-up? 5 minutes, a half hour. Why didn't you do more work if you really
How did we
cared?
find out that this bitch know them niggas?
Because the things you're asking me why I didn't do them, I didn't believe I had a legal basis to do so. So I'm not going to violate somebody's rights by trying
What
to
if we
get
find out
information.
Shorty know them?
How about my client's rights? Doesn't he have a right to a fair trial?
Absolutely.
That's not what you want to give him, is it?
Of course, that's what I want to give him.
You didn't care from the moment you got on the scene. You're trying to make a name for yourself. Isn't that true?
Absolutely not, sir.
You never subpoenaed any social media from any of the players in this case, did you?
No, sir.
People make calls on social media. They text messages on social media that may not be on the phones. WhatsApp's not contained on somebody's phone. Why wouldn't you try other alternatives to see if any of these people said anything else or did anything else to see the truth? Why didn't you do it?
Because I can't just ask for people's social media records. I have to have probable cause to obtain them, which I did not have.
That's BS. You had probable cause. You know that, ma'am. You had probable cause for everyone involved in this case. You said you got search warrants for their phones. Why couldn't you do social media? Why are you trying to say you couldn't do that?
Because I did not have probable cause to do so.
Come on, yes you did.
What did Chris Lowe send Dominique, Keyshawn, Tyler. What TikTok video did he send right before this homicide?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
You wouldn't know because you never tried to get it, right?
No, I don't recall off the top of my head.
You know there was a TikTok message sent, right?
Yes.
Video.
Yes, that's what TikToks are.
Yeah, wouldn't that be kind of important for a jury if he sent a video saying somebody's house burned down or a drive-by shooting or something representing violence?
You know these young
Don't you
niggas
want to
dumb.
know that?
They probably sitting there
There's
posing
lots of
with the
things I'd
gun
like
and
to know,
shit. We
sir.
about to go ride
What
on
attempt did you make to get that, ma'am, where you didn't have probable cause?
None legally, so none.
So you don't know if someone named Hack was at or near 550 Teak Drive at the time of this homicide, do you?
I don't.
Who's AP? Who's that?
Shout out to everybody on Rumble.
I believe. May I refer to my records?
Yeah, sure.
Pardon me.
That's somebody who was referred to from Tyler Robinson's phone records when you got him, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, they be incriminating themselves out this bitch, even that. While be said on John Wick shit. Exactly.
I believe that was somebody named Alex.
What do you have to do with this case?
Aside from showing up in the records, I did speak to him.
You did not?
I did.
Alex
Oh,
who?
what?
I don't have the last name.
What's Hack's name?
I'm sorry.
What's Hack's real name? Hack.
I don't know
Why not?
Because she didn't go look at it.
because that's not something that I know.
You know why AP got texted an address 550? Or did he get a text at 550 Teak Drive?
One of them did. I'm not sure if it was AP or Hack. I know that there was a text message.
Okay. You never heard from Chris Lowe that he helped beat up DJ or Daryl closer to the vicinity of the black Cadillac, did you?
No.
You never heard Chris Lowe that he sucker punched Daryl Rudolph while Sebastian Jean Jacques was fighting with him. He went and joined and sucker punched Daryl Rudolph. You never heard that, did you?
Well, I knew there was a fight, but those specific maneuvers, no, I don't.
And I'm talking right before the moment of truth when the homicide occurs. You have no knowledge at all as you're sitting here that Daryl Rudolph was not near his home. He was closer to the Cadillac than his home, and he was being beaten up by or fighting with Sebastian Jean Jacques. You don't know. You never heard that, right?
Well, based on the ring video, it appeared that everybody who was on the front lawn moved to the street. So I guess technically that would be closer to the Cadillac. But those specific maneuvers, like I said, I can't testify to.
Well, that'd be important to know what happened the whole night and the whole day, but it would also be important to know what happened moments before the actual shooting. Wasn't it, Detective?
Yes.
All right, so you never heard anything about Sebastian Jean Jacques fighting with Daryl Rudolph closer to the vehicle near Sable Palm Drive?
Not specifically, no.
And you never heard that Chris Lowe was by the car with Keyshawn Jones, and Chris said, I'm not going to give him a fair fight. I'm going to go help Sebastian, and went over and sucker punched my client's brother in the face or in the head.
I never received any information of the sort.
That's important, isn't it?
It would be, absolutely.
You have no idea what Travis Rudolph saw down the block, what he was looking at. Let me finish the question. When he came out of the house with his firearm, you don't know what he's looking at, if anything, down the end of the block of Redwood.
What?
I'll move on, Judge.
All right.
There comes a time you don't see my client looking down, my client going down the block. There's no camera view of that, right? The Ring camera loses him.
The Ring camera loses him, and then Mr. Nash's camera picks up.
Doesn't show him coming down Redwood. It shows him when he starts shooting, and maybe a second before, right?
And it shows him walking down, yes.
You can see him from the corner of Teak and Redwood walking down the block from Mr. Nash's camera.
I didn't say that.
You see him just a moment before the shooting starts, right?
He's been walking down.
Yes.
Okay. So you don't know if he ran down the block to save his brother, if he walked down the block to save his brother who's getting beat up by two men, because you never heard that before. So you would not have any information about why the defendant who you charged, Travis Rudolph, with murder, you don't know from the physical evidence in the fight why he physically walked down or ran down the block, do you?
What I do know is that his brother was behind him when he began shooting.
I'm going to ask you that. Let me ask you this: when Mr. You just agreed you never heard anything about Sebastian fighting with Darrell Rudolph down the block closer to the car by Sable, and you never heard Chris Lowe joined in 2 against 1. You never heard that, so you don't know where Darrell is, do you? At that moment.
Yeah, I agree. I think she got a hell of a bias.
You know where Darrell Rudolph is? Well, assuming he's getting beat up. That was a testimony in the courtroom. There was 2 guys fighting him.
The way she investigated this, it made me feel like she know them or something like that. You know what I mean? The way she investigated this made me feel like she knew them or something. You do no real police work on these 4 guys. You let the sister keep her phone so she can erase the incriminating evidence. You don't pat these dudes down. You don't check for DNA on the handgun when it comes to any of these guys. Something don't make sense. Something don't make sense. I'll be digging into her past to see who she be fucking with. Or there's some kind of 6 degrees of separation like Kevin Bacon or some shit like that.
Where was he?
I know there was a fight in the front yard. I'm not going to guess what the other witnesses stated, sir.
You don't know, right? You don't know where he was. I'm asking, do you know where he was? I'm asking you to guess. I'm asking if you know.
If I know where he was when, sir.
When he was getting beat up by 2 men. Right by the car area on Sable. Where was he?
Well, I hear what you're telling me where he was, but I can't say precisely where he was.
Okay. So you have no way of disagreeing that if the testimony was that 2 people were fighting with Darrell Rudolph near Sable Palm on Redwood, near a tree or near Sable Palm, you have no way of knowing if that's true or not true because you never heard any of that in your investigation, right?
I was never provided that information, no, sir.
Okay. You know, as a law enforcement officer, if someone's in fear of death or serious bodily harm from themselves or their brother, they have a right to act accordingly. Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
On April 7, 2021, during your 10-minute interview with Keyshawn Jones, isn't it true that he told you he was going to chill with his brother, with his friends, Chris, SB, who you know is Sebastian, and Tyler? Isn't that true?
I believe he said something along those lines, sir.
Chill, right? What's chill mean to you?
Hang out.
Spend time with, hang out with.
Okay. You asked him what kind of gun Travis Rudolph had, and he told you he wasn't looking. He was driving. Remember that?
Really?
I'm sorry.
Still talking about Keisha.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Clarify, please.
Thank you.
I don't
Keisha,
know
right?
something. Yeah, I was just
That's what he
driving.
told you. I wasn't looking. I was driving.
I don't recall if he said those exact words.
Well, what? I'll show you. I'll show you his statement to refresh your memory. My approach.
You may.
Actually, look at your report, or I'll show you a deposition. Either one. You think to refresh your memory, or you want to see it?
I was not present for his deposition or for his testimony here.
Statement he gave you.
You're talking about a transcript of the statement that he gave me?
Yes, ma'am. Your statement that you took under oath that was recorded. Your 10-minute conversation.
Oh, okay.
Have you ever
You had indicated you were going to show me a depo, and I'm not going to testify to a depo.
transcript?
A transcript of my conversation with him, yes, sir.
Okay. You don't have that, right?
I don't know, sir.
All right. Let me show you.
Sure.
Go to, I'm pointing, and I'll bring it right to you. Page 8. I'll turn it. Page 8, line 6 to 7.
She better turn down this cattiness.
Oh, wrong one. This one.
Thank you.
Copy of your statement that you took on April 7th, 2021 of Mr. Jones.
Yes.
I'm directing your attention to line 6 and 7.
Yes. I asked what kind of gun was it, and he said I wasn't looking, I was driving.
I asked you. So you agree with that, right?
All I heard was shots, yes, sir.
Okay. While you were talking to him on that statement, and you can go to page 12, line 3 and 4. Somebody said, "What's going on?" That's my sister. She's crying.
Did you say page 12?
Page 12.
That's a good question. I don't know if he's been in jail all this time or not.
What's going on? That's my sister. She's crying. Was he talking to Dominique Jones while you were talking to him?
Tyler
No,
Durden-
sir.
What's that about? Because I couldn't make the context of
Tyler
that.
Durden last night said that I think that he might have been in jail this whole time. He had no bail.
You don't remember? It's fine. Just tell us.
I know she wasn't there, and I know he was in between the questions I was asking him. He was saying things because he was upset and he was distraught.
What is my sister? She's crying. That's my sister. She's crying. What's the context of that?
You would have to ask him specifically. I'm not
You don't
gonna.
remember?
Well, like I said, he was saying things that weren't necessarily pertaining to the questions I was asking him because he was distraught and he was thinking about different things, it appears. So I don't know specifically what he meant by that, and I'm not going to speculate to that.
I'm not asking you to speculate. You were there, not me. Was he talking to her on the phone somehow?
I can tell you, no, he was not. He was not talking to her. She was not presently there.
You ask him what he meant by "that's my sister, she's crying"?
Well, like I said, he was.
Yes or no? Did you ask him that?
Oh, no, I didn't ask him that.
I'm asking.
No.
Remember asking him if he had a gun, Keyshawn?
Yes.
I'm sorry, if he knew Travis Rudolph had a gun. You want to know if he knew if Travis Rudolph had a gun. Remember asking him that question? Page 13, line 5, he said, "I know Travis Rudolph had a gun." Remember him telling you that? Well, you don't remember that.
He did say, I know he had a gun.
Travis Rudolph. That's the context of that, right?
Yes.
All right. And then he told you, but nothing crazy. It's like we all got guns. Remember him saying that?
Yes.
And then he claimed his gun was at home, right?
All right, stop using pronouns. Make sure we know, the jury knows who the he is or the him is.
Thank you, Jeff.
Yes, sir.
Keyshawn Jones told you that his gun was home, right?
Yes. He said, like, I have a licensed gun. My gun's at home.
And then you asked him if if you guys had guns, and he said, nope, we didn't have no guns with us. Remember that?
He said, my gun is at home. I didn't come here for violence. I came here to talk to him.
But the
Further on,
text
did you ask
messages,
him? He told you that nobody had guns, right?
to the contrary of that statement.
Page 13, if you don't remember. Do you remember him telling you none of us had guns? I'm not asking you to read that. I'm asking you to if you remember.
I'm not going to say specifically without reading.
Was that the gist of it?
I'm not going to speculate as to the gist without reading.
Okay. So you can't tell this jury that Keyshawn Jones said none of us in the car had a gun. You have to read it to remember that?
Well, the reason I'm not going to answer that specifically is because I can't recall whether he was definitive in his answer or if he said, I don't think so. I would need to read the exact words before I'm going to testify to
Page
that.
13, line 25, page 14, line 1.
Thank you. What he said, what I said. So none of you guys had guns with you? And his answer was, no, we didn't have no guns. I said, okay. And he said,
did he say no guns?
but he said something after that that's pertaining to that.
Every deck if they want.
Okay.
I'm asking you if he told you we had no guns. That was a simple question. That's why I don't want you to read that. We'll be here all day. I'm just trying to find out what if he said we had no guns or not.
Sustained.
All right, this is real specific on page 14, starting on line 6. Isn't it true that Keyshawn Jones told you it was quiet until he came into the street, and then I heard gunshots? It wasn't no shots from us, and he's shooting back.
Yes.
You never asked him what shooting back meant, did you?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
So I want you to look at this. I'll just bring this back up again.
Texted her brother, Keyshawn Jones. Evidence shows they both made
So I guess in green, that's Keyshawn Jones, the one that said that he left his gun in the house. Travis is a dead man walking. I guess the one in the blue is his sister. Please go shoot his. Either please go shoot his ass up, or please go shoot his shit up, or they say please go shoot his house up. But they saying shoot something. I kind of want to see what that bottom part say. Then they blank this one part out down the bottom. Why they blank that out? I want to know what that say. This was on 4/6 at 10:15 p.m. Shortly after that, they showed up to his house. Just saying. Here we go. Look at this. Let me just show you. Let's just watch this real quick. We'll get back to it. Just so you have some context, right?
911, what's your emergency?
I just heard a ton of shots behind me. I just heard shots fired.
It sounded like 10 gunshots.
It's a guy out here saying that he's just been shot.
April 7th, 2021. 911 calls for help flood into dispatch around midnight.
Things escalated so
Y'all saw
quickly.
that?
For the first time, Travis
Hold up.
Rudolph talks about the night he says, April 7th, 2021. 911 calls for help flood into
Look at this.
dispatch
You know, pop the trunk and everything.
around midnight.
Things escalated so quickly.
For the first time, Travis Rudolph talks about the night he says, 4 men showed up at his front door.
I just heard just a loud bang, as if like the police was at the door.
In exclusive video, we can now see everything playing out on security cameras.
This all happened within seconds, so my brother was the first one to get to the door, so I was worried about his safety as well.
According to court records, Rudolph and his then girlfriend, Dominique Jones, got into a fight earlier that night.
Open this door, bro, because this got me. Dominique, stop.
Who are you calling it, bro?
Afterwards, she texted her brother, Keyshawn Jones. Evidence shows they both made threats towards Rudolph.
As soon as I came outside, literally, Tyler, like, he sucker punched me to my left eye. It was Tyler and Sebastian. It was like kind of trying to corner me in. And Tyler, he had pulled out his firearm. And during that time, Tyler pulled out his firearm. Sebastian was like, you messed with the wrong girl. You're going to die tonight. And then that's when I went back inside and grabbed my firearm.
The fight spilling out into the street. The video shows Rudolph then running off his property with an AR-15.
I had to do what I had to do, you know what I'm saying, to protect me and my family. My brother was on the ground getting jumped by 2 of those guys getting kicked. So that's the reason why I went down the street. While they're all in their car, I see 2 firearms pointing at me and my brother. And I couldn't believe it. And it's just a split decision where I just felt like it's either me or my brother or these guys that's, you know what I'm saying, gonna get hurt.
Rudolph firing 39 rounds, the 4 men speeding off.
I know people at home are going to question, okay, he has an AR-15 and he fired 39 times. What's your explanation for that?
I can't even count how many times I shot, to be honest with you.
That's what they were
about.
about.
Fast reflexes.
They were about him having an AR-15.
And on top of that, I mean, I felt like I had to keep shooting until the threat is no longer a threat anymore.
Did you realize you had shot somebody when that all happened?
No, I honestly didn't know I had shot anyone. And my heart sunk. I was just trying to get them away from me and my brother, from killing us, really.
Sebastian Jean Jacques was shot and killed. Tyler Robinson was also shot but survived. Keyshawn Jones and Christopher Lowe were not hurt.
Would you do anything differently?
It was a matter of life or death at that moment that I had shot. And I'll do the exact same thing if it came down to it.
So now y'all see, y'all got the backstory, right? Let's get back to it. So even with that little bit of context, to me that's a justified shoot, straight up.
Last topic, I promise. 9/30/21 was the next time you did anything in this case after April 7th, other than giving your deposition and doing your original reports. Talking about your supplements, your follow-up.
I would have to refer to my supplement to be able to say that. Is that all right?
Yeah, if you need to.
Okay.
Salute to everybody on Rumble. What's going on, Earth, mommy? I better feel the damn Marino. They've done their jobs, Jimmy.
September 30th, 2021. Was that the first time you did any kind of supplements in this case?
No, that's not correct. No. So my first supplement spans from everything I did from the date of the homicide to April 16th of 2021. And then my next supplement is April 18th of 2021.
I'm talking about after I did, let me be more clear. I'm losing my track here.
Okay.
All right, I'm sorry. So I took your deposition, remember, in September?
Yes, September 30th of 2021, yes.
And I had whatever you gave the state at that time. In Discover, I had a copy of everything that you gave them, right? as far as you know.
I would certainly hope so. Yes, sir.
Sure, except for some of the things we talked about, right?
Yes.
Okay. So after that, did you do any follow-up?
After September 30th of 2021?
No.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's what I mean, be more specific. Let's talk about what you did after that,
Okay.
that day, or even on September 30th, 2021.
After September 30th. My next supplement is on October 1st.
You did one on September 30th too, right?
I did one on September 30th. I have the 3rd, I have the 13th, I have the 22nd, and then October 1st.
When did you get the autopsy report?
October 1st.
Oh, okay. So it's 10/1, not September 30th.
On Friday, October 1st of 2021. That's how that supplement starts.
All right. You just put that as part of your case file, right? You didn't do any follow-up from getting the autopsy report, correct?
Follow up on the autopsy report?
You didn't do anything after that. You just took the autopsy report and you put it part of your case file, right?
I provided it for evidence, yes, sir.
Of course, but I'm saying you didn't do further work to do anything in this case based on the autopsy report.
I don't know what you would be referring to, sir. I'm not a medical doctor.
Sometimes people get autopsy reports and they say, wow, I missed this. I got to go check this out. Or I'm going to go talk to the doctor. Or I'm going to go get another statement. I'm just saying you didn't do any follow-up based on the autopsy report. That's all.
No, sir. No, sir.
And you did supplement number 27 on 12/15/21, right?
It's okay that I refer to my report.
Please, it's hard to remember,
okay.
Of course.
Yes.
That was the next time you did something after getting the autopsy report. In this case, 12/15/21.
That was the next time I supplemented. Yes, sir.
Okay, and you would supplement every time you do something of any relevance or significance in a case, so you can keep track. Because obviously, 2 years later, you can't remember every day and every minute of what goes on. So you write detailed reports, right?
Correct. However, a lot of what we do is waiting for things to come back, waiting for phones to come back, as we've learned in this case, waiting for many things to come back. So just because I didn't specifically do something didn't mean that I didn't have something in the works at that time.
Okay. You weren't waiting for any DNA to come back, right?
No, sir.
You weren't waiting for any experts to enhance that video, were you?
Oh, no, sir.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
All right, so the next time you did a supplement was December 15th, 2021, right?
Yes, sir.
And what you did that day is you basically took the night owl, the DVR, and the power cord and placed it into evidence, right?
Yes, I was documenting the chain of custody for the night owl. Yes, sir.
So you rely on Detective Farron to try to get video from that camera, right?
Yes, sir.
Y'all, meaning you never try to hire an outside expert who may not be related to the police department or may have more degrees or more knowledge to check that camera system out to see if maybe there was video, but it was not readily available, that we need to check it out further. You didn't do that, did you?
Well, Detective Farron...
I'm asking if you did that.
I didn't need to. No, sir.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
Okay. Didn't even think of doing that, right?
I didn't need to, like I said. So, no, I didn't do that.
Wasn't even a thought.
As I didn't need to, no, that wasn't a thought.
You don't think someone else might need to do that or want to see that if it's possible? You ever think of that?
What's the legal objection?
No, I'm not. I disagree.
All right. Sure. Feel free to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen. Remember to obey 3 of the 4 cardinal rules.
What up, Rami? Even the prosecution is the prosecution probably this ain't a good look for us. These prosecutors, man, they should be ashamed of themselves, yo. This is a clear case of self-defense. they came to his house looking for a fight. We know that the Taurus belonged to the guy. What's his name? Tyler. We know they belonged to him. We know they came there looking for a fight because the text messages that I just showed you from the news spot shows that the girlfriend of Travis, Rudolph, who's the defendant in this case, called her brother and said to shoot his shit up. They showed up with a gun. Now, whether they intended to use it or not is neither here nor there. Problem is, they had a gun. Travis Rudolph said he saw the gun. Travis Rudolph went and got his gun. Travis Rudolph came out. They were beating his brother up. His brother was on the ground down the street. He went down there. He said he saw two more dudes that, I guess the other two guys or something had a gun, or somebody in that car had a gun. And he let that bitch go at the car. So I think it's an open and shut case. These dudes fucked around and found out. It's a sad set of circumstances. I think the sister should be on trial. I think the brother should be on
you may
trial.
continue. Yes, sir.
All right, so you put the night owl and any of the guidebooks that were found with it, and you put the cords and all that into evidence, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then the next thing you did was on April 5th. From December 15th, the next supplement you did was April 5th, 2022, correct?
The next supplement, yes, sir.
And at that point, you released Mr. Rudolph's car, right?
Yes, sir.
One with the broken windshield.
Yes, sir.
And the next thing you did after April 5th, 2022 was January 27th, 23. So nothing else after April 5th, 2022, correct? In terms of supplements.
I just want to make sure. I know I was told to reference when I'm going to look at my notes. It's okay that I do that? Okay.
Please.
That was the next supplement. Yes, sir.
All right. So from April 5th, 2022, nothing of significance was done in this case until January 27th of 2023, right?
Well, I still had things that I was waiting on, like I referred to before, but I didn't have anything to report until that time. Yes.
So, simple question. Nothing of significance was done after April 5th, 2022 until January 27th of 23. Yes or no?
Nothing that I was able to report. No, sir.
Okay. So you agree with that?
Or correct. Yes, that was the next time I did a supplement.
All right. So January 2023, a few months ago, that's when you finally you did more stuff and you documented things with phones and medical records right after that from Tyler Robinson, right? You did things with phones and medical records, right? Well, you received things from phones, right? I'm not asking you whose phone. I'm just asking you that you received information about downloads of phones or a phone.
Yes.
All right. You also received Tyler Robinson's medical records at that point, right?
And again, I'm referring to my notes. Well, I noted that I authored the search warrant,
you think the defense
and
got
it
a
was
card?
submitted.
Or you think the
I'm
prosecution?
sorry, on January 30th, 2023, you authored it January 27th, 23, the warrant, and then you get it 3 days later, right? The medical records from Tyler Robinson.
Well, the supplement you're referring to doesn't say that I received it, but I mean, I did receive it. It's just not in that specific supplement, I don't think.
All right, it's probably supplement 33 that you did on January 30th, because that says you received it that day. If you look at that one.
Okay, so you're skipping that. Yes.
Okay. So basically, the next couple of months, you looked at some more phones and looked at the data, who called who, right? Text messages from different people, different phones, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you did a couple more supplements about Robinson's phone, right?
Yes, sir.
But there was no other interviewing of witnesses during this time period, September 30th, 2021 until today, right?
Correct.
Remember Chris Lowe telling you during, it's on page 40. Well, I can show you where it is if you don't remember. Do you remember Chris Lowe telling you that Tyler never got in the car right before the shooting?
I believe both Keyshawn and Chris thought that he never made it to the car.
What? What is she talking? So hold on. They don't know who's in the car at the time. That you telling me? Ouch. But they worried about getting somebody to the hospital.
Have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes, you may. All right, so I'm informed that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury need a break. We'll take is 15 enough? 15-minute break? Deputy Lubinsky, 15 minutes good? Yes? All right, 15 minutes then. So that means be back at 10 minutes after 5. Please remember to obey the 4 cardinal rules. No research.
Since we're on the DVR right now.
At night.
We're just going to jump ahead.
It took about 100 hours. It's
So I guess the prosecution about the re-examiner.
Jury entering.
Okay, welcome back, folks. Everyone take your seats.
Like I said, like the
redirect examination.
prosecution's gonna,
Good morning,
examine
Detective.
good morning, ma'am.
Detective, how many hours have you worked on this case?
I'm gonna mute y'all up. I got to run to another call.
Hundreds.
Why? What do you mean?
The amount of time it takes to do the follow-up that I've been mentioning, I can't even put a number to it. Between the investigation itself on that night, as well as the analysis of the phones themselves probably took about 100 hours. There's so much information. There's so much to go through. Going through everything that I already have, everything that was collected by the other detectives, supplemental search warrants, going through what we get back from that. I mean, altogether, it's probably several hundred hours of supplemental work.
And was this the only case you were assigned?
No, ma'am.
What do you mean by follow the evidence? What does that mean?
Oh, I'm sorry. Kids. Oh,
Being able to hear me, Judge? So
Yep, you got to stay close to one of those mics, of
no
course.
problem. I'm utilizing this.
Thank you for bringing that to my attention.
What do you mean by follow the evidence? What does that mean?
In my job, like I said before, I can't do anything with information that I don't have.
I'm going to stop you right there.
Yes, ma'am.
On the night of this incident, did you attempt to speak to other people besides the individuals that were in the car and alive and could speak to you?
Prosecution about to start getting messy.
Did you attempt to speak to other people besides the individuals who are alive and available from that vehicle, the Cadillac?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's specifically talk about those individuals. And I understand that you did not do all the interviews yourself. Feel free to let us know when it was not you personally that did an interview. Was there an attempt to speak to Linda Rudolph, the woman that we can see in the ring video outside the entire time this incident is happening?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you provide Miss Rudolph with means to contact you when she had gotten an attorney so that she could speak to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever receive any communications, messages, texts, calls from Mrs. Rudolph?
No, ma'am.
Has she ever visited the police department to speak to you about what happened?
No, ma'am.
Let's go to Mr.
That's not
Daryl
her job.
Rudolph,
It's
the
the
other
detective's
gentleman we
job
see
to go
outside
get
on the ring video
to
the
go
entire
fact
time that
finding.
night.
The detective is
Did
supposed
you
to go
attempt to
fact
speak to
finding.
him?
Yes.
Did Mr. Daryl Rudolph also advise you he did not wish to speak without an attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also provide him with any information to be able to contact you later once he had attained that attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Has Mr. Daryl Rudolph ever, under any circumstances, communicated with you, texted you, called you, come to your police department since this incident happened?
No, ma'am.
Let's talk about the sister, Miss Coleman, Tyranny Coleman. Are you familiar with that person?
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Coleman, is she one of the individuals that left the house on the day of this incident?
Yes.
Was Miss Coleman interviewed?
Yes, ma'am.
What did Miss Coleman say happened? Judge, this
Applicable-
door was wide open during cross.
Overruled. The door was open. Sure. Feel free to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen.
Fact finding is on the detective. It's the detective's job for fact finding. She should have been following up. Not the job of the family to go looking for her. The family didn't drop the ball, she did.
Did you personally interview Miss Coleman?
No, ma'am.
Did you review the recording of their interview with Miss Coleman?
Yes.
Did Miss Coleman claim not to know any information at all about this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she at any time contact you or anybody else, as far as you know, about this case at the police department?
No, ma'am.
What about her husband, Mr. Johnny Coleman? He was also present at the home that day or not?
Overruled.
To your knowledge, was Mr. Johnny Coleman also present at this residence, or was he not there at all?
He was, sir. Or ma'am.
And Mr. Johnny Coleman was also interviewed, or you do not know that?
Yes, ma'am.
He was?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Coleman also said, no knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What is an independent witness, detective?
An independent witness is somebody who witnesses something who doesn't have ties to either side, so they give an objective view.
Overruled. Overruled.
Did you review the statement of Mr. Estes in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
To your knowledge, did Mr. Estes ever indicate any firearms being pulled by anyone besides Mr. Rudolph?
Is there applicable exception to the hearsay rule?
Yes, Judge. This is
Yes.
It's not on the family. The burden of proof isn't on the family. The burden of proof is on the state. So if the state is doing the investigation, they need to be the ones approaching the family members. They should be the ones bringing them downtown, subpoenaing them, talking to their lawyers. What's the word? I ain't gonna say badgering, but compelling them to give them information. The burden of proof is on the state. And the state trying to make it seem like the burden of proof was on the family. Why didn't Daryl Rudolph come to you? Why didn't his sister contact you? Did you tell him how? This shit is crazy. Prosecution knows better than that. Why didn't you contact their lawyers to get their statements? Why didn't you subpoena them to get statements? Like, this is the shit. This is lazy. This is lazy. And again, it shows them having a bias. This is a clear case of self-defense, period. Period. The case should have been closed when they saw the text messages. And then it should have been turned around on the ex-girlfriend and her brother. I hope he wins, and I hope that he has a civil suit or counter suit.
Okay. So I want to talk about all the information that you had prior to Mr. Rudolph's arrest. Whom had been interviewed by that point?
Keyshawn Jones, Christopher Lowe, and Mr. Estes.
Okay. You did not personally do Mr. Estes's interview, is that correct?
Correct.
Was that part of the formulation for the probable cause for the arrest for Mr. Rudolph?
Yes, ma'am.
At the time that you reviewed the information in order to write up your probable cause affidavit for the arrest, did you include information about what Mr. Estes said?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Mr. Estes indicate at any point during his interview that firearms were pulled by anybody else besides Mr. Rudolph?
Sustained.
No, ma'am.
Please, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, disregard that last answer.
Could you tell me whether or not you had any evidence at all at that time that anyone besides Mr. Rudolph had removed a firearm?
Overruled. Go ahead.
There was testimony yesterday from the K9 operator.
The objection that you're about to
that the dog found the gun right where the Cadillac was at.
Judge, the witness had not answered the.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead and answer the question if you remember it, because I don't.
Will you ask one more time?
Yes. At that point in your investigation, did you have any information at the time you're arresting Mr. Rudolph for these crimes? Did you have any information that anyone besides Mr. Rudolph pulled any firearms?
No, ma'am.
Detective, how many investigations have you ever been involved in?
Ever, I would say hundreds, if not thousands at this point.
How many times have you had to use a subpoena to compel a witness or anyone to make a statement?
Overruled.
How many times?
It's happened, but it's not something.
I want you to give us a figure if you can. How many times? If you've spoken to how many witnesses you think throughout the years speaking to witnesses?
Hundreds.
Okay.
Many, and maybe, I don't know, maybe 10 people by subpoena.
Okay.
That means it's a thing. So why didn't you subpoena them for their statements?
How would you have known to look for firearms at Broadway and 40th or anywhere along that path on Broadway,
You got gunshot
how would you have
victims.
known to look for that?
You look for them.
If I had received any kind of indication or information as such, I wouldn't.
You're a police
Why-
officer. They were gunshot wounds. They were gunshot victims. You wouldn't check the gunshot victims to see, in fact, if they had guns too?
Well, you got to be a little more specific than that. Sure.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong about that? This is crazy. So she's saying, yeah, I've had to subpoena people to get their testimony. So I didn't. She should have checked them out to see if they in fact had guns themselves. Maybe the shooter of the kid that was deceased was in the back seat, was one of the guys in the car. Am I wrong? This is shoddy police work. Like I said, either she's incompetent, she's lazy, or she knew them. She got some kind of bias. There's some kind of conflict of interest there. This is open and shut. But they spending tax dollars. They spending all this time. I don't even want to know how much money he's spending to fucking prove his innocence. He a young boy. So they don't ruin his career. For self-defense. I don't know, Erd's mommy. I'm gonna just call you mommy. I don't know, mommy. They don't want us to be able to defend ourselves. They don't want us to be able to take care of ourselves. Let's just say Rudolph didn't go out there and try to get his brother. What would have happened to his brother? Hell, what would have happened if they regroup and they forced their way in his house, or they double back and they started shooting at the house where there were more people inside? The fact that we have these incriminating text messages showing that they intended on going to his house and shooting it up, calling him a dead man, should be enough. Like I said, and I pointed to this yesterday. I pointed this in my stream on was it Wednesday or Thursday? Was it Wednesday? Yeah, I think it was Wednesday. The Pensacola, Florida situation with the clerk in the corner store where the 5 guys came and threatened his life. He came from behind the counter and sent 2 shots their way. He walked. Pensacola, Florida. This is Palm Beach, Florida. Travis Rudolph
I want
had
to
more
talk to you
justification than
about
the clerk
some of the
did.
questions you were asked on cross-examination about dissecting the relationship between Ms. Jones and Mr. Rudolph. You were asked, did you know about, some of the things that happened in their relationship? Why didn't you know that and all of that? Were you investigating a domestic violence incident between the 2 of them?
No, ma'am.
Were you investigating anything about their relationship other than what happened that night?
No, ma'am.
I want to talk to you about medical records, particularly for Mr. Robinson. You were asked on cross-examination why it is that you did not receive those medical records until January of this year. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Who typically gets medical records from an individual?
It depends on the situation. Sometimes law enforcement, sometimes the state.
Okay. And were those medical records that you obtained provided to the state and then defense?
Yes.
In January of this year?
Yes, ma'am.
You were asked on cross whether or not Mr. Robinson could have given his firearm to somebody else inside that vehicle. You recall those sorts of questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was Mr. Robinson's firearm located in relation to the vehicle where the other individuals were?
It was back at the scene of, or in the area of the scene of the
There
shooting.
you go. Thank
It's
you.
near Jasmine Drive over in Lake Park.
I think she's proving a point.
Yes,
She's about to
ma'am.
bury herself.
On 40th and Broadway?
Correct.
What's your
You were
point?
asked about the quality of Mr. Nash's video and what you can and cannot see.
That
I
proves
want to
that
talk to you about
they
that.
were there at the
And I'm going to
scene
actually,
with
if
the
I may,
firearm.
Judge, just play a small portion of States 49.
All right. Tell me if you want me to.
Congratulations, prosecution.
Dim
You
the
just proved
lights,
that
all
they were
right?
at the
Please.
scene with a firearm. Am I wrong? You just proved they were at the scene with the firearm. You think you proved the point that the gun wasn't in the car, but the gun was in fact back where the shooting happened. So does that possibility that Travis Rudolph saw that gun and started shooting? Is that a possibility? I'm just asking.
Now, Detective, can you indicate whereabouts the Cadillac is?
Yes, ma'am. It's in the top right-hand corner area.
Is that the item that's a little darker but with the lights?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that would indicate that there is someone in that vehicle at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I want to see the fucking footage.
This area here, where they're sort of not as dark as the rest of it. What's that? Do you know?
It appears to be like the front passengers area of the vehicle.
All right. Could you play for us? One individual. Did you see that shadow? Two. Sorry, that's just one. Not sure what part of the vehicle that is.
Share the stream out.
Do you know where?
Not. It looks like the rear or the rear driver's side.
But do you know?
No.
Okay. If you could keep playing, please. Pause for a second. Why is it that the video goes in and then out and then in again?
Because it starts at the original full view of what that camera was recording, and then it's zoomed in to show a specific area.
So then two different clips are put together, zoomed in and out.
Correct.
Could you play, please? Back up for
She's
us.
an expert in fucking videography, but she ain't an expert in nothing else.
Figure one getting to there around 12:10:43. Figure one. Is that the person you were indicating?
Yes.
Okay. Pause for me. You are by no means saying that this is the clearest video, are you?
Certainly not.
Okay. If you could keep playing. Figure two around 12:10:58. And then shortly after figure three at 12:10:59. So back up to about 12:10:56.
Sustained.
If you could play. Pause. Detective, did you see the shadowy items in the image?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell who those individuals are? The two shadows?
No, ma'am.
Overruled.
If you could keep playing. This third shadowy figure here, can you tell who that is?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So of the four shadowy figures, you can't tell who each individual is?
No, ma'am.
Well,
you already established
that
that
objection's
cross-examination.
All right, but it was a leading question, so that objection is sustained.
Judge, if we could restore
Rephrase,
the lights, please.
Rephrase, please.
So, Detective, were you able to clearly identify the individuals that entered the vehicle?
No, ma'am.
How many, however, the clarity, how many individuals did you see enter the vehicle?
4.
How we know it wasn't a fifth individual in the car, though? How we know?
Detective, why is DNA helpful in a case?
If we don't have something or someone identified, or we don't know if something is tied to someone else, or we don't know who it's tied to, at that point, we would use it as an identification method.
Okay. Is this the kind of case where the identities of the individuals were unknown?
No, ma'am.
If I could have your assistance, I'll be using the projector next. And Judge, I will be approaching the witness with your Honor's permission with State 72. I have shown it to defense counsel.
All right, thank you.
Detective, if you could please take a look at States 72. It's a single photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
And to the best of your recollection, do you remember that to be an accurate reflection of what the decedent looked like in the front of the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, Judge, State would offer into evidence State 72. Judge, this is about the hands.
Okay. Overruled.
Permission to publish?
May.
So, Detective, again, do you recognize this as being Mr. Jean Jacques' positioning in the front of that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And the hands, were they changed in any way from all the other images that you've seen so far during the cross-examination or direct?
No.
Is this simply just another angle of the same hand?
Yes.
Why didn't you think this was consistent with a firearm being held in it?
Well, like I said before, there are many things that would cause posturing like that. Like I said, a medical reason such as...
Sustain.
Did you believe, based on how you found Mr. Jean-Jacques' hand, that he might have been holding a firearm?
I did not.
What was the demeanor of Mr. Lowe and Mr. Jones when you interviewed them at the scene?
They were distraught.
Did they appear to not have any interest in taking their friend to the hospital?
Want to be heard on that?
Appearance, if she knows.
Overruled. Do you know?
They did not appear so.
How far were the individuals from the hospital? And if I could borrow, I forgot what number it is, so let me just grab the map. I'm not seeing. I apologize. One moment, please.
All right.
Can I ask for Mr. Clausy to assist in locating it, Judge?
Prosecution just needs to move on to the next witness. That's what I think. I think they need to move into the next witness. I don't think
For the record, Judge, it's State 68, if I may publish.
Okay.
Reexamination is going their way. Honestly, don't think this reexamination is going the way they think it's going.
Excuse me. Ms. Edwards, pick up that pointer before you trip on it. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Put it on the, yeah.
All right, Detective, can you aid us in understanding where the hospital was in relation to 40th and Broadway utilizing this map?
So
cross-examination was over 2 days and over 4 hours. I can't recall, but I don't think even if it is, it's not far outside the scope. So overruled.
Detective, whereabouts is the closest hospital to 40th Street and Broadway?
it's where the orange circle with the H, that's St. Mary's Medical Center, where they said they were trying to go.
Okay, so am I correct in pointing to this as what you were just referencing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is that one street down here?
It appears so, yes, ma'am.
And then 40th is right there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is St. Mary on Broadway or is it on some other street?
It's not on Broadway.
Where is it?
At this present time, I can't recall the name of that street. But
45th Street?
Sustained. That was leading.
Do you know if it's a numbered street?
Sustained. Sustained.
The jury will be able to see for themselves where it is, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Overruled.
Detective, you kept talking about probable cause and you were asked for the definition of probable cause during your cross-examination. Do you remember those questions?
Yes, ma'am.
What is probable cause, if you recall?
Probable cause is a burden of proof. It's having enough evidence to enable me to make an arrest or to get a search warrant for something.
More likely than...
Overruled. Sure. Feel free to stand up and stretch, folks.
It said, I ain't taking this sitting down. Again, I think all this shit is mostly, a lot of the shit that they're doing is irrelevant, right? Especially right now with the prosecution. The facts of the matter. What are the facts of the matter? The facts of the matter is that Travis Rudolph had an argument with his girlfriend. She felt the way about it. She called her brother, asked her brother to do something about it. According to the text messages, she said, go shoot his shit up. He said he was a dead man walking. A few hours later, the brother and his friends show up at Travis Rudolph's house. They begin a fight. Travis Rudolph said he saw a gun. We know that he possibly saw a gun because the fucking K9 operator found a gun. The same gun that belonged to the guy Tyler or whatever his name is, right? Travis Rudolph goes into the house, gets his AR, runs out, said he saw a gun in the car. So somebody pointing the gun out of the car. He let them rounds go. They fled the scene, resulting in one of the guys dying. And that's the end of it. What are the facts? Those are the facts. If you got two people on text message correspondence plotting to shoot somebody's house up, that's conspiracy, ain't it? That's premeditated. And then they end up at the very house they said they were going to shoot up to act on it.
So isn't it true that probable cause is more likely than not that you believe something occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
A lesser burden, as defense counsel pointed out, than beyond a reasonable doubt, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You were asked about whether or not Mr. Jones said something about shooting back during the course of his testimony. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us the full context of what was happening there?
He was describing what he saw, and he said that they didn't have guns. He had said that multiple times. And he was explaining that he came across to me more like he was.
But we know he had a gun now. We now know that they had a gun with them because the gun was found
Sustained.
outside the crime
Without
scene.
telling us the full details
Inside
of
the
what
crime
he
scene.
said, was he describing what happened
He
during the
lied.
shooting?
Yes.
He fucking lied.
Did he at any point indicate anything having to do with anyone from his car shooting at anyone?
No.
You were asked about Mr. Lowe's statement and the references about whether or not he in fact said that they had parked somewhere else and not in front of Mr. Rudolph's residence. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
He fucking lied.
Do you have a copy up there of Mr. Lowe's statement?
I don't.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
May.
And for the record, state is going to be referencing page 3. Actually, I apologize, that's incorrect. Page 14. And that's going to be line 10 through page 15, line 25. He did yesterday.
I don't, what's the question?
The question that was asked by me or Mr.
What's the question you were about to ask?
I was going to ask the witness to refresh her recollection regarding whether or not the witness in fact told her about parking away from Mr. Rudolph's residence.
Overruled. Go
May I
ahead.
approach the
Yes,
witness?
you may.
It's not what was done yesterday.
All right. Overruled.
If you could read those pages, please.
It starts with.
To yourself, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just want to know what point they're getting to.
Overruled. No. Overruled.
Have you read enough to answer the question as to whether or not you recall whether or not Mr. Lowe advised you that they had not in fact parked in front of Mr. Rudolph's residence?
Yes.
Okay. What's the answer?
No, he didn't say that. That he had parked in front of Rudolph's. I'm sorry.
No.
Maybe I missed.
Let me rephrase the question. Listen
Okay.
carefully, if you will. Can you answer as to whether or not you recall where Mr. Lowe said he had parked his vehicle, whether or not...
So I want y'all to look at something. Another little 2-minute video.
That's right. Today, prosecutors show the jury some surveillance video that they say that shows that Travis Rudolph was the aggressor, that he was shooting at 4 men who came apparently to shoot up his house. Although one of those men testified today saying that just meant they were there for a fist fight, not murder.
You hear that shit? Let's start that back over.
Shooting at 4 men who came apparently to shoot up his house. Although one of those men testified today saying that just meant they were there for a fist fight.
Yeah, we might have said that we was coming to shoot up his house, but we didn't really mean we were coming to shoot up his house. He was there for a fight. Let's keep moving.
Not murder. Prosecutors say Travis Rudolph was the aggressor the night in April 2021. 4 men showed up at his door, Rudolph shooting 39 rounds as they fled following a fight, showing jurors this surveillance video of bullets flying from Rudolph's semi-automatic rifle as he chased them down the street.
Murder begins when self-defense ends.
Murder begins when self-defense ends, although it was self-defense the whole way through. The minute they showed up to his door swinging on him, turned into self-defense for Travis Rudolph. When he came outside and his brother was getting beat up down the street, that turns into defense of the life of his brother.
Now, that was a simple sentence said many, many years ago, but that simple sentence perfectly encapsulates why this defendant right there, Travis Rudolph, is sitting in the chair that he's sitting in.
The 4 men arrived when Rudolph's girlfriend contacted them, claiming Rudolph had assaulted her after she found texts from other women on his phone, telling them to come shoot up the house. One of those men, the girlfriend's brother, testifying he was throwing punches at Rudolph during the fistfight, but insisting no one pulled a gun and all 4 ran and got into their car.
But they found a gun at the scene against the privacy fence. Found by a gun sniffing dog, by a canine detective, a canine operator.
But Rudolph's attorney insisting Rudolph was acting in self-defense.
Isn't that a fact that you guys immediately attacked him, never giving him a chance to do anything?
No.
Rudolph's attorneys say he never began shooting until 2 of the men in the car pointed guns at him through the windows, and he was in fear for his life.
They were vigilantes. They were 4 men who went there to retaliate and kill, just as they were ordered to do.
But Keyshawn Jones saying he was in the front seat.
Look at that nigga. Sweet as Kool-Aid. I got a Nino Brown turtleneck on and everything.
And did not see Sebastian Jean-Jacques lean out of the backseat and point a gun at Rudolph.
I'm telling you that I didn't see any guns pointed.
He bullshit. You can hear it in his voice. Like I said, not to mention, this is on trial. I didn't see a gun pointed. Oh, but we found the gun that your homeboy had on him. Oh, what about this text messages between you and your sister where you said he a dead man and she told you to go shoot up his spot? And one of y'all just so happened to have a gun on you. Come on.
And 2 of the men did apparently have weapons. Testimony in this case will continue throughout the week. Live in West Palm Beach, Terry Parker, WPBF 25 News.
I don't know the argument that I don't know what the argument is that the let me see. I don't know what the argument is, yo. I don't know what the argument is that they're trying to make, that the prosecution's trying to make. This should be an open and shut case all the way, through and through. This should be an open and shut case, y'all. Period, full stop.
Whether or not he said that.
Yes.
Okay. Did he indicate that they had to run back to the car?
Yes.
It was responsive to that question. All right, overruled. Next question, please.
Detective, did you care about this case?
Absolutely.
Why?
Absolutely
I
not.
care about all my cases. That's
What she did.
why I have this job. I wouldn't
shit.
work in this capacity if I didn't care.
One moment to confer with co-counsel.
You may. All right, very well. You may go on about your day. Stay safe. Thank you very much. It's now almost 11. I was given to understand yesterday that the state has only one more witness, right? That's correct. And having talked to both sides about that, I am also given to understand that that witness is not anticipated to take a great deal of time. All right. So what the plan is now, yes, you are. Thank you. Watch your step. Stay safe. So our plan, ladies and gentlemen, is we'll take this witness, finish direct examination, cross-examination, and if there is any, redirect examination, and then we'll take a break for lunch. I suspect there'll be something else I'll have to do during the lunch break, so it'll probably be a little longer than the half an hour I gave you yesterday. Okay. Who is your next witness? All righty.
So all these have been state's witnesses. All these people have been the state's witnesses, y'all. All these people have been the state's witnesses. And they ain't really been working out for the state too well.
All right, sir, when you're comfortable up there, will you please say and spell both your first and your last name for the record and the jury?
That nigga brought a lunch.
Yes, Your Honor. My name is Jimmy Palma, Palma.
Jimmy is Jimmy.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. All right, you may inquire, Miss Edwards.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury? Let them know what you do for a living and your title and where.
Yes, I am a forensic scientist assigned to the firearms unit at the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office's Crime Laboratory.
And tell us a little bit about your background, your education. How did you become a forensic scientist?
I served 5 years in the Marine Corps, where I became familiar with different types of weapons. I obtained a bachelor's degree in chemistry from St. Thomas University. And once I was hired at the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office, I completed a 2-year firearms examiner training program, which covered everything from very basic firearms safety and handling, all the way up through the microscopic comparison of fired components such as fired projectiles and fired bullets, and compared those to actual firearms to determine whether those bullets or cartridge cases are fired from a particular gun. I have trained with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms in the restoration of serial numbers and also in the cartridge case database. I am a member of AFTI, which is the Association of Firearm and Toolmark Examiners. It is an international professional organization of forensic firearms.
So what I was saying earlier, BA, you had the same. Well, you had in Pensacola, Florida, convenience store clerk, black guy, was being harassed and threatened by five teenagers. It looked like. And one of them said, "Yo, come on out here so we can blow your glasses off your head." And he was like, "A word?" So he came from behind the counter and let them shots go at them boys. The sheriff was like, "Yeah, nah, we ain't gonna we're not gonna pursue any charges, whatever." But Palm Beach is democratically run. Palm Beach is a blue a district or city in Florida. They completely threw out Travis Rudolph stand your ground. So I guess it depends on where you go, you know what I mean? But this is the sad part. Pensacola, they was like, "Yeah, nah, we ain't, nah." he had a fear for his life, and he did what he had to do. We're not pursuing any charges. Versus Palm Beach, Florida, liberal stronghold. He had a scary AR-15. He was the aggressor.
And fired bullets, it leaves patterns from those imperfections on those casings and on those bullets. And those patterns are what we evaluate and compare between test fires of that gun and evidence cartridge cases and evidence bullets that are collected on different scenes and submitted as evidence.
Do you have any personal experience with seeing that in a manufacturing setting?
Yes, I visited various manufacturing gun facilities and also ammunition facilities, just observing the different types of manufacturing processes, which helps us understand what methods are used and what kind of tool marks to expect when looking at fired casings and bullets.
Can you tell us the types or parts of an actual bullet, such that we would understand your analysis?
The actual bullet. So this is just an example of a single piece of ammunition. And it's obviously it's blown up so that you could see it. But this is what we consider a cartridge, and it's composed of 4 different parts. You have the cartridge casing, you have the bullet or projectile, you have a small disc on the back called a primer, and on the inside there's gunpowder. So when a firearm is fired or shot, the firing mechanism of that gun is going to interact with this small disc called the primer. It's going to punch a small dimple onto that primer. That primer is going to ignite, so it's going to send a small spark into the cartridge. That ignites the main powder of that cartridge. As that powder is burning quickly, it increases in pressure and temperature. So you have pressure going in every direction. Being that this is supported, the cartridge is supported by the firearm.
Pause on how he holds it.
2 directions in which the pressure can push. That's forward and backwards. So the forward pressure is going to essentially push the bullet forward and out of the barrel and hit the target. And at the same time, it's going to push the cartridge casing backwards. And in most firearms, that cartridge casing is going to push backwards, depending on the design, and it's going to get ejected, and it'll be found somewhere in the vicinity of the shooter.
All right. What are the parts of the bullet or the full live round that can be compared for analysis with a firearm?
So the fired component comes into contact with different parts of the gun. So the bullet is going to travel down the barrel and interact with the barrel, the inner surface of the barrel. So what you'll see is, since it's traveling perpendicular to those imperfections on the barrel, you'll see a pattern of scratches or striations on the projectiles. The cartridge case is going to come into contact with different parts of the gun also. Typically, it'll come into contact with what's called the breech face. There's other components called the extractor, which is responsible for pulling out that casing. And there's a third component called an ejector, which hits the casing and ejects the casing out. So there's different parts of the gun that interact with both the casings and the bullets.
So then it's possible to be able to do analysis using spent casings?
Yes, each one of those gun parts will, because they're
provided
machined in
you have
different
the
manners,
gun.
they'll each have their own machining processes or their own
Provided you have
imperfections
the gun
that we
the
essentially
bullet was
can
shot
use
from.
to
Provided you
identify
had
that
the
gun
that
to the
the
fired
casing was
components.
ejected from.
What about the bullet? What happens to the bullet portion or projectile once it is it goes through the front or muzzle of a firearm?
So once it exits the firearm, it essentially just hits whatever target is being pointed at.
Does it shatter or change form at all? Do you know if it hits a harder surface before hitting something else?
Bullets have the ability to break apart. I've seen bullets come in to the laboratory in pristine conditions, and I've seen them come in completely shattered and in just small fragments. So there's a wide variety. It just depends on what that projectile hits while it's traveling down the barrel or while it's traveling in the air.
Would you expect a projectile that hits a soft surface like someone's flesh to perhaps be more intact, if nothing else, interrupted the process from muzzle to target?
Then no.
If it only hit flesh, then I wouldn't be surprised to receive a projectile intact. Bones is one of those components that it can hit, or other targets. But if it's simply flesh, then I wouldn't be surprised to see the
And by
bullet intact.
intact, you mean it could be
What if it
mushrooms
hits
that
another
one solid piece of
target prior, like a car window or parts of a car?
Can it become shattered? Yes, it can. Correct.
Depending.
Okay.
No, come on, bro.
Can you tell us about the items that you received for comparison?
Depending on where you hit at on the car, right? So, say for example, you're in a shootout, right, and you need to take cover. They suggest you take cover behind the engine. So, like, if you're in the car, duck down behind your steering wheel because the engine's in the way. When the bullet hits the engine, it's going to break or shatter, or it's going to mushroom up against the steel of the engine or the iron of the engine. Or if you're outside the car, you get behind the wheel well in front of the engine. So when somebody's shooting that way, it hits the engine, and then the engine impedes the bullet, and the bullet no longer travels through, unless you got a fucking 50 caliber 338 Lapua that's just going to fucking go straight through the block. But if you just behind a fucking car door, that car door ain't going to stop you from getting shot. That bullet, I don't care what kind of bullet, even if it's a 22, that bullet's going to travel through that fucking door and hit you. Are there some cases where the bullet may not? It's very rare, but for the most part, like doors and stuff is just concealment. It ain't stopping it. Period. I don't care what kind of bullet it is. It's traveling through the car. Unless you're behind something hard like the axle or the fucking engine block. So there's no such thing as it's just how it is.
In this case,
I received 3 firearms. I received fired cartridge casings, and I received fired projectiles.
let's start with the handguns that you received, if you received any.
Yes.
Tell us about, did you receive a 9mm Taurus?
Yes, I did. I received a Taurus model PT709.
And what can you tell us about that particular firearm?
It fires 9mm Luger caliber cartridges or ammunition, and it is a semi-automatic pistol.
And what does that mean as far as the firing mechanism and how the person would be able to utilize it?
So there are 2 types of automatic systems. There is a semi-automatic firearm, and there's a fully automatic. So with semi-automatic, if you pull the trigger and hold the trigger.
I want to hear what this explanation is. I don't be reinforcing that car doors with some steel or a fucking bullet, some plexiglass. BA, I don't know. Like, I'm assuming the AR-15 had ballpoint ammo. I don't think he had no defensive rounds in that AR. I'm assuming he just had some regular shit you fear from the range. Which we know the AR gonna travel straight through that fucking door or whatever. Anyway, let's get back to what he's saying.
You essentially get one shot off the ejector, which hits the casing and ejects the.
And as far as the firing mechanism and how the person would be able to utilize it?
So there are 2 types of automatic systems. There is a semi-automatic firearm, and there's a fully automatic. So with semi-automatic, if you pull the trigger and hold the trigger, you essentially get one shot off. The firearm cycles, ejects the casing, ejects the bullet, and inserts the next ammunition, the next piece of ammunition into the gun, ready to be fired. But in semi-auto, you have to release the trigger and pull it again if you want consecutive shots. So you essentially just get one shot per pull. With fully automatic, if you pull the trigger and hold it, the firearm will continue firing shots until you either release the trigger or you run out of ammunition.
Okay. Can you tell us the type of magazine that was presented to you with this particular firearm?
I received a what's called a box magazine, and it's just a magazine that is rectangular in shape.
And Judge, permission to utilize the evidence?
You may.
Let's see where she's going with this. I don't know if this is going where she thinks it's going to go. I think she has a misconception about AR-15.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
I think she thinks that AR-15 is a full auto. I got a feeling that's what she's going to go with, and he's going to fucking tell her it's not.
Mr. Palma, I'm approaching you with State 7, identified as Tyler Robinson's 9mm Taurus. Could you please open that box and let me know whether or not this
It's a
is the
sad
same
day.
item that you were just
It's a sad day
referencing?
when they're victimizing, they're turning
Yes, it is.
the villains
Okay.
out to be the victim.
And do you have the ability to show us what the magazine looks like, or do you need assistance with a scissor?
I could take it out of the box.
Okay.
This is the magazine that was received with the Taurus pistol.
And can you tell us how much or how many bullets or casings that particular magazine holds?
This
I'm
particular
pretty like
magazine is
so-
designed to hold 10 cartridges.
Oh wait, no.
How many then, if they
That's bullshit. That's not. See. Hold on. I gotta find it. When they found that gun, that gun had, and you saw it yesterday, the gun had an extended magazine in it. So he told me that thing is designed to hold 10 rounds. But it had an extended magazine in it. Anyway, let's keep it going.
this particular magazine is inside that particular gun, could this gun hold? How many bullets?
Well, the magazine holds 10 cartridges. There is the ability to have 10 in one, which is what's referred to as if you loaded 10 cartridges in this magazine, inserted it into the gun, racked the slide, you would have one in the chamber. Now you have the ability to take the magazine back out, put a 10th cartridge in here, and you would have 10 in the magazine and one in the chamber.
If that one in the chamber is ejected by a firing process, what happens with this particular type of firearm? Does it immediately reload from the magazine, or does the user have to do something?
No, this will this particular gun is a semi-automatic, so the trigger's pulled, the first shot goes off.
I think
the
she
gun
think that this
automatically
AR-15 is full
ejects the
auto.
fired casing
I
and
think she think
inserts
the
next
AR-15 is full
cartridge.
auto. I
It
think she
strips
about
it
to
off the top of the
motherfuck
magazine
herself.
and inserts it into the chamber automatically.
Okay.
I could be wrong, but I think that's what's about to happen. I think she about to show how ignorant she is.
This magazine has been referenced to as a bit different from the normal type that comes in there. Do you know anything about whether or not that is true?
This magazine is what's called an extended magazine.
Okay.
This particular model, the 709, comes with a regular size magazine, which holds 7 cartridges. But this extended model holds 10. So I believe it
Okay.
sticks
All right.
out
Well, that
just
makes
ever so
sense then.
slightly from the magazine
That
well
makes
of
sense
the gun.
then. Okay. All right. So it held 10.
Are there
but that doesn't
extended
matter.
magazines that hold a lot more than that for this type of firearm?
For this type of firearm, I'm not aware of any other magazines, but they could exist.
Okay. All right. Thank you. If I may retrieve that item, Judge.
You may.
She's going to try to go in comparison with the AR. Watch.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Palmer, I want to now turn our attention to the next handgun that you received for analysis. Can you tell us about that?
You want me to refer to the 6-hour firearm or the
Handgun, if you could.
The next handgun was a FN Model 5.7 semi-automatic pistol.
And can you tell us anything about this particular firearm and how it operates?
It is chambered for a 5.7 by 28 millimeter cartridge, and it is also semi-automatic.
Is that different than a 9mm cartridge? And if so, how?
I don't know because he shot 40 rounds. So I don't know if he had a 40-round magazine, but from the video, like he had a drum.
There was a great
Maybe
deal
he
of
had a drum with
testimony
just 40.
concerning
Maybe he had
that.
a
It
drum
is
and he only
of
shot
limited
39
relevance,
of the
however.
60. That's a
So
good
I'll
question.
allow it at this point.
Maybe he shot
Oh,
39
okay.
of the 60
Very well.
rounds.
Next question.
I got the mag for
Judge, if the witness could answer that, though.
Go ahead, answer the question, Mr. Palmer.
The 5.7 by 28 is basically a different size of cartridge. So the 9mm has certain dimensions that it meets, and the 5.7, which is
The 5.7 is an AR round shot out of a handgun. Just so you guys know. I have a 5.7. I got a Ruger 5.7 by 28. The FN 5.7 by 20 is the same cartridge as the Ruger 5.7 by 28. It's a 5.7 millimeter bullet. So imagine the AR-15 having a 5.56 millimeter bullet. The Ruger has a 5.57 millimeter bullet. It looks just like the AR round. It's just that the jacket or the casing is shortened to be fired out of a handgun. That's it. So let's see what he says.
Different, has different dimensions, and that is consistent with the gun. So the chamber is also chambered for the same dimensions as the cartridge. But in terms of semi-auto, they're both semi-automatic.
Meaning they reload automatically, just like you just described with the Taurus?
Right, meaning that one pull of the trigger will give you one shot and cycle automatically.
Okay. And can you tell us whether or not when you received this particular firearm, there were any live rounds?
I did receive
It is relevant, Judge.
It is
relevant. It holds 20
Overruled.
rounds. It holds 20 rounds.
I received a magazine and 20 5.7 by 28 millimeter cartridges or ammunition, unfired ammunition.
Do you know how many?
There were 20.
Okay. If we could turn our attention to the next firearm that you received for analysis.
Yes, the next firearm was a 5.56 by 45 millimeter Sig Sauer firearm.
What can you tell us about this firearm?
This particular firearm was also semi-automatic.
She's about
and
to make
it fired,
no point.
Ammunition that was 5.56 by 45 millimeter.
What about 223s?
223s. So 5.56 by 45 and 223s. If you look at the physical dimensions between those two cartridges, they're almost identical. 5.56 tends to be the military designator or nomenclature, and 223 is the civilian designator or nomenclature.
5.56 and 223 are basically the same round. 5.56 is more hot. It has a slightly, when I say slightly, it has a slightly larger diameter for the barrel. So, for example, if you have a 5.56 AR, you can shoot both 5.56 and 223 out of it. However, if you only have a 223 barrel, you can only shoot 223 out that barrel. But they do have what's called 223 wild, where you can shoot both 223 and 5.56 out of that barrel. It's the same fucking bullet. It's just when I say it's like it's maybe a millimeter of a difference in the in the round. That's it. That's it. Otherwise, it's the same shit. Yeah, that's yeah. He just got a blown up prop.
And there are some minor differences in terms of the pressure on the inside of the cartridge. The 5.56 tends to have a little bit more pressure because, again, it's military designed. And the primer has, for 5.56s, they have a lacquer, and that is to prevent water from seeping into the gunpowder and wetting it and rendering it inoperable. So the specifications are a little tighter because they're military designed. But again, the physical dimensions are almost identical. So a 223 Remington cartridge can be fired in a 5.56 by 45 gun, just like the 5.56 can be fired in the same gun.
Okay. Could both of those types of ammunition be fired from this particular Sig Sauer?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. How is the Sig Sauer operated such that it fires a projectile?
So in a similar fashion as the other firearms, the trigger's pulled, the projectile leaves the barrel, hits the target, and the gun cycles and ejects the fired casing and then inserts the next cartridge to be fired. That essentially will occur once the trigger is released and pulled.
Judge, if I could utilize the evidence
You may.
in the testimony. And this might be better if I have the witness step down. It's a larger item. Could I please have the witness step down?
Yes. All right. Step down, Mr. Palmer. Watch your step, please.
And I'm going to be utilizing, for the record, states 3.
Okay. And Mr. Palmer knows very well to point that in a safe direction, of course.
Yes, Your Honor. I don't think it's tie wrapped. No, it's not tie wrapped.
No, you good, LP. You straight.
Okay. Mr. Palmer, please don't point that firearm at the jury. I know you know that, but okay. Could you please remove States 3 from the box that it's in so that the jury can fully see it?
Yes.
Can everyone see?
Oh, you got a nice little AR pistol.
All right. Can you tell us whether or not that firearm, as you have it in your hand, has a magazine in it or around it or anywhere?
No, right now the firearm does not have a magazine inserted into it.
Okay. Can you tell us basically how the firearm would have to be operated by demonstrating how a projectile would be fired?
Yeah, I think she thinks it's a full auto gun.
I'll try to do this without the microphone.
That's one of those
You
dreaded
can move over there by
braces
the,
that they made us
thank
fucking
you.
get
All
rid
right,
of
thank
that
you.
were
Deputy
completely
Lubinsky.
legal for the last 10 years.
So the magazine is inserted into this bottom magazine well here. And once that magazine is inserted, you can pull this lever back to rack one of the rounds into the magazine or into the chamber. When the trigger's pulled, the projectile travels down the barrel, hits the target, and again, the firearm will automatically
And that's
eject that casing and insert that, strip that next cartridge.
He must not have made a whole lot of money as an NFL player because he has a horrible sight mark. He has a sight mark, red dot on top. I'm not gonna say horrible. Sight mark's okay. It's just not that durable. He has a sight mark, red dot on top, holographic red dot on top, and he running a key mod in guard for some reason. I mean, it's okay. It's an okay SIG build, I guess. I had that same SB3 tactical brace until they said we were going to be fucking felons. Anyway, but let's keep it going. That sight mark, though, I'm not even gonna lie. I used to have sight mark, and then I immediately switched off.
Travels down the barrel, hits the target, and again, the firearm will automatically eject that casing and strip that next cartridge out of the magazine and insert it into the chamber.
And can you tell us whether or not, upon squeezing this particular firearm, you have to squeeze it multiple times to get multiple bullets or projectiles out of it?
Yes, this particular gun will require a pull of the trigger for each consecutive shot.
Because it's
Okay.
semi-automatic gun.
If you could replace the firearm, and if you could stay where you are, we're going to be utilizing another exhibit, Judge, with your permission. That's
Yes,
on that
ma'am.
table.
Go ahead.
For the record, this will be States 48, identified as the drum magazine.
So he had a mag pull, or he
Provided to
had
the
some kind of
witness.
60-round
Palmer,
drum
you're gonna open
magazine,
Thank you.
which again is not illegal to have, especially in the state of Florida. That was established yesterday.
Can you tell if that evidence bag has been opened previously?
Yes, it has, Your Honor.
And has it been opened by you?
Yes, it has. I wrote the case number, my initials, and the date in which I opened the baggage on the bag.
Okay.
Would you like me to remove the contents?
Same here, LP. I'm sitting in the safe. Oh, he got titties. He had titties. He had the
The rest of the
titties.
contents, the casings or cartridges, rather.
The contents in
not
the
mag
manila
full.
envelopes are the unfired cartridges.
But he had
Okay.
titties on.
And what's the count of how many you received,
hold
if you
100.
recall?
I received a total of 61.
Okay. Could you show us the magazine? What do you know about this type of magazine?
This type of magazine it's what's called a drum magazine, and this is the magazine that I use to test fire this firearm here that I just displayed. And this particular magazine holds 50 rounds on each of the drums, so a total of 100 rounds.
100 rounds.
And can you tell us how this magazine would be utilized with the 6R firearm that we just saw?
Yes, you essentially just insert the magazine in that magazine well that I mentioned on the bottom side of the gun.
Okay. Is there anything specific about this type of magazine style that is any different than
Nah,
the
I
type
guess
that we
stopped
saw in the
shooting after they got
handguns?
out of Dodge.
The difference is the shape. So with the rectangular
saying.
magazine, the
Or
cartridges are loaded vertically.
either he stopped shooting after they got out of Dodge, right? Either he stopped shooting after they got out of Dodge, or he ain't have all 100 rounds loaded, because it's a pain in the ass to load them fucking drum magazines. They're fun. They're fun to shoot. It's a fucking pain though. So who knows?
Where with the drum magazine, as you're loading the cartridges, they rotate, which allows more ammunition to be stored in these than the rectangular magazines.
And so this is able to hold a lot more or about the same as those regular magazines?
No, these hold a lot more.
All right, thank you so much.
I'm just trying to figure out
If you
what
could
point is she trying to
replace
make.
those items in the
What point
bag.
is she trying to make? You can't convict him for something that he can legally have. That's what they sound like they're trying to do. It's not they're trying to convict him for something that he could legally have.
Would you like Mr. Palmer to take the stand again?
If he could return to his seat.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
I feel you, LP.
Of the 3 firearms that you received for comparison, what's something that you do in order to ensure that you can do a comparison? Do you do any test firing at all?
Yes, I took the 3 firearms and I test fire them in a water tank that's approximately 15 feet by 4 feet. And the reason for test firing it into the tank is so that I could obtain those fired projectiles in a pristine manner. The water slows the projectiles down to avoid any damage to the projectiles. I also recover cartridge casings near me, and those test fires are the representatives of those particular guns, which I then use later on to compare to any evidence that's submitted.
And what is the purpose of doing test firing?
The purpose is to obtain those tool marks, again, those imperfections that are on the gun. Test fires are the representatives of those. So those tool marks impressed on the test fires are what I use to compare to the evidence.
Okay, and I'm going to be showing defense counsel what will be marked as states 5, 6, and 8, if I may approach.
You may. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, I appreciate it. All right.
Even if it was belt fed, it's not illegal to have. It's not illegal at all to have. I don't know what point the prosecution's trying to make. Are they mad because he had a 100-round drum on his AR? Both
All right,
things are
thank you
legal
very
from the
much.
home. I'm not out here gun shaming. I'm just saying. He in the NFL, he should have a
Judge,
few
I'm going
bucks.
to be
He should be able to
requesting
afford at
permission
least
to
a
approach
hollow
the
son,
witness.
goddammit.
You may. You're going to ask questions from up there. Take the mic. Thank you.
Exactly, BA. It's irrelevant. It's
Okay,
irrelevant.
Mr. Palmer, can you please, first starting with, I'm not going to have you open it at this stage, so you don't need the gloves. Let's start with states 5. Could you please tell me whether or not you recognize that item that was just handed to you as states 5?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
These are test fires that I bagged once I finished my examination process. Test fires from the 6-hour firearm.
And again, what do you use test fires to do in the comparison process?
I use these test fires to determine whether other evidence cartridge cases or projectiles were fired from this gun. The test fires are what display the imperfections from the gun, the tool marks from the gun.
All right. And to the best of your recollection, does that package appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as the last time you saw it?
Yes, it is.
How do you know that?
Once I finished my analysis, I sealed the bag, initialed and dated the date in which I sealed the bag with a tamper-resistant seal.
All right. At this time, state is offering that into evidence, I believe, as Your Honor heard, without objection.
That was 5, right?
Yes.
All right,
State's
5 is
fine.
admitted without objection. Thank you.
Moving now to State's 8. Same question. Can you tell me whether or not you recognize the item that was handed to you?
Yes, these are my test fires from the Taurus pistol.
Again, to the best of your recollection, does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as the last time you saw it?
Yes, it is.
And were these the test fires utilized for the comparison in this case?
Correct, yes.
At this time, state would offer into evidence State's 8.
State's 8 is admitted without objection.
And finally, moving now to State 6. Same question. Could you tell me whether or not you recognize the item that you received?
Yes, these are test fires from the FN pistol. And they are also in the same condition in which I packaged them and I sealed them.
Thank you. At this time, state would offer into evidence State 6.
State's 6 is admitted into evidence without objection.
All right. Now I will have you open something. So if you could put the gloves on. Do we still have the scissors?
I think it's up there. Thank you.
Handing the witness States 5, the 6R test fires. Could you open the bag and take one out so we see what it looks like?
Yes.
And Judge, I suspect, given the size of the item, that I might have to have the witness step down. Could I have permission for that?
Okay, yes, you do.
Do you want me to just take one test fire?
This one. Do you have casing and projectile, or just so they could see both, please? And if you could step down, and I'll hand you the mic.
You may. Thank you.
Why? I need to know the relevance. It's not the
Permission to publish that to the jury?
Yes, you may.
Closer.
It doesn't matter what gun he used, what caliber.
You could just show them.
So here I have a fired cartridge casing. And this is the fired projectile.
I couldn't be on this jury, yo.
Or my test fired projectile and cartridge casing.
And the caliber of that or those is?
Yes, these are test fires. These are 223 Remington caliber.
All right. Thank you so much.
Okay.
You're welcome.
So you see
You
what
could
she
return
did,
to
though,
your
right?
seat.
Y'all see what she did? So he didn't have to open up the other casings, right? He didn't have to show the 5.7. He didn't have to show the 9mm, right? But she wanted him to open up and show the AR-15 or the 223. Yeah, exactly, BA. They just hoping that the jury is a bunch of dumbasses. They disingenuous. Let's see what she says. I want to know where this shit going.
Tell us about the comparison process. What do you do next after you've done the test fired? And actually, before you answer that, did each of the 3 firearms that you received for comparison, did they actually operate as designed?
Yes, all 3 firearms functioned as designed. Yes.
Okay. So they were in working condition.
Correct.
All right. Tell us about the comparison process.
So once I obtain my test fires, I use an instrument at the laboratory called a comparison microscope. And what it is two microscopes that are connected together by an optical bridge. It allows me to put one specimen on one side and the other on the other side, and I can superimpose the two images and put them side by side so that I could observe those tool marks right next to each other. The comparison microscope is what allows us to magnify and look at those microscopic striations and shapes. And
again, nobody's arguing.
So that once I
nobody's arguing
place
that you
one
shot
item
him
on
or
one
not.
side and one on the other, I start looking at the tool marks, and that's what allows me to determine whether I have enough
We just want to know,
correspondence
was
to
it
make it
justified
an
or not? That's
identification.
what needs to be proved.
Are there times when during that process you find the results to be inconclusive?
Yes, there are times.
What does that mean?
Inconclusive means that I could not identify or
I mean, we all had to fake it till
the
we made
test
it,
fire
Rob.
from that item for various reasons. Either the item did not mark well in that gun, or the item was too damaged and I was unable to see the striations, or those are really the major reasons why an inconclusive would be a result, a conclusion.
And what do you call it when there is a match or some kind of enough comparison, I think, that you can tell it's this firearm that fired that particular casing or projectile?
That's called an identification.
Okay. Let's start with the items that you received for comparison. Can you tell us about that?
Yes. In one submission, I received a total of 39 fired cartridge cases.
Okay. Did you receive any other submissions for comparison with the firearms?
Yes, I also received 3 submissions that had fired components, like fired projectiles, either a jacket fragment or a bullet jacket.
Okay. Let's start with the bullet fragments and the jackets. Can you tell us whether or not, based on your observation and your comparison, you were able to make any identifications with the various projectiles that you received, or bullet jackets or fragments?
No, I was unable to identify any of the fired projectiles to any of the guns.
And why was that?
These particular projectiles were badly damaged. Some of them were very small fragments. Some were partial bullet jackets. So there wasn't a lot of surface area on many of these projectiles, but there was a lot of heavy damage to just about every single projectile I observed.
And permission to utilize state's evidence, Judge?
You may.
If I could approach a witness with states 41A through HH.
You may.
Appreciate you, LP.
If you could please take a look at the packet and then look up when you're finished.
You looking pretty fucking quick. You're like, you probably got a bunch of pictures of the fucking casings laying on the ground.
Fair to say that the packet you received were autopsy photos?
Yes.
Okay. Well,
If I could also approach the witness, Judge, with states 16 and 15, as well as states 2.
15, 16, and 2.
Yes.
Again.
And for the record, 16 and 15 are fragments, that were collected and identified earlier and placed into evidence, and states 2 were the cartridge cases.
All right, you may.
Again, the argument isn't whether or not he shot the kid. The argument is if he was justified and if it was self-defense. I really don't understand what the prosecution is trying to do here.
Okay, Mr. Palmer, can you tell me, and just select the first one and let us know what exhibit you've selected?
This is item 16.
And can you tell me whether or not you've seen that item before?
Yes, I have.
How do you know that?
I wrote the case number, the submission number, my initials, and the date in which I opened the packaging.
And is this one of the items then that you received for comparison?
Yes, it is.
And it's been identified as fragments collected from the vehicle. Can you tell us anything about whether or not you had any successful comparisons with this particular item?
No, I did not.
And why not?
There were various fragments that were collected. A couple of them were gray colored magnetic metal fragments that didn't have any visible characteristics of having been fired from a gun. And there were 2 bullet jacket fragments that were inconclusive to the 6-hour firearm.
Is that because of any of the reasons that you discussed earlier?
No, the same reasons.
So they were either damaged or you just could not see sufficient markings?
Correct.
Okay. What about the next package? And if you could tell us what number you've selected there.
This is item 15.
Okay. Have you ever seen this item before?
Yes, I have.
What point is
Tell
they
us
trying to make?
whether or not you did any comparisons with this item. And again, what was it identified as?
This is item 15. I did do comparisons between this item. Again, I wrote the case number and my initials and the date on the packaging. And these were, I had 2 copper fragments that again did not have any characteristics, any rifling characteristics as having been fired from a gun.
Okay.
And I also had 2 jacket fragments that were also inconclusive to the 6-hour pistol.
And again, were you able to make an identification?
No, I was not.
Is that for the same reason, 2 damaged?
Correct. Yes.
If I can approach a witness with states 42 and 43, projectile from the decedent's body.
You may.
Again, relevance. We know what he used to shoot him. Was it justified
First,
or
could
not?
you identify, just pick one and then tell us what exhibit number it is.
This is item number 42.
Okay. And could you tell us whether or not you received this item for comparison and there's sign of that on the package itself?
Yes, I did receive it. I examined it. And again, I have the case number, initials, and date in which I opened the packaging.
Okay. Can you tell us about the comparison process? Were you successfully making an identification with these items, this particular item, or I'm not sure how many are inside?
This item was, there were 5 pieces of plastic in this packaging, and these were not further examined because they weren't consistent with having been fired from a gun.
Okay. What about the next item?
The next item is item 43.
And did you also receive this item for comparison?
Yes, I did. For the same reasons, I wrote the case number, my initials, and the date.
And any identification with this particular item?
No, this particular item consisted of a few lead fragments and a few gray colored metal fragments that again did not bear any characteristics consistent with having been fired from a gun. I also had a fired bullet jacket fragment, actually 4 fired bullet jacket fragments, and those were inconclusive to the 6-hour pistol also.
And why is that?
They were heavily damaged. I didn't have enough correspondence between these and
Sure,
my
it sounds
test
like it's
fire
going the
bullets.
prosecution's way.
Okay. Is that typical when items are removed from bodies? Do you know?
It is typical.
If you could then go to the last of the submissions that was presented to you, the casings, and identify the exhibit number.
This is item 2. And again, I have my case number, initials, and date written on the packaging.
And could you tell us whether or not you were able to make identifications to the casings that were recovered? And do you remember how many you received for comparison?
Yes, I received 39 fired cartridge cases.
And tell us about the 39 fired casings and your identifications, if any.
Of the 39, I was able to identify 38 of the 39 cartridge cases back to the 6-hour pistol. The remaining cartridge case was inconclusive to that pistol, but it was of the same caliber. It was a .223 Remington.
And can you tell us anything about that one of the 39 that you were unable to fully identify and ruled inconclusive?
Yes, that cartridge case, I did not have a sufficient amount of correspondence to identify it to the gun. But again, the class characteristics, in other words, the caliber was .223, so it was consistent with this gun versus the other 2 guns.
All right. Thank you. So the 38 of the remaining casings, were those identified back to the 6R?
Yes, they were.
Oh man, so waste of time.
And that's this one that's sitting in front of us that you took out and showed to the jury.
Yes, that is the firearm that's in the large box.
Okay. All right. One moment to confer with co-counsel.
May.
You have no case. You made no
further
points.
questions at this time,
You
but
made
can
no
I assist
point
by removing all the
whatsoever.
items
Yes,
that piled up there?
please. And then
Everyone
while
is
Ms. Edwards
dumber
is doing that, take a
having
stand up
listened
and
to this.
stretch 90-second break, folks.
Prosecution is making no compelling argument to anything. Like I said, we're not arguing whether he shot the boy or not. We know he did. We know he had an AR. We know he put out 39 rounds. The 100-round drum is not illegal to have. The AR-15, the AR pistol, is not illegal to have. What we need to know is if this was a justified shoot or it wasn't a justified shoot. And given the evidence with the text messages alone, should show that there was ill intent and conspiracy on the brother and the sister's end to go to Travis Rudolph's house and possibly commit murder. They showed up at his house. They assaulted him at his house. They assaulted his brother who lives there at his house. I think that 2 of them had guns. We know that now. I think it's reasonable to say that Travis Rudolph feared for his life.
Cross-examination? Okay, you may inquire, Mr.
Let's see how the
Sherman.
defense go for it. Hopefully they scorch earth.
Good morning, Mr. Palmer.
Morning, sir.
How you doing?
Pretty good. How about yourself?
Good, thank you. Okay, so you're the expert for the sheriff's office of determining if cartridges were fired out of particular guns. That's one of the things you can do, right?
Yes, correct.
All right, so who sent you those cartridges? Was Detective Anlin who asked you to analyze this?
No, the unit supervisor sends me an email and just tells me to work the next case, which that just happens to be the next case.
All right, do you know if Detective Anlin requested this to be done? You look at your report, I see your name on that. That's why I was asking you.
Yes, the individual
That's the chick that was
on the
up before
report
him.
is Detective Vanderland.
Okay, so do you know if she's the one who made the formal request for your department to check these things out?
That's my assumption based
My
on
man,
what's on the report.
BMW with the $5. I appreciate you, bro.
But that's the way it normally works. The detective or whoever's
Except for the work riff.
whoever's assigned the case would make the request, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So just so I'm clear, I'm not gonna get your gun out, but so I'm talking the same one. Right? 6 hour states number 3 that you took out, that gun is a legal gun, right? Legal.
Can you say that again?
This gun is legal, right?
To my knowledge, it is a legal firearm. Yes.
All right, nothing illegal about this, right?
Not to my knowledge.
Thank you, defense.
If I wanted to buy 10 of these and put them in my house, as long as I'm not a convicted felon, I can do that, right?
Correct.
The person who owned this gun, you don't know anything about him, right?
I do not.
You wouldn't know if his father was tragically shot in the head. You wouldn't know any of that, right?
Oh, no. You better approach on this one.
What?
I can move on. I'll save time. Let me move on. Very well. All right. You don't know anything about the owner of this gun.
No, I do not.
All right. You don't know anything about this case in terms of interviews, in terms of what evidence was seized or not seized. You just got this, and this is what you do.
Correct.
And you didn't have any conversations with any of the police officers involved in this case, right?
I did not have conversations. No, I once the case is completed, it's typical for us to send a report to the detective who requested it, which is Detective Vanderland. But I did not have conversations with any detectives or anyone.
You were just showing the autopsy photos. You've never seen those before, did you?
No, I've never seen them.
All right, let me show you what's been entered into evidence as.
We're working on the elevator.
Thanks. Defense exhibit number 19. You ever see this before?
I have not.
All right. Does this look consistent with someone possibly holding a gun prior to death, based on your opinion?
Does it look consistent with someone holding a gun?
Possibly holding a gun prior to death, assuming this is the decedent.
Overruled.
Do you know? I'm not asking if it definitely was. I'm saying, is it possible?
Oh, is it possible? It's possible.
Is it consistent? If you know. If you don't know, that's okay.
Oh, no.
Okay. You don't get called out to scenes where people are holding guns, do you?
No, I do not.
Let me make sure. Let me ask you this. I mean, you've shot thousands and thousands of guns probably, right?
Yes, I have.
And number 19, if assuming, would that be the similar position to my hand if I take a gun? If you know, and we can try it here if you don't know. If I take a gun in my hand and then take it out, would my hand be in a similar position if you just take the gun right out?
In general, that position of the hand looks like.
Yes, they called
how
him.
you would
I
hold
don't
a
know what
gun.
day it
Yes.
was, Rob, but they called the guy that went to.
You
his
don't know
house
anything about this case,
him
though.
as a
Rigor
witness.
mortis and when the person was found. Nothing like that was told to you, right?
No, I don't know anything about it.
All right. What you can tell us is the 38 of the cartridges. What is this? 38 of the cartridges that were submitted by somebody from law enforcement, probably crime scene, right?
More than likely, it was crime scene.
They matched that 6 hour.
Correct.
Nothing about any of those cartridges.
Sorry,
If
for the record, you're going to have to use the proper terminology, okay? All right, so it's not
Casings.
cartridges, it's
Casings.
cases. Yep.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Yep.
Cartridges,
Shell
casings,
casings.
whatever.
Yes, 38 of the 39 cartridge casings were fired from the 6 hour firearm.
And the cartridge casings, nothing about those are illegal, right?
No, not to my knowledge.
All right, and the drum that we saw that holds 150 on each side. If I want to own 1,000 of those, I can put 1,000 in my house.
To my knowledge, it is not illegal to own one.
About 100.
It is not. I don't know anything wrong with that. I don't have any knowledge of that being illegal.
Okay. How about the pistol, the HN pistol? Is it HN? Is that what you call it, or HR?
There's an FN.
FN, sorry. So the FN pistol, is anything illegal about that?
No, I did not see anything illegal about that gun.
Okay. And how about the Taurus? You know if that's illegal or
No,
illegal?
there's nothing illegal about that gun.
Okay, so it's a legal gun.
Yes,
Assuming it was purchased properly and the person doesn't have a conviction of a felony, right?
correct.
All right. You're not a law enforcement officer to determine if somebody's carrying a gun properly or not properly. It's not something you do.
No, I'm not.
You're a civilian employee with the sheriff.
Correct.
And your expertise is firearms.
Yes, it is tool mark examinations.
Okay, so you could determine possibly, if we don't know, if we find cartridges, I don't know the proper term. Is it shell casing cartridges?
Fired cartridge casings.
Thank you. So if you find one of those and a gun is not found, maybe a month or two later, you could say, did that particular gun fire those cartridge casings?
That is correct. I could also, if there isn't a gun discovered, I could also compare the casings to each other to determine whether they were fired from one or more guns.
Are all those guns
But not the
potentially
gun. Like I
deadly
tell
if somebody
everybody
gets shot
all the
with them?
time.
Every gun is deadly if someone could get shot with it.
Well, if that Taurus is, let's take the Taurus. If you see, I'm not going to do it, I'm just hypothetically, if I take that Taurus from where I am here and you're there, and I point it at you, would you be able to see if it's loaded?
No.
Would you able to tell if there's a bullet in the chamber?
No.
And you agree that's called an extended clip that was provided to you from that firearm?
For the Taurus
Yes.
pistol, yes, that was an extended magazine.
Okay. Did that gun come with hollow point bullets?
I'm sorry?
Did the gun, the Taurus, come with hollow point bullets?
I don't have any notes in regards to the type of projectiles that were in that particular type of gun.
Did you look at them or examine them or no?
I did. I know that they were 9mm Luger. 6 of the 10 were a Norma brand. 3 were Cellier and Below brand, and 1 was a Hornady brand.
So it's possible they were
the Hornady definitely probably was a hollow point.
bullets that would expand upon impact.
It is possible.
Could you look at them now and tell us?
I could, yes.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'll show you defense states number 7 that's been entered into evidence. If you can tell us, if you can help us out with that question, please, about the type of bullets that were in there in terms of they're the kind that expand upon impact. I thought that was a coffee container when you
Motherfuckers was
I didn't know that was a
motherfuckers was finding bullets by the seashore and shit, fucking mixing and matching.
So of the 10 cartridges, 9 are Full Metal Jacket, and 1, which is the Hornady brand, is a hollow point projectile.
Oh, just one.
Just 1.
Good
You
lord.
know what sequence in the gun the hollow point was in?
I do not.
And you don't know. So you got 10 cartridges, right?
Yes, sir.
On that particular gun, is it in the box tied up or can you hold it up?
It is not tied up.
Can you hold it up a little bit?
Yes.
Can you show us where a bullet would be ejected from there?
The bullet or the fired cartridge case?
Fired cartridge casing, thank you.
The fired cartridge case is ejected from right here, which is called the ejection port. Once it's fired, it just kind of pings out. The gun ejects it, and it lands in the near vicinity.
I'm sorry, do you know how far it would go?
No, it varies. Honestly, the gun is designed to extract and eject to the right, but there's a lot of variation in terms of where the casings eject. But it's usually in the near vicinity.
If someone knows how to use that gun, is it easy to take a bullet out of the chamber?
Are you talking about an unfired cartridge?
Good idea, Rob.
Yes, all you have to do to remove a piece of ammunition from the chamber is just pull back the slide.
Yeah, you have no way of knowing when that gun may have been fired, do you?
I do not.
Did you tell if that gun was ever fired?
I could not tell.
may
At the
be
time
dirty.
I test fired the gun, I did not look for that.
You can check to see if it's dirty.
No one
That's
asked you
about
to do
it.
that?
No.
So if I'm holding that Taurus that you have in your hand in my, let's say in my right hand, it would eject to my right?
Yeah, it's designed to eject to the right.
Okay.
But there's times where, a casing jumps up and hits me in the top of my head. So again, it's designed to eject to the right, but there's a lot of variation there.
All right. And how about, thank you, put that in there. How about the Sig Sauer firearm that we talked about?
ejects
Does
to the
that
right.
eject from the right also?
It's also designed to eject to the right.
Anyone ask you to do any study about how far these may have went and how they would have landed in a certain area?
No.
Would you do that if someone asked you?
I've never done that.
All right. When you get guns, do you ever look in database? Do you ever look as part of your job when you get firearms to look in any kind of databases to see if the gun was stolen or where it was purchased or anything like that?
There is a database, NCIC, FCIC, that detectives use. We don't use it in as firearms
Shorty
examiners.
said she don't.
There is
she said
another
there was no way to look
database
it up.
of fired cartridge cases.
All right, tell me about the one that detectives use. What is that called?
She lied and said that
It's
she couldn't look it up.
NCIC, FCIC.
What is that?
It's a database of items, guns, cars, and other items that a detective can type in certain information about that item, and it'll pull up if that item has been stolen or at least submitted as stolen.
To your knowledge, is there any databases somebody who's in law enforcement can look or try to find to show when somebody bought a particular gun, who the original purchaser was?
That's my general knowledge. I've never used it, so I'm not very familiar with it, but I know the basics.
Do you believe they could find out possibly who the purchaser was and when it was purchased?
That's my understanding.
Okay.
She lied her ass off on the stand.
Did all those, I think you answered this from direct, but all those 3 guns that you examined, they all worked properly?
Yes, they did.
And based on your training and experience, do you know what an intermediary target is?
I don't know. I can imagine. I could assume what an intermediary target is.
I know you wouldn't know in this case, but what does that mean to you? Can you?
It sounds like something in between 2 objects.
There you go.
Okay, so I think you testified earlier that if it's an intermediary target, that would possibly have an effect on the direction of a bullet.
What I stated was that bullets go in the direction in which the barrel is pointed.
What if it hits something first?
What about it?
So let's say hypothetically it hits a car.
It goes depending on where it hits. Like I told you,
it can. Yes.
Glass even.
It can. Yes.
And then you had all those little particles. Some you said were plastic. Some you said were possibly from a gun. You couldn't tell, right?
Yes. Some were not consistent with a gun, and some were.
All right. And is it common for a bullet hitting, let's say hypothetically, a car, and when inside a car, the pieces break up of the bullet?
It's common.
Okay.
Yes.
And you would have no way of knowing the trajectory if it's bouncing around the car or which way it would go, would you?
No, I would have no way of determining that.
After that AR is moving, it's going straight through that fucking door. No different, no real variation.
How about a pressure pull on a trigger? Did you check those in this case?
Yes, I did.
Let's talk about the Taurus. What was that approximately?
The trigger pull, which is essentially how much force is applied before the firing mechanism drops, is what's considered the trigger pull. And the Taurus pistol had 2 different trigger pulls because of the type of design the Taurus pistol had.
It's a double
the 2
action.
types are called single action and double action.
Double action.
And what essentially that the single and the double imply is that with the pull of the trigger, single action just does one action, drops the fire mechanism. In double action, the pull of the trigger is going to do 2 actions. It's going to cock the firearm,
single action
and it's
is
going to
be
release the
around
fire
like
mechanism.
3 pounds.
So each I
Double
tested
action
each
will be about
one. In single action, the trigger pull was between 6 and 7 pounds.
That's
to
heavy
release
ass
the fire
single
mechanism.
action.
And in double action, it was between 5 and 6 pounds.
Is that normal for that type of gun?
Yes, it is.
Is that relatively light trigger pull, medium? How would you classify it?
No, it's a normal trigger pull. It's typical.
Damn, I thought that single action would be
Right.
different.
If I had that Taurus in my hand and I tried to shoot it, but I didn't rack it back first.
I follow
Explain,
that.
how do you
single action?
How
will
would
work.
if I own that gun or you own the gun and you wanted to use it, how do you actually get it to work?
So if you have the gun and it's not loaded, and you insert the magazine, and let's say the magazine is loaded, you have to rack the slide back because you have to insert a cartridge into the chamber before you can fire it.
Right.
Now, once that first round is loaded and you fire the shot, at that point, the gun automatically ejects, cocks, and prepares the gun for the next trigger pull.
All right. So hypothetically, if I have that gun and I don't rack it back or I don't have time to rack it back and I try to shoot it, nothing's going to come out, right?
Yes, if that chamber is empty, nothing will happen.
How about the 6 Sauer firearm? That particular firearm, when you load it, you said you just put the drum inside of it and it goes up
It's a single
vertically, the
action.
bullets? Or how did you describe that?
So you insert the magazine, but just like all the other guns, you still have to rack the bolt back so that that first cartridge can insert into the chamber.
Gotcha. So did you try to do that, rack it back?
I did. When I inserted the magazine with my test fires loaded into it, I inserted it. I had to rack the bolt back again to insert the cartridge so that I could fire it.
Properly?
It did.
Hard to do?
No, it was not.
How about the trigger pull on that 6 Sauer? Did you test that out?
Yes, the 6 Sauer operated at single action only, and that trigger pull was between 7 and 8 pounds.
Similar to the Taurus?
It's similar to the Taurus, yes.
And every time if I'm shooting it, I got to pull the trigger back and forth?
Yes, if you want to set off consecutive shots, every time you pull the trigger, you get 1 shot.
Just like the Taurus.
You know how long it would take to shoot 39 shots?
No, I've never timed it, but you can shoot as fast as you can shoot as fast as you can pull the trigger.
So it depends on every person's ability.
As fast as they can pull the trigger, correct.
Okay. And just so I'm clear, you said the Taurus had single and double action. Why does the 6 Sauer only have single action?
It's just per design. The manufacturer decides what type of design they want to make their firearm.
And what's the difference between single and double?
The single action, the pull of the trigger is going to perform 1 action, which is releasing the fire mechanism. With the double action, the pull of the trigger cocks back the fire mechanism and releases it. So it performs 2 actions.
Okay. All right, that's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any redirect? Okay.
Mr. Palmer, with the Taurus that you received for comparison, if you had 10 bullets in that magazine, is it true that only 1 other bullet could have been in that firearm?
What?
It's true that when you insert the magazine with 10 rounds, it is true that there could have been 1 cartridge already in the chamber.
And if there's no cartridge in the chamber, and I do recognize that is question number 2.
Mm-hmm.
If there's,
I was counting.
if there are no cartridges or live rounds in the chamber, and you only have the 10 full ones that are in the magazine that holds only 10, then fair to say that's all there was.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right,
that question?
ladies and gentlemen, I'm told the lunch is here.
What was the point of that
I think I'm
question?
going to have some more. Well, let me find out before I send you back for lunch. Lawyer's approach, please. Yeah.
What was that? What was the point of that? What was the point of that question? They have no case. The defense just proved that the AR isn't illegal. The magazine isn't illegal. The bullets aren't illegal. It operates and functions as a semi-automatic. In this case, it's a pistol, not a rifle. It functions just like the Taurus and the FN, and that's it. They try to make an argument or a case that the he didn't have a round chambered in his
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think
barrel.
the state has an
Makes
announcement to
no
make.
fucking sense.
Somebody for the state?
Yes, at this time the state rests.
All right, very well.
Oh shit.
We're going to take an hour break, and I recognize that lunch is already back there for you, but you may want to go outside and stretch your legs and get some fresh air as well. I've got a little bit of work to do during the lunch break.
The state
so
is resting.
let's just call it 1 o'clock. Please be back at 1 o'clock. Now, you've heard all the evidence from the state. There may be more evidence, so keep an open mind at this point. You haven't heard the arguments from either side either. Open mind. If you happen to see one of us out there, duck us, we'll duck you. No research, no discussion. And as I said, keep an open mind. All right, see you back at 1 o'clock.
She said the state rests. That's interesting. She said the state rests. That's interesting. That means that they have no more questions. Now we're going to hear closing arguments. Does the defense rest? Or do the defense have witnesses of their own? That's the good question. I'm about to find out real quick. Oh shit, hold up. Who's this? Oh, I gotta do this. Is this the brother? Somebody taking the stand. I think the brother might be taking the stand. It's like the brother might be taking the stand.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you're probably the most diligent and punctual jury, particularly a large jury that I've ever had. So I appreciate it very, very much. All right, I'm sorry? Well, you're welcome. You're welcome. All right, Mr. Shiner, who is the defense first witness?
So they bringing the brother up. I want to hear what the brother got to say, and then I'm gonna get out of here. And I'll put the link to this is on Law and Crime. I'll put the link to it in the description or in the chat.
Swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
All right, sir, will you please, thank you. Will you please say and spell both your first and last name for the record?
All right, my first name is Daryl. That's Darryl. Last name is Rudolph. Rudolph.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, you may inquire, Mr. Shiner.
Where do you live?
Lake Park.
Yeah, address.
It's a 550 Teak Drive, Lake Park, Florida 33403.
And who do you live with?
My mother and my brother.
They should have blurred that or
What's your
blanked
mom's
that
name?
out.
Linda.
Same last name as you?
Yes, sir.
And where'd you grow up?
Lake Park.
Same house pretty much most of your childhood?
Yes, sir.
550 Teak Drive?
Yes, sir.
And did you go to school in the area?
Yes, sir.
And what's the highest level of education you have?
I got a AS in agriculture.
What's an AS? Associate's degree?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and where'd you go to college for that?
Palm Beach State.
What do you mean agriculture? What's that?
It's like farming.
All right. Is there a reason? Do you have a farm anywhere?
Yes, sir.
Where's that?
That's in Alabama.
And do you have animals there?
Yes, sir.
Crops?
Yes, sir.
How come you're not there?
Oh, well, right now I'm trying to just take care of my mother, make sure everything, okay at the house with bills and everything. So.
All right. Did something happen to your father?
Yes, sir.
Tell us when that was.
This happened in 2017.
What? Not the whole story, but generally
Yeah.
what happens? General.
Well, he was they say it's an accident, but he was tragically killed as he was working.
Was he basically shot in the head?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did your mother change? Was she a different person after that?
Yes, sir.
And how old are you?
31.
At the time this happened, you 29?
Yes, sir.
And is that the reason you stay with her, to help her out
Yes, sir.
financially and emotionally?
Yes, sir.
Okay. After that incident happened with your dad, did your mom get more concerned about security?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that.
Basically, like, she was just traumatized with, us losing our father. So ever since that happened, she wanted to just put up cameras and make sure things safe around the house.
Do you know where the cameras were in your house back in April of 2021?
Yes, sir.
Tell us where you remember them.
I remember them being in the front yard, the side of the house. We got one in the backyard, and that's pretty much it.
Okay. Did you have anything else beside the camera system? Was there any other cameras or any other devices not related to the cameras you just discussed?
Yeah, we have a ring.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when did you get that? Do you remember? Was that?
We got that.
If you remember.
Yeah, actually, I don't remember. Actually, no.
How about the cameras on the outside? Do you know what that system's called? Do you remember?
It's called a night owl.
You know when your mom purchased that?
No, sir.
Was that shortly after your dad's death or before that?
That was after my dad's death.
Okay. Did you have it for a few years or just recently?
Like a couple of years.
Before this incident happened?
Yes, sir.
Did you control those cameras at all?
No, sir.
Did you have an app for those cameras to see what was going on?
Yes, sir.
You ever use it, or was it mostly your mom, or both of you?
It was mostly my mom. So like every now and then I'll like look at the ring doorbell camera, but not really the night owl.
Okay, I'm talking about the night owl specifically. Did you have an app for that or no?
No, sir.
You know if your mom could see that, or you don't know?
Yes, sir. She can.
On her phone?
Yes, sir.
All right. You were able to see the ring one?
The ring one? Yes, sir.
You had an app on your phone?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you also have anything inside that would allow you to see what was going on outside with the cameras?
Yes, sir.
Explain that to us, please.
We got like it's like a TV monitor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where is that?
It's close by my brother's room.
All right. And is it on the floor, on the ceiling, in the middle of the room? Where is it? Can you be more descriptive?
It's more on the ceiling.
Okay. And you can see all the cameras and every view from there?
Yes, sir.
So it's on the wall.
And did you have this camera system a year or two at least before this incident happened?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever check videos on that camera to see if the camera's actually recording?
No, sir.
Never.
Never.
Did your mom tell you it was being recorded, or did you believe it was being recorded?
Yes, sir.
All right. So if it was working that night or not working, you would not know the night of April 7th, right?
No, sir.
But it clearly working that you could actually see people on the monitor?
Yes, sir.
On April 7th of 2021?
Yeah, that's correct.
And who is Travis Rudolph?
Travis Rudolph, he's my brother, younger brother.
You guys very close?
Very close.
You guys agree on everything sometimes or disagree like normal brothers? Or
like I'm pretty sure all brothers and sisters, cousins all have some type of disagreement. Like we don't agree with everything, but that's my brother and I love him.
And do you also have a sister?
Yes, sir.
What's her name?
Her name is Tierney Coleman.
You know how old Tierney is?
Yes, sir.
How old?
She's 37.
All right. Did your dad's death affect everyone, not just your mom? Did it affect you, obviously?
Yes, sir.
And Travis?
Yes, sir.
And how about Tierney?
Yes, sir.
Tierney married?
Yes, sir.
Her own family?
Yes, sir.
Where does she stay? Not the actual address, but what part of Palm Beach County?
She stayed like on the out west side.
You know the city?
Yes, sir. Wellington.
Okay. Is it on the border of Green Acres area?
Yes, sir.
So, and are you close with your sister Tierney as well?
Yes, sir.
What's your relationship with your mom?
My mom, that's my mother. So like, I'm pretty sure that hopefully with all, children, they very close to their mom. Like you very, I love her to death.
Are you married? Are you single?
No, sir. I'm single.
Does anyone else beside you? I'm talking April 2021. Who was living at the house in April of 2021?
During that time, it was me, my mother, my younger brother.
Travis?
Yes, sir.
Was there a time Travis wasn't living at your home?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that.
That time he was training to go to the Canadian League.
I'm talking, was there a time where he was not living with you? Like he left 550 Keith Drive?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that during his life?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rudolph, get a little closer to the microphone, please. Thank you.
All right.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Did he go away to college?
Yes, sir.
You know where your brother went to college?
Yeah, he went to Florida State University.
And did he do anything unusual when he was there or special?
Special, yes, sir.
What did he do?
He played football for the college.
Watch most of his games?
Yes, sir.
You watched most of his games?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what position he played?
Yes, sir. He was a wide receiver.
People don't know football. Is that someone who's running away from people, or is that someone who's tackling people?
There'll be someone who's running away from people.
Was your brother, growing up, was he very athletic?
Yes, sir.
And does he have quicker hand-eye coordination than most people, in your opinion?
Yes, sir.
You know how many years Travis stayed at Florida State?
Can you repeat that one question again?
You know how many years he played football at Florida State?
He was there for like 3 years.
And after that, did he play in the NFL?
Yes, sir.
How many seasons?
Yes, sir. He was there for like a year.
Okay, and that was in New York?
Yes, sir.
And did he eventually come back home?
Yes, sir.
Did he sign up with the Dolphins?
Yes, sir.
Was that very short-lived?
Yes, sir. He had an accident with his ACL, so it kind of.
What's the ACL, in case someone doesn't know? What is that?
I guess it's like some type of.
It's a knee
injury. It has something to do with your knees, but that's as far as I know.
All right, and he was injured. He couldn't play anymore.
That's correct.
Was he living at home at the time?
Yes, sir.
When your brother was injured, let's go back to the day of this incident, April 7th.
Mm-hmm.
You know how long he was living at the house at 550 Teak Drive after he left the New York football team?
Yeah, he was there for like a year.
Okay, and did he get hurt right away, or is it sometime later?
There was something that happened later.
So how many weeks or months, if you can tell us, before April 7th of 2021 was he injured?
Before, can't really remember.
Okay,
yeah.
It was definitely before April 7th.
That's correct.
The months before, at least?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Did you ever check online if your brother's injury ever made the news at all?
Actually,
Wait, hang on, Mr. Rudolph. What is the relevance of that?
There was testimony that Tyler Robinson looked at articles about his injury, and that's why I'm asking if he ever did that.
All right, overruled. Go ahead. Answer the question, Mr. Rudolph.
Did you ever look up any articles?
Also humanizing his brother. He's using,
no, sir. I never really
using his
paid
brother to
attention.
humanize his
You
brother.
knew he was injured, obviously.
Yes, sir.
Did your brother get surgery, or did he rehabilitate? What happened? Do you know?
Yeah, he had to get surgery.
And was he trying to get back to play football?
Yes, sir.
Let's take a couple of months before this incident happened. And to your knowledge, what was he doing to try to get back into professional football?
He'll go to practice with some of his friends.
And do you know where that was?
Yeah, like sometimes he'll go to Miami. He'll go to like different places to go work out.
Was he practicing with some professional football players?
Yes, sir.
You know them as well?
Yes, sir.
Some of them are very high profile.
Yes, sir.
So when your brother's trying to get back into football, is this a part-time job, full-time job?
I take it as a full-time job.
Okay. Do you know who Dominique Jones is?
Yes, sir.
And how long? Not today, but as of April 7th. Let's put everything. Most of my questions back to April 7th. Okay.
Okay.
2021.
Dominique Jones is the girl.
At that time, how long did you know her for?
That time I know him for like, I say a year.
Okay, that's approximation.
Yeah, approximation.
And was she your brother's girlfriend?
Yes, sir.
Were you ever involved in their relationship to find out if it was serious, not serious?
I actually didn't really care.
What was your relationship before April 7th and generally with Dominique?
Dominique, I saw like a little sister.
Were you friendly with her?
Yes, sir.
And did you see her often?
Yes, sir.
How often would you see her?
This would be, I guess, whenever Travis, he'll be at the house. So I'll say probably 5 days out the week, sometimes 3 days out the week. It'll vary.
All right. And would she always sleep over when she came?
Yes, sir.
And you had no difficulty with her?
No, sir.
Were you ever aware before April 7th that your brother and Dominique were on the outs for about a month?
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. Let's take yourself back to April 7th,
Mm-hmm.
2021. Were you ever aware that there was some problems between your brother and Dominique during that time period, the month before roughly?
So like before this situation occurred? Yes, sir.
Okay. And how did you become aware of that?
She got upset about, I guess, something happened on Valentine's Day.
All right. And did you see her physically violent to your brother?
Yes, sir.
Did you see your brother physically violent with her?
No, sir.
How about after Valentine's Day, in between that time, were you aware if they were seeing each other or not seeing each other? Or if you don't know, that's okay.
Honestly, I don't know.
Do you have any, and if you know, great. If you don't, that's fine. Do you have any knowledge if your brother was talking to any other women during that time period, a month or two before April 7th?
Don't know.
Were you ever made aware from either your brother or Dominique that they had plans to get married?
No, sir. Don't know.
Were you aware that your brother was going to play football in Canada?
Yes, sir.
And was he supposed to leave in May?
Yes, sir.
The month after this happened.
Damn.
Right, that's correct.
Okay. Did you know if Dominique was going with him?
No, I don't know.
You really didn't get much involved in your brother's relationship.
Yeah, didn't really care about his
Did he ever talk to you and say, "Hey, bro, I want to tell you what's going on with Dominique and me," or that wasn't the kind of thing he would tell you?
No, that wasn't the kind of thing he was talking to me about.
Pretty much a private person.
Yes, sir.
All right, so Valentine's Day there was an issue. Did you see her much after that?
Yes, sir.
And
So what if she was waiting for that nigga at the house?
let's go directly
and
to
jumped
April
out the car and
7th.
started getting in his face.
All right, of
This bitch
2021.
got me fucked up, and then that's
Were
when
you
all the
working
shit
during
went
that
down.
time period?
Yes, sir.
What kind of work were you doing?
I was doing a ride share.
Ride share?
Yes, sir.
What do you mean?
It's like Uber Eats, DoorDash. Yeah, you just doing like deliveries.
Okay. How come you weren't doing the farming and taking care of animals?
That shit in
Because
Alabama, nigga.
I'm at home with my mother, just trying to keep the bills paid, making sure she's straight, because she's out of work right now, and she's still traumatized over my father's death, and so I'm just trying to make sure mom's straight.
You have a little farm in your backyard?
I say it's like a miniature farm.
What do you have back there?
I got a.
It's of limited relevance, but I'll allow it. Overruled. Go ahead. You can.
Backyard.
I got a
I'm
miniature.
talking back to April 7th, not today. Everything I'm asking is April 7th.
Gotcha.
That time period. What'd you have back there?
Yeah, I got a miniature pig. I have some chickens, a peacock. What else? I got a dog. Yeah, and that's pretty much it.
Small backyard, medium size.
Oh, it's pretty large.
So, are you doing the ride share, delivering food basically?
Yes, sir.
And was that a full-time job?
Yes, sir.
You were able to support yourself and donate money to your mom as well?
That's correct.
How many days a week were you working?
Almost every day. So I'll say 7 days out the week.
So he's trying to humanize the brother. And
Let's go back to April 7th, earlier in the day. Do you remember what you did on this day?
Yeah, I went to work. Then after that, I went to go get my car washed.
And do you remember what time it was you got your car washed? Just approximately.
I'll say like 7 o'clock.
AM or PM?
That's PM.
And where'd you get your car washed? Do you remember?
Yeah, yes, sir. It was on it was on Blue Heron. Yeah, called the Imperial
Car Wash.
No, that's not what it's called, but that's why I got it washed at.
What's do you know?
Yeah, I guess this guy, he got his he has a side business, so that's where he goes to wash people's cars at.
What's Imperial? What is that?
Imperial, that's the name of this plaza that's on Blue Heron.
Okay, and that's where you got your car washed.
Correct.
It wasn't like a one of those ones you drive through. It was somebody doing it on the street.
Right. That's correct.
All right. And what'd you do after getting the car wash?
After that, I went to a friend's house.
And did you eventually go home?
Yes, sir.
You remember approximately what time you got home?
I got home probably around, I think it was like 10 o'clock.
Is that an approximation?
Yes, sir. Approximation.
Was your mom home?
No, sir.
You know where your mom was?
She was at Bible study.
Where is that?
She go to Bible study at my auntie Laura house.
Is that her twin sister?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
They're very close.
Very close.
And does she live in a different city than you do?
Yes, sir.
But just approximately how far is it to drive from your house to your Aunt Laura's house?
Like 10 minutes.
All right. So was anyone home when you arrived?
Yes, sir.
Where'd you park?
I had parked on the side. Well, no. First, when I came home, I actually parked in the driveway.
Why is that normally where you park?
No, sir.
Who parks there?
My mother.
All right. And why'd you park there?
I had parked there because after I got my car washed, I felt a little funny. I was like, okay, like I had want to get a second advice from Travis to see what he think, to see if this person cleaned my car good or is it just me? So I was trying to get a second opinion to try to tell him to come outside real fast and take a look at it.
Did you call him if you remember, or did you go in the house if you remember?
No, actually, I went inside.
And where was Travis?
Travis, he was in the he was in the living room.
Where was Dominique? Was she there?
Yes, sir.
Anyone else in the house as far as you knew?
No, sir.
All right, so you go in the house, you see Dominique and Travis. What do you do?
So I tell Travis to come outside. I got to show you something real quick, and so he came.
When you first went inside, did everything seem calm in the house?
Yes, sir.
Didn't see your brother and Dominique fighting?
That's correct.
Arguing, nothing like that.
That's correct.
All right, so Travis comes outside. What happens next?
So Travis comes outside. I said, "Hey, Travis, tell me what you think." I feel like this person rushed my car. I don't know if because I got off work too late and maybe they was tired too. But tell me what you think. You think this person did a good job or no?
All right, so the conversation basically involved whether you had a good car wash, bad one, right?
Right, that's correct.
How long do you think y'all were talking?
Oh, we was talking probably for about, I'd say about 4 minutes. Wasn't that long.
Very quick.
Yeah, very quick.
All right. What happens after that?
After that, we go inside the house.
Both of you?
Yes, sir.
And what was your plans when you got in the house?
My plan was to go in my room and just take a shower and go to bed, probably watch some stuff on YouTube and just
okay.
I was gonna go home and also write a couple of songs.
Is that a hobby of yours, doing that?
Yes, sir.
Did you get to do any of those things you just said you planned on doing?
No, sir.
How come? What happened?
As soon as we went inside, Dominique, she got upset by some girl named Kyla.
And how do you know this?
I noticed because she was yelling and screaming, saying, "Who is Kyla?"
Who's Kyla?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Who was she screaming at?
She was screaming at Travis.
Did you know if your brother had a cell phone at the time he came outside?
No, sir.
How about when he got inside? Do you know where his cell phone was?
Yes, sir.
Where?
It was inside of Dominique's hand.
And that's when she's yelling at him?
That's correct.
You didn't know what Kyla was, did you?
No, sir.
You even care?
Didn't care at all.
All right. Did she seem upset and angry with him?
Very angry.
And what happened next?
So next, I guess Travis and Dominique, they started getting into an argument, but she was mainly like yelling at him and he was trying to calm her down. And so basically Dominique, she kept yelling and screaming, "Who is Kyla? Who is Kyla?"
Is there any violence at this point?
Not at this point.
All right. And this is just her yelling at him and him trying to calm her down?
That's correct.
How long did that last approximately?
That lasted about, it lasted about maybe 8 minutes. I'm not really sure, like a approximation. So
just a guess, right?
Yeah, just a guess.
You weren't sitting there watching your clock and writing the times down, were you?
Correct.
Did you go in your room at that point, or what'd you do?
Actually, went inside my room.
All right, you were just trying to ignore this?
Correct.
You didn't want no part of it, did you?
Yeah, I mean, it was just weird. I didn't want to be in a business. I thought that's their business.
Okay.
Yeah, they can talk it out.
So you go in your room, were you able to take a shower and go and watch YouTube, write some songs?
Correct.
Were you able to do that?
No, sir.
How come?
Then things seemed like it started getting serious.
What do you mean by that? Why'd you feel that way?
Yeah, because at one point I had walked out to go to the kitchen, and then I heard my brother say something like, "Oh, you just mad because Kyla got a better body than you." And then that's when Dominique got mad and she started punching him and hitting him.
Where is this taking place?
That's taking place, of course, about Travis' room, by the bathroom.
Oh shit!
That's out of the room.
All right. Did you ever see them going in the room together, in his room?
Can you repeat the question?
Did you ever see Travis and Dominique go inside Travis's room?
Yes, sir.
All right. So they didn't go in the room at this point, right?
Right. Not at this point.
All right, so you come out, you hear loud noises, or what do you hear to make you come out of your room?
I hear screaming. I hear Dominique calling Travis a broke bitch. Excuse me, if I could cuss you on her.
That's all right. Whatever, seriously,
All right.
whatever she said is.
Yeah, she was calling Travis a broke bitch and telling some, don't you disrespect me like that. So.
And this is taking place in the living room area, closer to his bedroom. Is that what you said?
Like closer to Travis' room, and it's actually it's between the Travis' room and the bathroom.
All right. And what else did you hear or see from either one of them at this point?
Basically, she kept hitting him, and Travis told him to stop.
How was she hitting him?
Like punching him, and just like hitting him on the back of his head and stuff.
She called
involved at
Travis
this
a
point?
Yes,
broke
sir.
bitch.
I actually try to get between both Travis and Dominique to try to diffuse the situation, to try to calm everything down.
And did that work for a bit?
Not really.
So when was it that Travis and Dominique went into Travis's bedroom?
This was after Dominique was hitting him.
All right. So when they went in the bedroom, did you leave that area and not pay attention anymore, or try not to pay attention?
Yeah, at that point, I thought they was gonna go in the room and probably maybe talk it out, make up, or whatever they was gonna do. I
You
don't
thought they was
know.
going
So
in the room
I
and
just
start
went in
fucking.
my room and thought, hey, let them, chill out with that.
Did you ever see Travis lay a finger on her
No,
while
sir.
she was hitting him during the point you just described?
No, sir.
All right. So they go in the room. Do you know if they closed the door, or you wouldn't know that?
I wouldn't know that because I actually went in my room after that.
And were you able to do the things you wanted to do then?
Yes, sir.
Took a shower, wrote some songs.
Wait, no. Correct. That's false. No.
How come?
Because then they came back out with a bunch of commotion. Dominique was yelling and screaming. She was like in like a psychopathic rage.
Ever see anybody like that before?
A psychopathic rage.
I see on TV.
So she comes out. Do you stay in your room or do you come out?
Nah, actually, I'll come outside.
You don't have any firearms, do you?
No, sir.
All right. So you come outside. Obviously, you don't, or do you? Do you have any weapons with you?
No, sir.
At this point, does your brother have any kind of weapons with him, on him, or near him?
Like actually, like on him at the time?
Yes, sir.
No, sir.
We'll talk about his firearms later on. But I'm just asking at this point.
At this point, no, sir.
All right. So they come back out, and you felt you had to come out of the room again.
Correct.
You getting upset that you're hearing all this craziness?
It was actually annoying. Yeah, I was like, it's crazy. Just calm everything down. Don't even.
You know Mr. Estes?
Yes, sir.
He's a neighbor across the street.
That's correct.
Did he ever talk to you about why is Travis with this young lady?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever talk to your brother about that?
Yes, sir.
In one ear and out the other, huh?
Yeah, when one end, we went, yeah, just like you said.
All right. So you come out of your room. Can you tell us all what you see at this point?
So basically, Dominique, she gets upset. She's still hitting Travis. Dominique tried to tell Travis to stop. So now we're in the living room at this point. So she grabs Travis' PlayStation and she said, Travis, you got the wrong girl. You like first of all, don't call me no bitch. And so she just picked his PS4 up and just slammed his PS4.
Did it break, to your knowledge?
Oh yeah, it shattered. Like she picked it up with like extreme force and just smashed it.
What may have happened or didn't happen in Travis's room, you couldn't see.
No, I couldn't, because I wasn't in there.
Got to go.
You said that Dominique said to Travis, stop? Or maybe I misheard you. Did you say that?
Yeah, like he was trying to tell Dominique to stop.
Travis was telling Dominique to stop.
Correct, yeah.
Were you getting involved or you just watching?
Yeah, at this point, I'm actually getting involved because,
why?
I mean, she's
breaking
literally
shit.
breaking things in my mom's house. So I'm saying, okay, like this getting way too out of hand. So I'm like in between Travis as well as Dominique trying to get this girl to get out the house and just leave.
Did you ever hear your brother yelling and cursing at her to get out of the house?
No, sir.
Did you ever tell her that?
No, I just told her, Dominique, just leave. I mean, you're doing too much.
Did she leave?
No, sir.
Was your brother just standing there silently, or was he antagonizing her as well?
He was actually still antagonizing her.
Okay, so they're both doing stupid stuff.
Right. Yeah, they both were just cussing each other out,
Okay. And you're in the middle of this.
Yeah, all in the middle of it. Just trying to diffuse everything.
All right. Did you ever see your brother touch her, Dominique, in any kind of way?
No, sir.
Bruh.
So she breaks the PlayStation. What do you remember happening after that?
And also, I guess my mom had like this charger. Somehow when Dominique picked it up and she slammed it, like that broke as well. So I guess when she picked it up and she it got caught on my brother PlayStation. So when she slammed it, it just that broke as well, just straight
I ain't
shot.
said Travis ain't trifling.
cameras
I ain't saying
inside
that
the
nigga
house,
ain't
dude.
trifling.
No, sir. No cameras inside the house.
Okay. Did you believe on April 7th of 2021 the outside cameras were fully recording everything?
That's correct.
So the PlayStation, the cord you just talked about, what happened after that?
So after that, that's when Travis and Dominique, they both go outside and they still antagonizing each other at this point.
Were you watching them?
Once they walked out, I just shut the door. Didn't even think I actually locked it. I guess I got tired of both of them, just being too loud and just
too ignorant.
You just wanted to get rid of them?
Yeah, basically like, look, they out, y'all stay out there.
Did that work?
Nope.
What happened?
So that's when Travis knocks on the door. He said, open this door, bro, because this bitch got me fucked up.
You don't know the words because you've seen the video, right?
Correct. No, actually, I heard it because I was there.
You also saw the video from the doorbell cam, didn't you?
Correct.
All right. So what do you do?
So as soon as I open the door, like as soon as I open the door, that's when Travis said, he was like, open this door, bro, because this bitch got me fucked up. And so soon as he said that sent Dominique on another rage. She started like punching him and saying like, who you calling a bitch, bro? And just, yes, sir.
She's just using her hands and fists?
Yeah, her hands, fists. Yeah.
Was your brother hurt or more morally hurt?
I mean, the way she was hitting him, I would assume that he was hurt. I mean, I understand he a man, but the way Dominique was hitting him, she was hitting him like she was trying to hurt him. So yeah, he had to feel something.
It wasn't like a joke, like it was
right. Like jurors, like this wasn't no joke. The way this girl was hitting Travis, like she was pissed. That's how she was hitting him.
All right, and you're watching this,
correct? Well, not just watching, trying to diffuse it. I'm now this time at the point I'm actually trying to make both Travis and Dominique, go their separate ways and trying to just diffuse the situation.
Got enough at this point.
Enough.
Did you see Dominique fall to the ground?
Yeah, I saw her fall to the ground.
If your brother put his foot out so she would get away from him and she'd fall down?
Nah, I ain't seen him put his foot out. It seemed like she slipped because the grass had to be wet or something.
But either way, you saw her go to the ground.
Yeah, she did fall.
She stay on the ground, she get back up?
She gets back up.
Then what happens?
Then after that, as far as I can remember,
let me ask you this: did you ever see your brother body slam her, so to speak?
No, sir.
Anytime that night?
No, sir. That's a lie. Jurors, that's a lie. Yeah, my brother did not body slam her. She's making this up. All of them that came up in here.
Sustained.
You never body slammed her, right?
Never.
You ever see him punch her or slap her or knock her to the ground on purpose?
No, sir.
My motherfucking PlayStation. Not a
So
suplex
she gets
that
up.
bitch.
What do you remember happening? I know it's a lot of chaos going on, but
Yeah.
if you remember, what do you remember?
So I remember basically Dominique was still beating on Travis, hitting him, calling him a broke bitch. Nigga, you broke as fuck. She's saying all those things. And so at this point, Travis, he's still antagonizing her. So I'm between the both of them trying to,
Let me stop you. Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Was your brother having some financial problems during this time period?
Yes, sir.
And he was looking forward to his Canadian contract as far as you knew?
That's correct.
And after that, what was he hoping to do as far as you know?
After that, he was hoping to actually get back in the Canadian League. So,
he got in the Canadian League. He got a contract, you said, right?
yeah. Yes, sir.
You hoping to get in the NFL after that?
Correct.
Okay, so you wanted to play professional football in America again.
That's right.
And did he dedicate full time weeks before this, months before this, trying to get his leg back in order and his body back in shape?
Yes, sir.
How about eating? Does he eat pretty well also when he's home?
Yes, sir.
This is a full time endeavor to get back into professional sports.
That's correct.
So, I'm sorry I interrupted you. I apologize. So they back in the house, both of them?
Nah. At that point, wait, can you repeat the question?
I shouldn't interrupt you. So Dominique falls down, however she fell. It's on video. And then what happens after that?
So after that, she said something about she had to go get a liquor bottle, some Patron.
You know anything about a liquor bottle? Or is
Yeah.
hearing about it?
Nah, I know exactly what it is.
Well, I know you know what it is, but
Yeah.
did you hear about it or see a liquor bottle in the house earlier that night?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever see your brother and Dominique playing any card games?
No, sir.
Where was the liquor bottle? Do you know?
She had it on the kitchen table.
All right. So she says she wanted to get her liquor bottle back. What happens then?
Say it again, sir.
She said she wants her liquor bottle. Then what happens? What do you remember?
Then after that, that's when Travis, he's still antagonizing her, and then Dominique, she's still cussing him out. And then at that time, Dominique, she goes back outside.
All right. And does Travis go outside?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
You go outside?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Because at this point, seeing how Dominique was hitting him, I'm thinking things can get pretty serious after this.
And your brother was still saying Cal has a better body or things like that?
That's correct.
So they're going at it cat and dog at this point.
Right. That's right.
All right. What happens then? What do you see as you're watching?
So then,
let me ask you this: were you trying to get Dominique to leave?
That's correct.
Was your brother trying to get her to leave?
That's correct.
Did she leave at that point?
No, sir.
What happens next?
So what happens next is I'm like trying to get Travis to go back in the house, say, Travis, let's go. She getting ready to leave. So which I thought she was getting ready to leave, and then Travis, he told me to turn around. He said, "Look, bro, look what she doing."
What happened? What'd you say?
Oh, she was trying to grab this it's like a hard brick that we got around our palm trees, and she was getting ready to go take that brick and bust his windows out.
Where is the brick located?
It's in the front yard.
And what'd you do in response to her picking up the brick?
Well, me and Travis, we both run towards Dominique and we grabbed the brick out. We grabbed the brick out of her hand.
Knock it to the ground or hit her?
No, sir.
And you grabbed the brick out of her hand. Where's the liquor bottle? Do you know where it is?
The liquor bottle. She had it. She had it with her then. So then she put it on the ground.
What kind of bottle was it? Do you remember?
It's like you ever saw a Patron bottle?
Yes, sir.
It's like acrylic.
Now I would want to give her the benefit of the doubt, right? I would want to give her the benefit of the doubt if it wasn't for the fucking text messages where she told her brother to come shoot this nigga house up. After she done broke the PlayStation, she be hitting on it and she about to bust his windows out. I believe everything he's saying right now.
Very hard.
Okay. Can you show us with your hands approximately, or can you estimate the height of it approximately?
It's about this big.
How high would you say it is approximately?
I'll say about 7, 8, 6, 7, 6 inches.
Okay. The height of it's 6, 7 inches.
That's correct.
And you said do you know if it's made of glass or acrylic, or you don't know?
Like probably both glass and acrylic. Yeah, it seemed pretty hard.
All right. What'd she do with the bottle?
So at that point, when we got the brick out of Dominique's hand, she started hitting Travis, saying, "Oh, I'm gonna get my brothers to come fuck you up." And she was saying like, "Oh, Travis, like you fuck with the wrong girl. You shouldn't slam me," which you didn't slam her. And then she takes the Patron bottle. Now I'm actually being hit as she's trying to hit Travis.
Why are you being hit?
Because I'm like between the both of them trying to get both of them like to go their separate ways.
All right. Did you tell your brother to stop, get away from her?
Yeah, y'all told me. I said I actually told both of them, hey, listen, y'all need to just go on and just stop arguing, just go and leave Dominique, just go ahead and go home. And Travis just go inside.
That work?
You ain't said?
No, sir.
What happened then?
At that point, she took the Patron bottle and she hit Travis on his head with it.
I know it's hard to describe it, but can you describe how she hit him?
Yeah, juror. So when this girl took my brother ex-girlfriend took the Patron bottle, she like you ever played baseball?
Describe how exactly she hit him.
Yeah, like hard, like you ever play whack-a-mole at Chuck E. Cheese? That's how hard she hit him. Like she was trying to crack his skull.
It said she came over the top.
Did she actually make contact with your brother's head?
Yes, sir.
Were you worried about his life at that point?
Oh, at that point, yes, sir.
How about the threat she's making about her brothers? How many times did she say that?
She said that numerous times.
What was she saying about her brothers?
Oh, I'm gonna come get my brothers, come fuck you up, and and all this other stuff.
What else?
Saying, like you got the wrong girl, and Travis like no, like.
Anything else about her brothers besides F you up? Anything else he was saying? What her brothers were going to do?
Or just basically she'll come get her brothers, come fuck them up.
All right. Did you take that as a serious threat?
No, sir.
You thought she's just blowing off steam?
Yeah, I thought she was just bluffing, just blowing off steam.
All right. So when your brother gets hit, does he react to it, or what happens?
Like he was like like he was like when you get hit, he was like in pain. He was like
I guess
like,
it's another way to like the stream or something.
Years,
I guess
that would have got hit.
Hit that motherfucker as hard as possible.
Like that was basically what he was saying.
Hit that
Was
heart.
he bleeding or no?
Nah, he wasn't bleeding.
I don't know what the fuck it is.
Did it look like it affected him?
Yes, sir.
Were you worried about his safety?
Yes, sir.
All right. So what happens after the bottle?
So after the bottle, she was like making threats saying, you know, Travis, you got the wrong girl. You know, I'm gonna get my brothers to come F you up and stuff. And then after that, me and Travis, we just went back in the house.
Did she leave?
Yes, sir.
Was your brother's windshield intact when you went in the house?
Yes, sir.
You ever see Dominique break through your brother's windshield?
No, sir.
Anytime that night?
No, sir.
Do you know how his windshield got broken?
No, sir.
How do you know she left? Did you see her actually drive away?
No, I ain't see her drive away, but she was going to a car, and me and Travis was going inside the house.
Were you watching on the video if she came back or anything happened?
No, I wasn't really paying attention to the video.
All right, you just was glad this is.
I don't know what you two got going
That's
on,
correct.
BMW.
Did you think about calling the police on her?
No, sir.
Come.
I mean, you know, I saw the girl as a little sister, and I didn't want to get her in trouble. So I was like, "Hey, Dominique, just leave." I didn't want to, you know, like
stand up,
even
dude.
though she was making threats, I never took them serious. And plus, I didn't want to get Dominique in trouble. So,
Okay. So what time do you think this occurred?
this occurred, I'll say, like 11 o'clock.
Is that just a guess?
Yeah, like an approximate 11 o'clock.
The possible was a couple hours earlier, or you don't know? You know,
I'll say 11, around 11.
Is that a guess on your part?
No, sir, not a guess.
Did you watch?
Nah.
Okay. So what do you do then?
So then I go back in my room.
Did you have any discussions with your brother?
Yeah, I had a discussion with him.
Were you yelling at him?
Yes, sir.
Why?
I mean, I was just a little frustrated with him because he wouldn't listen. I told him plenty of times since Valentine's Day, hey, you know, I mean, you see how this girl beating on you?
told
She's
you
being
stop
very
fucking with that
destructive.
bitch. Go ahead, say it,
Turn
yo.
up things in mom's house, and you ain't listen to me
I
like
told
you.
you stop fucking with
I
that
told him,
bitch,
you know,
bro.
you basically being stupid for keep bringing this girl over to mom's house, knowing that, you know, is causing chaos.
You worried it's going to possibly also end his career
Yes, sir.
because he can get injured,
Yes, sir.
or he could lose his temper and fight back one day, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
All right. So do you actually scream at your brother and start cursing at him?
Yeah, I did.
All right. No, obviously no physical between you and him. Was there?
No, sir.
All right. So after that happens, and you argue with him and yell at him, whatever you just said, what do y'all do next? What do you do?
So I got frustrated and I just walked out the house. Yeah, and I told Travis, I said, basically like I was just cussing him out, saying, hey, bro, like you ain't listening, like why you not like, I don't know if you're not really comprehending like where I'm coming from, and yeah, and then he was like, oh, bro, go do what you do, and I was like, all right, I said, all right, forget you too. Then I just walked out the house.
Okay, you're upset with him, right?
Yeah, yes, sir.
You didn't need any of this nonsense, right?
Right.
What happens? What do you remember basically of any significance happened after that?
Can you repeat that question?
What do you remember after that of any significance? What happened? What's next?
What's next? I went to my car again.
Yeah, don't tell me blow by blow details of everything.
Yeah.
But what, if anything significant, anything else happened?
Next, oh yeah. Then after that, my mom, she comes home.
All right. Do you know why your mom came home? Was that the time she was coming home? Did she say anything to you?
Yes, sir.
What?
She was saying like I don't know like what you and Dominique got going on, Travis, but you know, she told me that basically Travis got the wrong girl. So and mom she was basically telling Travis that she told Dominique to just calm down and just, you know, if you and Travis gonna be done, y'all be done with it. Don't like, that's basically it.
What do you mean you got the wrong girl?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, basically like pretty much what she meant. The fact that we all here right now, jury, that we're in court right here, that's what she meant. She got the wrong girl.
All right. So was your mom real nervous and concerned when she came home? Did she appear nervous and excited and worried?
Yes, sir.
Did your mom tell you anything about threats from Dominique?
Sustained. Well, that question is not. So overruled at this point. Yes or no is the
Yes or no?
proper answer.
Can you repeat the question?
Question is, did your mom tell you anything about Dominique making threats to your brother, to her?
Yes, sir.
All right. And when your mom told you that, was she extremely emotional?
Yes, sir.
Crying?
Yes, sir.
And what did she say happened?
Sustained.
All right. So did you calm your mother down a little bit, or did Travis try doing that?
Yes, sir. Well, we both did. We basically, like, I told mom, I said, Dominique, she's just blowing off steam. She don't really mean what she's saying. She just talking because she's upset.
Did you get a call from your sister Tierney Coleman before your mom came home?
Yes, sir.
And is it your phone, Travis's phone, or a different phone?
There was a house phone.
And was it on speakerphone?
Yes, sir.
And was she also talking to you guys about the things that may have happened with Dominique?
Yes, sir.
You know how she knew about that?
Yes, sir.
How?
Well, we just found out basically that Dominique, she text her saying, you know, Tierney, like, you know, your brother got the wrong one. I'm gonna send my brothers to come fuck him up and basically come like just shoot him up, basically.
Did Tierney ever tell you she also had conversations with Dominique?
Yes, sir.
Same type of conversations?
That's correct.
And did y'all tell her that you think nothing's going to happen? This girl was just acting crazy and
that's right.
Ways?
Yes, sir.
That was the breakup, basically?
That's correct.
That's what y'all thought, right?
Correct.
You and your brother?
Yes, sir.
And that's not what happened?
No, not at all.
When your mom comes home, where's Travis, do you know?
Travis, he's in his bedroom.
And what's he doing? Do you know?
He was getting ready to go to bed, and then he was having a conversation with me and mom at the time.
So all three of you were in Travis's room?
That's correct.
And was he in the bed at this point?
Yes, sir.
Travis goes to sleep. Obviously, he's not wearing shoes, right?
Correct.
Sustained.
Is he wearing shoes?
No, sir.
Wearing a shirt?
No, sir.
Does he normally sleep without a shirt?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, are you talking with your mom and you and Travis for a long time, or is it a couple minutes? How would you characterize it?
I characterize it for about 15 minutes.
All right. Did something happen to interrupt the conversation?
Yes, sir.
Tell us what happened, please.
So, Jerry, I heard this loud bang on my door. It sounded like it was the police. So.
You ever had that kind of noise at your house before?
No, sir. Very, very unusual.
What time of day would you estimate it was?
Jerry, this is around midnight, like 12 o'clock.
Okay, and what do you actually hear?
Can I demonstrate?
Just don't break anything.
I got you. That's exactly how that bang was.
That startled you?
Yeah, it started something like it was a police or something.
All right. Did you even think before you did anything?
Nah, I wish I did.
What'd you do?
Not even looking at the cameras, I just ran to the door.
In hindsight, that was pretty dumb, right?
Yeah, that was a very dumb decision.
All right. So what happened when you ran to the door?
So what happened was when I came outside, I saw strangers that I don't even know, and they kept asking for Travis. And it was like, "Where Travis at? Where Travis at?"
Well, describe who you saw and what you saw.
I saw seemed like it was a bunch of strange guys that I never saw before in my life.
All right. You've met Keyshawn Jones before, haven't you?
Correct.
How many times do you know?
Once.
Was that at an event?
Yes, sir.
What kind of event?
It was my sister's reception.
Okay. But other than that, you didn't know who he was?
No, sir. Because he had his hoodie on at the time, so
you didn't recognize him.
Didn't recognize him.
And the other people, were they boys or were they men?
All of them was grown men.
And how'd you feel when you were out there while they were asking for your brother?
You know, I felt threatened.
Why don't you just turn around and go inside?
I couldn't because I felt afraid and fear for my life because they kept cussing me out, telling me, go get Travis, go get your bitch ass brother. He fucked with the wrong girl. So I felt very afraid, very, you know, like these guys, they trying to come over and do something serious.
Good answer. Good answer. Good answer.
Did you see anyone with any guns at that point?
Like the whole
No,
time,
sir.
Was anybody's pockets?
No, sir.
And
you were scared.
Are you trained to fight?
Even if you
No,
weren't
sir.
scared, you were scared. I was trembling. I didn't know.
All right, so you're outside. They're saying
guy.
these things to you. You feel obviously intimidated. What happens next?
So what happened next is my brother, he comes outside.
How much longer would you estimate? I know you don't know the exact time, just a rough estimate.
Yeah, probably maybe 8 seconds.
All right. Did you see the video of them knocking on the door and asking for your brother?
Yes, sir, I saw that one.
How much after that video ends do you think Travis came out?
About probably maybe 8 seconds.
It's an estimate, right?
Yeah, just an estimate.
Okay. So he comes out. Is he wearing a? What's he wearing?
Just his pants.
Okay, and what happens next?
So next, so as soon as he comes out, Keyshawn cussing Travis out, saying, "Bro, like, why you touching my sister?"
Hold on a second. Did you know his name at the time, or you know the name now? Because
Now I know his name now because now I know who he is now.
what do you remember him wearing?
He had his hoodie on.
You remember if it was warm or cold that night? Any
It was cold.
Cold, like how cold? If you remember,
Like Florida gets maybe the coldest. I say probably maybe 50 degrees. So I say it's probably around maybe in the 60s.
okay. And this is April, right?
That's correct.
So he's got the hoodie on. Did that intimidate you at all?
Yes, sir.
How come?
Because I mean, you see a strange person you never saw before in your life with a hoodie on, somebody you never seen, you would think, okay, like they trying to come over to kill you. They antagonize you, making threats. So I'm like, okay, like
I started to put two and two together.
right. So I put two and two together that this girl's threats became real, basically.
You never believed that would happen.
Never.
Sustained.
Did you believe that was going to happen?
No, sir, didn't believe it.
Travis comes out. Tell us all, please, what happened when he comes outside the house.
So after Keyshawn was cussing Travis out, basically, and Travis was trying to basically get Keyshawn to calm down. The next thing you know,
When Travis comes out of the home. Any weapons?
No, sir.
Your brother have weapons?
Yes, sir.
What does he have? Do you know?
Yeah, he has a AR-15, and he also have a semi-automatic handgun.
You know the brand of the gun that he had that you think's an AR-15?
No, sir.
Know anything about those kind of guns?
No, sir.
Did your brother, to your knowledge, did you ever see him go to the range and get trained on how to use the weapons?
Yes, sir.
Did he get a concealed weapons permit?
Yes, sir.
Did he buy these guns right after your dad passed?
Yes, sir.
And your mom knew about them?
Yes, sir.
And she was okay with that?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if your brother
right.
normally carries a gun if he goes out with some of his friends who may be in the NFL?
Can you repeat that question?
Carry a handgun or any type of gun when he goes out of the house, especially if he's with his friends who are in the NFL.
Oh, yes, sir.
And some of his friends, like stars in the NFL.
That's correct.
So he comes out without a weapon, right?
Right.
You said he's arguing back and forth with Keyshawn?
Yes, sir.
What's Keyshawn doing the arguing?
Basically cussing him out, saying like, bro, fuck nigga, why you put your hands on my sister?
It's getting hostile.
Yes, sir.
Still nervous at this point?
Yes, sir.
You feel you could leave and go in the house?
No, sir.
What happens after that?
So after that, like I said, when Travis was trying to calm Keyshawn down, this other guy, I know his name now, Tyler Robinson, he comes out of nowhere and he sucker punches my brother on the side of his eye.
How hard did he punch him?
Like very hard, like he was trying to knock his eyes out.
And what happened after he sucker punches your brother?
Then soon after he gets through sucker punching my brother, next thing you know, Tyler and Travis, they goes off to the side, and then next thing you know, the guys that came with Tyler and Keyshawn, all of them at the same time start jumping Travis.
And was the first
That's reasonable cause to say
sign of violence or anybody using violence, was that Tyler Robinson?
Yes, sir.
And how many men were there? Do you remember?
At that time, it seemed like a lot because I wasn't really keeping count. I mean, I was such in fear, and Jerry, I was so afraid, and I was such in fear. I couldn't really count, like how many guys was actually there.
Now
I would just now I know.
Okay, but at the time you weren't sure.
That's correct.
So all four, or whoever the amount was, all of them jumped on top of your brother?
Yes, sir.
What happens next?
They was fiercely assaulting Travis, and then
what were they doing to him?
Basically punching him, trying to kill him. Basically, they were trying to kill him.
Felt his life was in danger?
Yes, sir.
What'd you do?
So I try to jump in to try to get these guys off of my brother. Then now I'm being fiercely assaulted as well. And the whole time I'm trying to diffuse the situation between Travis and Dominique, but now I'm being fiercely assaulted. Like they didn't care. They just they came over to kill.
When you're physically assaulted, you feel like you're about to possibly die?
Yes, sir.
What were they doing to you?
There was punching, kicking. You know, there was screaming, yelling, saying, "We on demon time," and you know, y'all niggas gonna die today. You know, your brother, he fucked with the wrong girl.
That's facts, man.
What's demon time? You ever hear that?
Yeah, I heard it plenty
Yeah,
of
that's
times.
when they trying to kill niggas.
It's like a new generation saying, I guess, like you in a state of mind where you just don't care.
You
This
know,
was
they
no
on-
joke.
they on some
No
purge
joke at
shit.
all.
Wasn't a little scuffle.
That's correct.
Was it a little scuffle, or was it a real serious thing?
It was very, very serious. It's like it was a matter of life and death at that particular time.
Loud as well.
Yes, sir.
Where was your mom during this time period?
During the time we was fighting, or during the time we was at the doorstep.
Anytime. Did you ever see your mom while you're outside?
Yes, sir. During the time when we was fighting.
You know when she came out, or no?
Yeah. She came out. Yeah, she came out like when we was in like a big brawl.
What was your mom doing?
She was screaming, saying, stop, stop. Y'all need to go home. I got cameras. Dominique, she was the aggressor.
He's trying to tell that to these men.
Yes, sir.
Did your mom try to show him anything?
At that time, I was trying to basically get these guys off of my brother and get them off of me as well. So I couldn't really even pay attention to what she was trying to show him.
Is anybody paying attention to your mom?
No, sir.
So did the, lack of a better word, fight or attack, did that go anywhere from different places, or did it stay by the front of the house?
Now we went different places.
And we know from the videos this is about 8-10 minutes long. How long
Right.
did it feel like to you?
To me, it felt like we was there for hours. I mean, like when you in a like a very hard situation like that, it'll feel like you there for hours.
Where else did the
Yeah.
fight or this attack
It
happen?
went in the front of the yard, went to the side of the yard.
Why was it going different places? What were you doing?
Well, when you being jumped, you trying to spread out, trying to like you can't just stay in one spot because you gotta create distance. You can't just sit there and just keep getting pounded and punched and kicked.
Right.
Especially when these guys saying that you and
that
your brother
distance.
gonna die
Try to
and
take them
basically
niggas
gonna
out
kill
one by
y'all.
one.
Ever one-on-one against you?
No, sir.
Always more than one person?
Yeah, they kept switching up. Like they never really gave me and my brother a fair fight. Sometimes, no, let me repeat that. Sometimes it would be like maybe like in the yard it was more like they kept switching up. But then like one particular time we had got to the street and it was like a one-on-one for like 6-7 seconds, and then it'll be somebody else that'll come and hit you and try to bruise you up basically.
When they were hitting you, were they trying to knock you out?
Yes, sir. They were trying to like literally knock us unconscious.
So you're trying to create distance.
You think they
Explain
would've
to us
stopped hitting them if
to the
they
best
went
remember where
unconscious,
you
or
went.
think they would have kept stomping them out? Niggas wasn't
We
breathing?
went to
You, not we, you. Where'd you go?
I go to like around like Sable Palm.
Right. Before you get to Sable Palm, did you ever see anybody with any firearms?
Yes, sir.
Where did that happen?
That happened on the side of my house, on the grass area by the garage.
Was this after the attack at the front door?
Yes, sir.
Tell us what happened there to the best you remember.
So I'm literally like on the ground being pounded and fiercely assaulted by these strange guys that I don't even know. And I see this firearm from Tyler, and if he watching this, he knows that he did it. I see this firearm from Tyler Robinson. He points his gun at my head, saying, like you gonna die today. You gonna die today.
Shoot you?
No, sir.
Any idea why he didn't shoot?
I can't testify on Tyler's behalf.
Let me ask you the cameras that are in your house on the outside. Do you know if they light up at
that's
all?
off
Any kind of
right
colors? So that would show me if I
All
was a
that's is
stranger
off
and I
right
come to your
there.
house. Would I be able to see the cameras are working?
Yes, sir. You can see them if they was working.
How would I see that? What would I see?
Like if you walk up, you'll see the doorbell. You'll see like a camera in the front by the door.
Right, but how would I know? Is there a way I would know your cameras are on? Do they change colors, or is there?
Oh, like is there a way that you know if they're on?
Me, if I'm a stranger and I walk to your house and I'm not the Ring camera, but the other cameras, do they change colors or they light up or do something?
Nah, no, sir. They don't do none of that.
All right. Did you ever check that?
No, sir. Never checked it. I mean,
Now he probably never noticed it, but a lot of cameras, especially outdoor cameras, they can go into like night vision, right? Or infrared mode. And when it goes into infrared mode, Like if you look at your Ring camera, if you walk up at night, you'll see 4 little red lights. That's that infrared mode when it does that. Same thing with my blink cameras in my house. When it's dark, you'll see like little small little red lights. That's like that infrared or that night vision mode. But maybe he doesn't know that.
I just assume that like they'll always be on.
Right, but I'm saying if a stranger came, do you know if they see a colored light around your camera on the outside of it?
No, sir, I don't know.
Are those motion activated cameras to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Not the Ring, I'm talking about the other system.
The motion, yes, sir.
Okay. So you're on the side of the house.
Correct.
Remember what this man that you said is Tyler, what he was wearing? Do you remember?
He had his shirt off.
When you first came out of the house, did he have a shirt on or shirt off?
He had his shirt off when I first came out.
Did that mean anything to you?
Yes, sir.
Looking for a fucking fight.
I mean, Jerry, it's unusual for somebody to come to your house with their shirt off at 12 o'clock at night. So I took it as a sign of of somebody threatened, like you mean business. I mean, because we don't have a swimming pool at night, so we don't have a swimming pool at all. So I know he wanted to come there to try to swim in the pool. He came over to fight. He had his shirt off, so that's I took it as a sign like you trying to fight.
You didn't invite these guys over.
Nah, no, sir.
All right. So could you tell what kind of gun it was when he pointed it at you?
Looked like a semi-automatic.
Anything else about guns?
No, sir.
You know the difference between a semi-automatic and a revolver, or no?
No, sir. I mean, I was honestly when I saw that gun, Jerry, I thought like my life was over. Then I thought like there was gonna be like my last day on earth. So I wasn't really paying attention to like the type of name brand of the gun he had.
So you go from the side of your house. Where do you go next after the gun's pointed?
So after the gun pointed, we started breaking off into groups.
All right. And there's no way you can tell me moment to moment where you were and what happened, is there?
Correct.
Did you eventually wind up by Sable Palm?
Yes, sir.
How'd that happen?
That happened because I'm trying to create distance from being beaten and fiercely assaulted, by these grown men.
Did you ever see where their car was when you first came out of the house?
Can you repeat the question?
How they got to your home is my question, basically.
No, sir. Never saw it.
I don't know if they walked there, they got dropped off by a cab, or they parked somewhere far from your house. You don't know.
Don't know at all.
When's the first time you noticed their car?
The first time I noticed their car was like how can I describe it? I actually noticed it because it turned on. And I saw.
Okay. So before that car turns on, are you down at Sable Palm?
Yes, sir.
Where on Sable Palm are you? Are you on your side where your house is?
And these
kind of
niggas
more
parked their
like
car a little ways away. You knew they was
like
on
more
some
towards
shit.
the car.
They wasn't trying to come
That
talk.
time you didn't know whose car it was.
Right.
Okay. And how far would you estimate you are from the car?
I'll say 10 feet, about 10 feet.
All right. So if I'm the car and I'm facing you, you're about 10 feet away from me if I'm the car? I'm not saying now, I'm saying your estimate's 10 feet?
Yeah, 10 feet.
All right. Are you directly in front of, if this is the car right here and the headlights are facing you, are you in front of the car or the side of the car?
More like in front of the car.
In the center or off to one side, or hard to remember?
Like on the side, like front side, like.
All right. Well, let's say these are the headlights. Are you closer to the passenger side, driver's side, in the middle?
Like closer to the driver's side.
At that point, you didn't notice anything about the car, right?
That's correct.
All right. So what happened to you while you're near this car?
I'm being fiercely assaulted, beat up, brutally.
By who?
By all of them. Sebastian, Chris Lowe. It was at one point that me and Sebastian was in a fight, and then
Let's slow you down. So, what's the first thing you remember happening?
Well, actually, let me rephrase that. It was at first. It was at one point where it was like a little subsidy inside the fight. Then I remember I had grabbed Keyshawn from trying to keep going back at Travis.
First, bro.
And then that's when Sebastian he came and sucker punched me. And now I'm trying to now I'm being brutally, assaulted by Sebastian. And then within like 5-6 seconds, Chris Lowe he comes out of nowhere.
Where are you when this happens? When you're being
attacked by Sebastian and Chris Lowe comes out. Where are you?
Well, this is before I'm like 10 feet away from the car. So there'll be like more.
Hold on, I'm confused. Is this happening while you're near the car or a different place?
More like a little like between the car and between my house, kind of.
Okay, so
yeah.
How far would you estimate you were from the car when you're being attacked by Sebastian?
I would say I couldn't really calculate it because I was in a fight for my life.
Of course.
So, I mean,
roughly,
I say about maybe 30 feet.
So how'd you wind up getting closer to the Cadillac?
So I wound up getting closer because after I got sucker punched by Sebastian and being brutally assaulted by him, I get.
This is a one-on-one at this point.
Yeah, for like 5 seconds.
Okay, what happens next?
Then what happens next is I get sucker punched by Chris Lowe.
You say sucker punch.
Yeah, like basically like where they catch you off guard. They was doing it the whole time during the fight. They catch you.
I'm asking specifically, what did Chris Lowe do to you when you say sucker punch?
He basically punched Jury. He punches me on the side of my face.
What side?
And like my left side.
All right. And where did Chris Lowe sucker punch you before that?
Before that, like you talking about?
You said he sucker punched you. Where?
Yeah.
Where
on side of my face.
All right. So are you fighting with both men at this time?
Yes, sir. Both of them.
Right before the shooting, or is this way before the shooting?
This was like way before the shooting took place.
All right. You're down by Sable or 30 feet from the car?
That's correct.
And the two guys are fighting with you?
Yes, sir.
Where's Travis?
I lost sight of him at the time.
Did you notice where your mom was?
No, sir.
All right. Do you know how that fight between you and the two men stopped? Or why it stopped?
Why did it stop during that time? I wasn't really thinking like I was just being like fiercely assaulted, like I'm literally about to die. Right. Thinking like, these guys, they trying to like brutally kill me, basically.
Right, but did they get away from you and stop attacking you?
I'm like, yes, sir. At one point they did.
You know why that happened?
Because I saw my brother, he ran towards me.
All right. And how far would you say you were from the car at the point the two men stopped fighting with you or attacking you?
About 10 feet away from the car.
Did you even notice the car at that point or not really?
I actually noticed because they was going to the car.
All right. So I know it's a tough question. This happened real quick, but Travis is running towards you or walking to you?
Or like literally like running towards me.
Did you notice you had a firearm with him?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 3. Was this a firearm?
That's correct.
Before he got to you, did you hear him shooting at anyone?
No, sir.
You didn't hear the gun go off at all?
No, sir.
When Travis ran towards you, when did you notice him? When he got to you or before he got to you?
I noticed him like 5 seconds before he got to me.
Is that an estimate or is that a real time?
That's like an estimate.
When did the two guys, did they simultaneously, meaning at the same time, did they both stop fighting with you at the same time, or did one stop and then the other one stopped a few seconds later? How did that?
It was like one stop and then the other one stopped.
How long did you estimate that took?
It happened such in a flash. I really wasn't counting. I was just happy that my brother was able to get to me in time.
All right. As he was running towards you, did you see him shooting the gun?
No, sir.
Hear the gun go off?
No, sir.
Hear him saying anything? I'm going to shoot these guys.
No, sir.
So, when was it almost at the same time they got off you? At the same time your brother got to you?
So the other thing is when you get tunnel vision, you don't hear none of that shit, right? And I'm sure Rob, if you're still in here, you can attest to that shit. When you fight and you scrapping, you really don't notice the gunshots and shit like that because you get that tunnel vision. You in fight or flight. So it's a possibility that he didn't hear his brother shooting or whatever when he was coming up on him. It's a possibility. Or his brother got up to him, saw these niggas in the car with the gun, then he let the shit go.
Yes, sir.
All right. So
Why didn't you guys just go home at that point?
I was so froze to the point I was like, we couldn't go home because we literally like just had two firearms pointed at us in like a split fraction of a second.
Let me slow you down a little bit.
Yeah, auditory exclusion.
So from the time that your brother gets to you and the two guys, they go into the car. Are they already in the car? Or you don't even know if they're in the car, do you?
Sustained.
Do you know?
No, sir.
All right. Can you tell the jury how many people got in the car, who didn't get in the car?
Yeah, so jury, it was like I say, two of them got inside the car, just the ones I saw. The ones that was attacking me, like two of them actually got inside the car.
Did your brother start shooting when he got right up to you?
No, sir, not when he got right up to me.
Did something happen very quickly?
Yes, sir.
Your brother came to you?
Yes, sir.
Is that why you guys didn't go home?
Yes, sir.
Stop bleeding. Stop bleeding.
All right. So after the two guys left you, why didn't you just immediately run home at that point?
Couldn't run home, jury, because like soon as my brother got to me, soon as the other guys got to their car, I saw two firearms pointed at me and my brother.
Explain that to us. Where did you see this?
I saw the Sebastian. He was in the passenger seat, and then I saw Tyler Robinson. He was on he was like by the back passenger's door with the two firearms pointing at me and my brother.
So each one of them had one firearm?
Yes, sir. Each one.
And Sebastian, he was in the front passenger seat?
Yes, sir.
You were able to see it was him?
Yes, sir.
And where was he pointing the gun?
He was pointing like at the windshield.
And where were you?
Like literally standing next to my brother.
And in reference to the gun pointed at the windshield, where were you?
Can you repeat the question?
Sebastian's pointing the gun, you said, at the windshield, right?
Correct.
So if I'm Sebastian pointing the gun at you, where would you be? What's your view? Directly in front of Sebastian? You to the side? Where are you?
Like to the side of Sebastian.
How much? Just a rough estimate. How much to the side?
So if I'm like on the driver's side, I'll say about maybe about 5 feet now. 5.
All right. So let's hypothetically, I'm Sebastian, right?
Right.
I have a gun pointed at the windshield.
Right.
You be to my left, to my right, in front of me.
All right. So if this is my right side, so I'll be
my right
to your
side.
left.
I'm Sebastian pointing the gun. This is my right side.
Okay.
It's my left. What side are you on of me?
So I'll be on the right side.
My right side.
Wait, no, I'll be on.
Pointing the gun.
So if
all right, no. So
if you're Sebastian pointing the gun, then I'll be to your left. Like no, wait, yeah, to your right side. Right side.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're pointing this way. You're confusing me.
Yeah. I got confused. Sorry about that.
May he step down, Judge?
Sure. Watch your step, Mr. Rudolph.
Just hold this, please. All right.
Okay.
I'm sitting down. Was they sitting down in the driver's seat, Sebastian? I mean, in the passenger seat, Sebastian?
Yes, sir.
All right. So if I'm sitting here, right? Am I holding the gun like this? Am I holding the middle, higher? You tell me.
You holding it like this, like I sit like in the middle.
Middle of the windshield?
That's correct.
Show us where exactly you were.
I was like.
Show me
amount. Right side. Your right side, like maybe like 10 feet.
Your right side.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you think you're about?
So there'll be my right side, and then there'll be your left side.
Gotcha. So would you be there, or would you be more into the jury box?
Like more to the jury.
All right. So you tell me, if I'm Sebastian, how far do I move over?
You can like stop right where you at, like go further a little back, like
right.
Yes, sir.
All right. And the gun is this way. Is it pointed at you?
Yes, sir.
This will happen in a split second.
Split second.
You can sit down. Thanks. I'll just take that back.
Yo got on the Nigerian steppers.
The guy without the shirt.
Yeah,
Can you tell me if you know? Do you know the position he was in, pointing the gun in your direction as well?
Yes, sir.
Where?
He was trying to basically like seemed like he was trying to use the back passenger door as a shield. So he was like pointing like but behind the door, like in like a little crouch position.
Was he closer to you than Sebastian was in terms of?
Yes, sir. More closer.
Okay. I mean, more in your direction.
Right. More in my direction, basically.
Okay. And did you feel that he was pointing the gun directly at you?
Yes, sir.
So if you're over there where you just told us, where's your brother
out.
Travis at this point? Is he next to you, behind you, in front of you?
He was like more to Sebastian's side.
All right. So if I'm you, and I'm this is the way you said it happened.
Right.
Where would I go if I was Travis? Where would I be?
So if you was like, can I get up and demonstrate?
Yeah, you may step
Sure,
down.
thanks. You give me the mic. I'm just gonna stand here. You said you'd be more a little bit into the jury.
Yeah. So you're more right by the jury, and then if I'm Travis, I'm like right here. Like kind of more like slightly ahead of you, but almost a little even.
So Travis would have had a vantage point of the guns as well, or at least the one.
So, do you see the two guns simultaneously at the exact same time?
Yes, sir.
And how long do you believe it took Travis to start shooting?
Oh, not long. Not long at all.
What second?
Split second.
10 seconds?
Split second. Jury happened so fast, it took like a split second.
Yeah, as soon as you see that, if I would have saw the windshield coming through the,
did you know how many times he shot?
gun pointed through the windshield.
No, sir. Jury, like I couldn't even
that windshield.
count how many times my brother shot because I was such in a state like thinking like this is my last day on earth. Like, you know, I got these two guns pointed at me from Sebastian as well as Tyler, and I'm like what the world? So to sit and actually count at that particular time, actual, you know, 30 like it's I just couldn't keep count. I mean, I thought it was my last day on
Ain't
earth.
nobody counting.
The car turn on?
Yes, sir.
I don't know if that was before the shooting started, after the shooting started, if you know.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Well, let me ask you this: before your brother started shooting, did the car ever move?
Did
the car move?
But before he started shooting?
Yeah, or at the same time as shooting. I mean,
no, sir, it didn't move.
You ever remember the car coming towards you?
Yes, sir.
And was that before the shooting or after the shooting started?
That was after the shooting.
Sure.
Because it was out here pump faking and got lit up.
Sustained.
Are you confident on that answer?
No, honestly, I couldn't really pay.
Sustained.
Okay.
Question, please.
So this happened really quick?
Yeah, really quick. Everything happened so fast.
You ever seen anything like this before?
No, sir. I was like traumatized. I couldn't even really.
Any doubt in your mind that there was two guns pointed in your direction and your brother's direction?
Oh, no doubt.
Were you in fear until the car actually disappeared from your view?
Can you repeat the question?
You were in fear the whole time until the car was out of your view anymore?
The whole time.
Did you ever see Tyler fall or jump out of a car?
No, sir.
You ever know if he got in the car? You don't know, or do you know?
No, don't know.
Did you see Tyler running from the car after the car made a U-turn?
Yes, sir. He ran.
What'd you do?
Jerry, I know this is gonna sound so stupid. Like, I don't know what the world I was thinking. I don't know why I did it. I ran after Tyler. Like even though he pointed a gun at me, I'm not even thinking. Like everything happened so fast. This like in a matter of seconds. I don't know why I did it.
Adrenaline.
Just being dumb, running after somebody that just pointed a gun at me. I was so traumatized at the moment that I just wasn't even thinking.
And we know he probably did run, and he.
I don't know why I did it.
Or the gun fell. You know, out his
he
hand,
went
or
to
he dropped the gun. We know that because they
one of our
found
neighbors'
Tyler's gun.
yards.
They found Tyler's gun in the yard.
Where'd you go?
Privacy.
I went to. I stopped like in the darkness somewhere, like on the side of the house.
First house, or did you climb a fence at all?
Nah, I stopped.
Smart.
And did you ever see Travis running after Tyler?
After him,
no, sir.
Threatening he was going to finish him off and kill him?
That's correct.
Did you hear him do that?
Can we repeat the question?
You ever see your brother running after Tyler saying he was threatening and making threats he was going to finish him off and kill him?
No, sir.
Did you make any threats as you're running after him?
No, sir.
Did you ever tell your brother, stop chasing Tyler, he's going to go to jail?
No, sir.
Nothing like that.
Nothing like that.
Do you know where Tyler went?
Well,
No, sir.
the gun might. I don't know.
Did
They
you
said
even know
the
if he
one
was
gun
shot
didn't
at that
have
point?
anything chambered.
No,
Gun
no,
they
sir.
found didn't have anything.
No, if
chambered.
anyone got shot at that point.
No, sir.
All right. So, do you see Travis
He didn't know it was when the
while
bullet
you're in the
came, but
backyard, or
pulled the
what
trigger and
happens?
the trigger ain't go.
So wait,
Or on
can
the
you?
side of the house. When do you see Travis again after you ran, like you described?
Yeah. So I saw my brother. Like after after I stopped chasing Travis, when Travis he told me, DJ, come on, let's go, Tyler. Yeah, he said, DJ, let's go, let's go home.
Where was he when he said that, Travis?
Can you repeat the question?
Where was Travis when he said, DJ, let's go home? Where was he?
He was still standing in the street.
He called you to come out?
Yes, sir.
Did you see him from where you were?
Yes, sir.
And so do you go in front of Travis or behind Travis?
I go behind Travis.
All right, so you get in the house, or what do you guys do? Do you leave?
Yes, sir. We leave.
You go to the house or you go somewhere else?
We go to the house.
Did you ever see your brother run away?
No, sir.
Your brother try to hide his firearm?
No, sir.
Where was mom at this point? Where was she?
My mom, she was in the living room.
Who called the police?
Who got in the house first? You or Travis?
Travis did.
Before you got in the house, did you see anybody, any of the neighbors at all?
No, sir.
Did you hear anyone say call the police, or they're calling the police?
I heard one of our neighbors, like this was like close by Sable Pond where me and Travis was. Somebody yelled out and said, call the cops.
Did you start hearing sirens before you got in the house?
Yes, sir.
You know anything about Shot Spotter? Not today, but back in the 80s. You even know what that was?
No, sir.
So did you start hearing sirens? And
Yeah, I heard sirens. I heard a helicopter.
how much after? The house or before you got in?
No, this is like before we got in.
You heard sirens?
Yes, sir.
Took the
Any
police
cop
a long
cars come
fucking
right up
time
to
to
your
get
house?
there.
Can you repeat the question?
At that point, did you see the cops come up to your house, or they weren't there yet?
No, sir. They weren't there yet.
So was Travis in the house before
Man,
you?
all of this shit probably
Yes,
could
sir.
have happened in a matter of
How were you
5
feeling at
minutes.
that point? What was your state of mind?
Jerry, my state of mind, like I remember when I had walked in and me and Travis, we told mom, like, mom, we just had two guns that was pointed at us. So my state of mind was like I was just like traumatized, because not only was we were being fiercely assaulted, now we got firearms like
Oh, my mama,
I thought we was
had
gonna die
to.
that night. Like it was like
My
our last
mama,
day on
I had
earth.
to.
Tell your mom that you had guns pointed at you?
Yes, sir.
Right away.
Right away. As soon as I walked in, I was like, mom, these guys, they just had pointed a gun at me and Travis, and they when they said that y'all niggas was gonna die, that was their words. Now I know once they pointed those guns at us, I know that they was actually being for real.
All right. So when you talk to your mom and you're telling her this,
You got the
do you
rhetoric
tell her
and the
that
tool.
Travis shot at them?
That's correct.
Say he saved your life
the
or anything
rhetoric-
like that?
You got the
Yes,
gun
sir.
and you got
Go
the
that way?
Yes, sir. To this day.
Okay. And did do you know if Travis spoke to your mom before you got in the house, or after you, or at the same time?
We said at the same time, like, mom, did they try to shoot us? And we just had guns pointing at us.
Did you call the police at that point?
No, sir. I mean, we heard sirens, and we heard a neighbor that said call the cops, and I also heard a helicopter. But then before I even heard the sirens and all of that, we still got to go back to the yard when these guys was let's say before the sirens, the helicopters, and before the neighbor coming out saying call the cops. You would think.
He telling from a place of like recollection. You can tell he's not telling a story.
narrative question.
You can tell he got some passion in
Yeah,
what he's
but-
saying, especially because of the stuttering and shit like
Next
that.
question, please.
You got to hold on when someone objects, okay? Right? So you were talking about being in the house, hearing what you heard.
He amped up.
Was asking about why you didn't call the police. What else were you saying about that?
Yeah, I was saying before we even heard sirens or anything, when the fight first started, these guys was being loud, saying, hey, we on demon time and y'all niggas gonna die today. And they were saying all this while they were fiercely assaulting us. You would think that the neighbors, they could actually hear this, because they being like aggressively loud. just pounding, beating us up, saying, like they were saying it real loud, like, yeah, y'all gonna die today. Yeah, your brother, he F with the wrong girl. So you would think like neighbors could actually hear this. So you would think like, like this is way before the gunshots. You would think that somebody actually hear the commotion that's going on. So you would think that the police would be on
Only
their
thing I
way.
can think of, BA, is because they went
Did you
about
wait
that
in the
life.
house?
It's pump
Yes, sir.
faking. Ain't none of
in the
them.
house?
And
Yes,
they wasn't
sir.
shooters.
Your mom.
They had the guns. They liked the
Say it again?
lifestyle. They liked the
Mom, was she in the house?
Instagram. They liked
Yes,
the
sir.
clothes like they.
Your mom doing?
They
What
ain't
was her
real
state of
shooters.
mind when y'all were telling her these?
She was traumatized as well. She was crying.
I said this on Legal Mindset channel one day. I said, "Yo, you can have guns and all that shit. If you ain't a shooter, you ain't a shooter." I mean, I guarantee them boys wasn't shooters. Hey, maybe he did squeeze the trigger, but he didn't have a round chambered in his fucking gun. The one they found, the Taurus, there was no round chamber. The prosecution trying to make a case that, he didn't have a round chamber though. Don't fucking matter. The gun's out. And the real shooter shot back at him. And they wasn't ready for that smoke. They thought they was rolling up on some people they was going to intimidate. Let's just say, let's just say they didn't know that, let's just say they didn't know he had a gun. Right? Or let's just say they didn't know that he had a gun or whatever. I'm sorry, let's just say that they didn't have any intention on shooting them. They just wanted to scare them. Don't fucking matter. Y'all came in here, y'all beat me up. Y'all said I'm going to die today. Y'all in demon time. We got the text messages showing that your sister said to come shoot up the spot. Two of the boys got guns, and he walked them the fuck down. Case closed. Self-defense. Defense of myself and my brother and my mother in the house. And any neighbors that might have caught a stray bullet. Now, if you can't count for all 39 rounds, if all 39 rounds is in that fucking car, then he hit his target. You can't say it was reckless. He didn't chase him. He didn't run after him. He had a 100-round magazine. Let's just say he had 100 rounds in that drum. Let's say he had 100 rounds in them titties. He shot 39 of those 100 rounds, which means he had restraint. He ain't keep dumping. He shot until they got the fuck out of there. And there was no longer a threat to him and his brother. That's trigger discipline right there. They want to demonize this dude for what? Because he had an AR-15 with a 100-round drum on it. They want to say he's the aggressor when he was home in his bed and these guys came looking for their action. They deserve everything they got. Matter of fact, the brother and the sister should be on fucking trial right now for conspiracy.
Was she a fragile woman to start with?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see her, other than when the day your dad got killed, did you ever see her in a state like that before?
Yes, sir.
When?
She thought she was losing.
Can we repeat the question?
Sure. All right. I know your dad was tragically killed. Was your mom destroyed that day and months and weeks and years to follow?
Yes, sir.
The night this happened, was she in a similar state of mind?
That's correct.
She thought she was about to leave birth for a boy.
What about Travis? What was he doing after this happened?
Travis, he was crying. I was crying because we thought life was going to be over.
You're still crying in the house?
Yes, sir.
Did there come a time that your sister and her husband came over?
Yes, sir.
While you're in the house after the shooting?
Yes, sir.
And do you know why your sister came over?
Yes, sir.
Why?
She came over to bring mom her food.
At the middle of the night?
Yes, sir.
Your mom sleep at night, or is she up most of the night?
She up most of the night. She can't go to sleep because she's still just traumatized from like losing our father and being out of work, for a long time. She just still can't get over my father's death, so she's up all the time.
All right, so you knew your sister was coming, or what?
Can you repeat the question?
Know before your sister got there that she was bringing food for your mom?
No, I didn't know. I didn't know she was bringing food.
Did you see her come in with food?
Yes, sir.
While she was there, did you see her doing anything with Travis?
See who doing anything?
I'm sorry. See Taryn, your sister, doing anything with Travis?
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
What was she doing?
Well, we told her what happened, and she was basically telling Travis, like this girl done me crazy. Like I can't believe she just sent guys to our mother's house.
Did you see anyone or Travis take pictures of his injuries? Did you see him take pictures of himself?
No, I saw Attorney take pictures of Travis.
Whose phone was she using?
She was using her phone.
And were you aware if she ever sent the pictures to anybody? Travis?
Of Travis? Yes, sir.
She sent them to.
She sent them. She sent them to my phone as well as my mother's phone.
How about Travis's phone?
Yes, sir.
How do you know? Did she tell you that?
Honestly, I don't remember actually on that part, but I know she took pictures and she sent them to like multiple people.
All right, you were one of them.
Yes, sir.
Do you know if Travis's phone, if you could see the screen after? Well, do you even know if Travis's phone was broken that night?
Yes, sir.
Did you see it get broken?
Yeah, I didn't see the actual part where it got broke, but I saw it was broken.
So you can't testify how it got broke.
Correct.
And did you look at the phone at all and see if you could see anything on the screen?
Yes, sir. I looked at it.
Did it work to make phone calls that you could actually?
No, you can't touch, like you couldn't like make a phone call, none, because it was cracked. Like it had a bunch of, it looked like a spider web.
But the screen didn't light up at that point?
That's correct.
You know if the phone was able to still receive calls?
You
don't know, or
no,
do you know?
don't know at all.
You know if the phone was still able to get text messages?
No, sir.
You know if there was a way to even turn it off, or you don't have any knowledge of that?
I have no knowledge at all.
All right, so how long do you think you're in the house before the police came? What would you estimate?
My approximate estimation would be probably about, before they came, I said I was in there maybe about 30 minutes.
Damn.
Could it have been longer? Could it have been shorter?
Yeah, it could have been longer or shorter, but it's just a guesstimation.
So when your sister came over, and did her husband come in the house?
Yes, sir.
And did they eventually leave?
Yes, sir.
Did they take anything with them that you gave them?
No, sir.
Did Travis say, "Hey, take some of these bullets or the gun or drum"? Did you hear him do anything like that?
No, sir.
You know what Travis did with the 6 hour or the gun I just showed you?
Can you repeat the question?
You know what Travis did with the gun after he came in the house? What did he do with it? If you know.
No, sir. I wasn't paying attention. I was still like traumatized and crying that these guys tried to kill us.
Kept it on me. Just
and I was thinking like I was just such a state of shock, like, so I wasn't really paying attention to what Travis was doing with it.
Did you have any injuries on you?
Yes, sir.
Just to take pictures of you too?
Yes, sir.
Where are those? Do you know?
No, sir.
All right. So, did the police ever take pictures of you?
No, sir.
Not at all.
Not at all.
So eventually, how do you know that the police want you to come out of the house? What happened?
After that, they said, Travis, come out with your hands up.
How do you hear this?
Oh, they had like a loud speaker.
You can hear it with no problem.
Right.
Do you know if Tierney ever called the house? Your sister?
No, sir.
Hold on, just a question. Do you know if Tierney called the house and spoke to somebody and said, "The police, you need to come out"?
No, sir.
What you remember is the police on a loudspeaker saying, "Travis, come out."
Yes, sir.
They used his name.
Yes, sir.
Not your name.
No, sir.
They say Darryl Rudolph, come out.
No, sir.
You know why?
They say Linda Rudolph.
Fucking snitch. Them dickheads they was all on demon time. They get fucking fired on. They snitch because we know that because the detective. Them niggas fucking sang like goddamn parakeets. But check it, y'all. I gotta get out of here for today. I put the link to the stream to the stream in the description box in both Rumble and on YouTube. It's also in the chat. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me. It's getting late, so check it, right? Bottom line is this. This should be an open and shut case. I think it was a good idea for them to put the brother on the stand. Now I don't know if the state's going to cross-examine. I'm gonna listen to it on the way home and while I finish up work today. But from what it sounds like, yo, Travis did what he had to do to defend his family. He had a 100-round drum. He shot 39 rounds out of 100 rounds if he had the whole thing filled up. Which means he didn't just fucking mag dump the bitch. He didn't get in his car and go chase after these boys. Right? He didn't get in the car and go chase after these boys. He got his brother in the house. He didn't try to run. He didn't try to hide the gun, throw the gun away, none of that shit. And then he complied with the police. That don't sound like a person out here to do harm. A person out here intentionally trying to hurt somebody. It's like a person that defended his family. He got a concealed carry license. He got the right to have his gun, and he did what he needed to do. He did what we all do would do if we, or, you know, the reason why we all carry guns. You know what I mean? I don't carry my gun just for fucking show. Apparently, these little bitch ass niggas, they was carrying their guns for show for Instagram. They wasn't real shooters. They weren't real shooters. It was hoes. The sister need to be put on his Travis' ex-girlfriend need to be put on trial, and her brother need to be put on trial. Travis need to walk. Anyway, guys, I appreciate y'all hanging out with me. If you're new, hit the like, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification icon. Please share this stream out, guys. Anyway, I'll get back to the grind. Until next time, it's Cannon Hotep saying be safe, stay strapped, and don't miss. I'll holler at y'all.